It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, January 4th, 2023. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. And it's great that we're here on January 4th because January 4th has, at least for me, been the universal cutoff as to when you can say Happy New Year. And so I will say Happy New Year to you and yours. Hope you had a lovely, lovely holiday season if you celebrate. Hope you didn't miss us too much. In fact, it has been 2 long weeks since we were in the studio. Who can forget our last show of 2022 still being talked about up until, minutes ago. If not past this show, it will be talked about for quite some time. I have a few things to say about that final show of 2022. I have a feeling some of the content will come up on today's program. We have a lot to get to, a lot to discuss, and this is a very special show. And I must say off the top, historically, when we do our first show of the year, it is our awards show, and it's one of my most anticipated shows of the year, and I feel the same about this year's show. The awards are coming up. It's our 10th annual The MMA Hour Awards, and yes, I know for 3 years at ESPN, they were known as the Helwani Knows, but it's just, I've been doing them for 10 years, so I'm calling it the 10th annual. It's the same type of thing with the same categories, and the same guy giving out the hardware. I'm really looking forward to this year's show because we've got GC and New York Rick in the house, and we'll be talking about him. And dare I say, and I would challenge anyone out there to prove me wrong, it's the most comprehensive award show in sports. Forget about MMA. It's the most comprehensive award show in sports. 26 categories total. Everything from Fight of the Year, Male Fighter of the Year, Female Fighter of the Year, Round of the Year, and then to fun ones like Poster of the Year, Promo of the Year, Feel Good Story of the Year, Story of the Year. All those and so much more. We'll be going through them all, and usually it takes a good 2.5, 3 hours. A lot of people told me, hey, I've got a long shift at work. I've been missing you guys. Can you give us an old school supersized edition of the program? And I must say, I think you're going to get one of those, so buckle up. Now, no guests on today's show. That's not how we do it. Historically, first episode of the year is the award show. And like I said, usually we start off with the awards. Usually I'm wearing a tux. Usually it's the pomp and circumstance. Usually it's a great time right off the bat. It will be a great time, but you're almost getting 2 shows for the price of 1 because I couldn't start this week's show. I couldn't start this year's show. I couldn't start this year's first ever show of 2023. I couldn't start just getting into the awards. Couldn't do it. Impossible. Not with the things that have happened over the past couple weeks since we said goodbye. Not with the things that have happened this week. Not with the things that have happened today. Couldn't start today's show going into the awards. So there's a bunch of stuff that we're going to talk about first half, maybe for the first hour. Then we'll take a break. We'll put on our fancy tuxes, and then we'll hand out some hardware, and we're going to have some real fun. And Lord knows we could use a little fun, right? So I am looking forward to that. As always, today's program is brought to you by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of the MMA Hour and the UFC. And if you download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today and you use the code The MMA Hour, and Lord knows there's a lot going on in sports that you might want to keep your eye on, let alone combat sports, you get a nice little discount off the bat. So please support them because they support us. And thank you to our other sponsors, Whoop, Athletic Greens, and of course, DraftKings. And of course, I'll tell you more about Athletic Greens, who I'm very excited are joining the team, Whoop as well. They are all presenting today's program to all of you. So please do support them because they support us, because that is very, very important. So like I said, still to come, the awards. We're going to go through all of them. GC, New York, Rick. We've got a fancy studio for all of you. But we need to talk about a few things right off the bat. Probably most important for me to talk about right off the bat is the passing of Stephan Bonnar. Horrible news that we got over the holiday season. Stephan Bonnar, just 45 years young. I strongly believe that he helped shape the future of not only the UFC, but this sport. A lot of people remember well over a decade ago, Ultimate Fighter Season 1 finale on Spike TV. They're live, on cable, big deal. The show is a hit. Monday nights, Spike TV, and then it culminates with the live finale. And the big fight at the end of it all is Forrest Griffin versus Stephan Bonnar for the contract. We also had Diego Sanchez versus Kenny Florian, a fight that is somewhat forgotten in the sort of history of the Ultimate Fighter. And they put on one of the great fights in UFC history up until that point. And as the story goes, the Spike executives went to the UFC executives right afterwards in the bowels of, I believe, the Thomas & Mack Center in Las Vegas and said, let's make a deal for season 2. It's one of the great moments in the history of the sport, and he was a part of it alongside Forrest Griffin. And who knows what happens to the sport, to the UFC, to the Ultimate Fighter if that fight doesn't deliver the way in which it did. As you probably know, and as you probably have seen, Forrest, obviously works for the UFC and was in a good spot. Big part of their plans with the PI and whatnot. Stephan, not so much. And it was really after, his PD transgression, if you will, it seemed like they started to distance themselves from him. And then over time, there were some pretty disturbing and unfortunate and heartbreaking videos of him and stories about his status and his health status, things that have happened to him over time that were starting to get really uncomfortable and alarming. And so it's heartbreaking to see what happened to him. It's heartbreaking to see him pass. Always a pleasure to cover. Always a great, esprit de vivre. Always, a fun interview. Always a fun fighter to watch. Always delivered. And I feel like, I was watching Dominique Foxworth of ESPN talk about the Damar Hamlin situation, which I will get to in a moment as well. And I saw him talking to, I think, Mina Kimes about how, this should be another reminder of what football players go through and how they put their bodies on the line and how they, they sacrifice a lot as far as their health, their safety for our entertainment. And how, and Dominique Foxworth was the head of the Players Association for, I believe, 5 years, the NFLPA. And how they get, they get taken care of for 5 years, and then that's pretty much it, and you kind of sail off into the sunset. And I was like, man, 5 years. 5 years, I wish MMA fighters were taken care of for 5 minutes post-UFC. 5 minutes. They're not taken care of for 5 seconds post-UFC. And the reason I zero in on the UFC is because they are the biggest and most successful and most profitable brand. And they're the ones who continue to tell us that they want to be treated as a sports league. And that's what sports leagues do. Sports leagues with associations, with unions, take care of their own, take care of the former players. In this case, it would be the former fighters. The UFC is structured very much differently than boxing. Boxing's much different. UFC, in my opinion, should take care of its legends. And this is exhibit 5,991, why I think the fighters need to have a collective voice, why they need to collectively bargain, because guess what? A lot of these guys that we're seeing walk away, retire, don't have a lot to show for it. You see active fighters get mad at Jake Paul for killing off the legends, so to speak, for picking on the legends, failing to recognize that Jake Paul is the only pension plan that UFC fighters currently have. And it's not going to last very long. And so a guy like Stephan Bonnar had no one to take care of him, and others have no one to take care of him. And, I don't want to get too into the Phil Baroni story that is developing, and we're not quite sure about the details, but there's another guy who had no one to take care of. And we are going to see more and more as the UFC reaches 30 years, young. We're going to see these guys who fought in the heyday of the sport in the late 2000s. Unfortunately, I'm sorry for the spoiler, I'm sorry for the bad news, fall on hard times. Are they all going to end up, dead? I don't know. I don't think so. I hope not. But I can assure you there are going to be many, many, many more heartbreaking, disappointing, gut-wrenching, bone-tingling stories that are going to come out. It's just the nature of the sport. It's the nature of what they do. It's the nature of, the sacrifices they make, and there is no one to take care of them. Now, you fight once in the UFC, should you be taken care of? No, obviously not. That's impossible. You fight 15 times, just like there's this tiered system for the Venom deal, and prior to that, the Reebok deal. Why can't there be a pension for that? Why can't there be, hey, you fought 15 times, we take care of you for X years. You fought 20 times, we take care of you for X years. You fought 25 times, why can't that be in place? At least something. Because we've seen some horrible stories, and we've seen some great rebound stories. Like Mark Coleman is a great story that could have ended horribly, but he's fighting and he's progressing, and he's trying to make his life better. And he's a great success story, but there's a lot of heartbreaking stories. And so that's what I thought of when I heard about Stephan Bonnar. I heard about his, I was reminded of his impact. I was reminded of our conversations. I was reminded of the interviews. I was reminded of the fights. I was reminded of the Ultimate Fighter finale. I was reminded about all of this. But the one thing that people didn't want to bring up, and I understand, and there's been enough time, I think, that has passed since, is the stuff that, we saw the last few years, and how it seemed like he was begging for help, and how it seemed like he wasn't getting that help. And that's heartbreaking. And I don't want to see more of that. And I wish that there was a system in place where these fighters who put so much on the line for us, for entertainment, get something on the way out. Get some sort of parting gift, some sort of protection, some sort of soft landing, if you will, to at least get them on their way. Because guess what? When that last fight happens, you put your gloves in the freaking ring, there's nothing else. Nothing else is coming. It's it. That's it. It's done. There's no pension. There's no you served 10 years for us, 10 fights. There's none of that. Think about that for a second. Think about that when you talk about your favorite fights and your favorite fighters and 15 years ago, 20 years ago, and some of the guys that we all grew up watching. Think about that. Heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking. And I don't want to see more stories like the ones that are coming out, and I'm afraid that we are going to see them. And I hate to freaking say that. And so I'll say, rest in peace, Stephan Bonnar. Thank you so much for the memories. Thank you so much for the fights. I can't even believe I'm looking at that picture. Stephan Bonnar, the American Psycho. Without him, maybe we're not even talking about MMA right here on a show called the MMA Hour. That's no hyperbole. His legacy, his impact will go far beyond his days, and we can't forget him. And we have to keep reminding you all about these legends, about these people, because there's a lot of people, ESPN era fans, Conor McGregor era fans, who don't know about Stephan Bonnar, who don't know about Mark Coleman, who don't know about Don Fry, who don't know about the people who built this freaking house, and who probably aren't going to be remembered come the 30th anniversary, who should be remembered come the 30th anniversary, who deserve more than a 2-minute package, who deserve more than a 30-second graphic, that deserve more. They deserve more, and their families deserve more. Rest in peace, Stephan Bonnar. Tough stretch. I'm seeing the stories about the Phil Baroni situation. I'm hoping they aren't true. I'm going to leave that at that for now. But if not, horrific stuff and a very depressing time for the sport. We'll continue on the sport in a moment, but one other thing I wanted to get off my chest, as this is sort of like, a therapy session, if you will, before we get to the fun stuff that is the award show. You all probably heard about the Damar Hamlin situation, the accident, the injury, the heartbreaking scenes on Monday. And here's what I wanted to say about it. And obviously this isn't an MMA story, but it's a story that is very near and dear to my heart. I am not a football fan. I'm not. I'm not a football fan in the sense that I'm sitting down to watch the Titans and the Jaguars. I'm not a football fan who watches the Raiders and the Chiefs. I don't even watch the playoff games, to be honest. I'm a Buffalo Bills fan. I've always been a Buffalo Bills fan. What is this? What are you telling me, Frank?
Oh,
I'm in the middle.
that was earlier.
Okay.
Oh, it just now popped up because my computer is messed up.
Is there something I need to know?
Just ignore the buzzing sound.
What? But I don't hear anything.
Thank God.
I'm not a football fan. I'm a Buffalo Bills fan. I love the Buffalo Bills. You all know this about me. And so I don't, like, on Monday, I was watching Monday Night Football. That's the first time that I heard Joe Buck and Troy Aikman call a game on ESPN. I had not watched a Monday Night Football game. Did I watch? Were Titans, Bills? That might have been Monday night. Were they on that call? But I think that was like a double header. And so they got the first. I'm pretty sure that was the first one because if memory serves me correct, it was a double header. Maybe not. Point is, I ain't watching anything if it's not involving the Bills. And so I know who Damar Hamlin is. I know who he is. I know he's number 3. I know he has dreadlocks. I know he's from Pitt. I know he's a second-year guy. I know he's a starter because Micah Hyde got injured. I like him very much. And so when I saw that scene develop on Monday night, it was heart-wrenching. And just like most of us, I thought he was going to pop up. Or at least, at the very least, and at hopefully at the worst, get carted off, thumbs up, all good. And then it started to drag, and then it started to go on and on and on and on. And then you see the faces, and then you see the tears, and then you see the shock, and then you see the stalling, and then you see the ambulance, and then you hear about the CPR and the stretcher. And it was one of the worst things that I've ever seen on live television. Makes you not want to watch football. It makes you not want to be a fan. Makes you question why you like violent things. Makes you feel bad. It made me feel like guilty to a degree, but also made me feel horrible for this young man who, by all accounts, is a great person, an incredible leader, a role model. You've seen the stories about his toy drive, and it's at 6 million, and that's incredible. And then the stories start to pop up. And again, if this would have happened to a safety on the Titans or the Jets or the Dolphins or the Patriots, I wouldn't probably know who he is. I know who the big guys are. I know who Pat Mahomes is and Tom Brady and, Zach Wilson. I know who these people are. But I don't know who the safeties are. I know I know who Taron Johnson is. I know who Micah Hyde is. I know who Jordan, because that's my team. So watching it was extremely personal, and I happened to be watching with my kids, and then I told them to go to bed because I didn't want them to watch it anymore. And it's just a horrible thing. And now we're starting to see more updates start to trickle in, and maybe there's some hope. And I don't really know how to feel about the whole thing, and I don't really know, honestly, how they even continue. I don't know how they come back on Sunday and play the Patriots. I don't know if they have to go back to Cincinnati and play that game. I don't know how they do that. They're human beings like all of us, and they just saw their close friend and teammate have to be resuscitated on the field playing the sport that they play. I don't know how you get over that. I don't know. But they're probably stronger than I am, and maybe are able to compartmentalize. All I want to say is this. The great people of Western New York are so inspiring, and they have been through a lot over the past few months. From the shooting at the grocery store to the deadly storms of the last couple months, and in particular over the holidays where people have actually died as a result of these storms. To this situation, I know the Pegula family has been going through their own health issues as well. The wife of the owner, their co-owners, Kim Pegula, they've been through a lot. And golly, man, I'm just hoping that, they have more things to be happy about, because I got to go to Buffalo in October, as I told you all. And these are, incredibly hospitable people. They are beautiful souls, and they love their football team more than anything. And their football team is an escape, especially in these winter months. And man, oh man, no one deserves good things more than them. And I just pray, not even for myself as a lifelong Bills fan, if they can get one good moment in February, it would be so great. It would be so great. And so I just want to say, like, my heart goes out to the Damar Hamlin family and to the whole team and to the organization and to his friends, to his colleagues, to his teammates, to his family members, to everyone involved. And my heart also goes out to Western New York. It's been a crazy, crazy time. It has been a crazy, crazy time. And I've never really seen anything like that. We've seen some scary injuries. We've seen some horrific things on the field of play. I'll never forget Reggie Lewis in 1992 collapsing. That has always been ingrained in my mind. But I will also, and unfortunately, and we pray to God that it doesn't turn out the same way. And I'm hopeful about these positive reports today. I will never forget Damar Hamlin collapsing, watching that live, and I just wish the best for the kid. And I think I speak for everyone when I say I pray that he gets to wake up and see the outpouring of love and support that he has received over the last few days. He deserves that, and I can't think of a better way to end this. Like, imagine he can wake up and recover, and who knows if he plays again, but to see the love that he has received from all walks of life, to see the outpouring of support, to see the donations would be an incredible thing. So I'd be remiss, as a lifelong Bills fan, as a human being, as a sports fan, whatever. My heart goes out to the Hamlin family and to the whole Bills organization, and I am just praying, and I can't stop thinking about him, and I can't stop thinking about his family, and I can't stop thinking about his mother, who had to ride to the hospital with him and who had to witness that all. Can't stop thinking about all of that, and I'm just refreshing Twitter constantly, hoping for positive news and positive updates. So keep on fighting, Damar, and we are all thinking of you and all pulling for you. Okay. Stephan, Bonnar, Damar Hamlin, it's been a tough time. Let's transition to some fun news. Can we transition to some fun news? Guys, I don't know if you know this, but our last episode of 2022 had a much talked about interview. Did you know this, Frank? Did you know that there was an interview on the show that a lot of people are still talking about?
I think I did see that, yeah.
A lot of people were talking about it. A lot of people seem to enjoy it. A lot of people like to break it down and, do scorecards, sense have, and all that stuff. In case you don't know what I'm talking about our in-studio interview with one Dylan Danis. Now, back in November, we were talking about Dylan Danis, and I think we were talking about his weekend in Austin. There was a Misfits boxing event. There was an incident in the parking lot, this and that. And I remember the guy, I actually wasn't really planning on talking about it, but I remember the boys in the back wanted to talk about this fight that was made between one KSI and Dylan Danis. It was announced on the broadcast that they would be fighting on January 14th. And so they brought it up, and I gave you my initial sort of off-the-cuff feelings about it all. And I believe... Actually, no, I don't believe. I think we have the footage. Here's what I said about the announcement that Dylan Danis, MMA fighter, former BJJ practitioner who had not competed in a fight since June of 2019. Here's what I said about the announcement that he was going to fight KSI, the YouTuber, the influencer, the part owner of the great Prime energy drink. Here's what I said when we spoke about it on the Monday after the announcement in late November. Are we really talking about
not
this?
only the Dylan Danis
we are,
thing, but he also got a fight.
We are really talking about this.
Dylan Danis, first of all, I'm setting the line at minus 9,000. Fight doesn't happen. Dylan Danis versus KSI.
I think
I'll take that it does happen.
That seems fair. I'll say that.
This feels like a total farce of a fight. I don't even know why. KSI is actually a very popular guy. I don't even know why he's entertaining this. KSI versus four random dudes who
He's
come.
done two. He's done two already.
Yeah,
on one
no, I'm
night,
saying
by the way.
4
Yeah,
who,
now he has the
deliver
double.
my Uber Eats would do better and be more interesting than this. Dylan Danis has become the wet fart of combat sports. Like the thing that no one wants, the thing that you try to avoid, the thing that is just continuously embarrassing to everyone involved. That scene, first of all, the scene outside of MSG with Audie and Nate Diaz,
Yeah.
embarrassing. The scene outside the hotel or whatever it was with Anthony Taylor, embarrassing. The scene with KSI, embarrassing. The in-cage stuff, embarrassing. And you forget that at one point, this guy was very respected, or at least to a degree respected in the world of jiu-jitsu. And even when he came over to MMA, he was making some waves, this and that, and Bellator was promoting him. And all this is just so whack. And on the MMA Fighting Instagram, I wrote, when you guys posted, I saw that and I was like, oh, is this fake? Like, is this really going to happen? I wasn't watching it. I wrote why. I just wrote why. Dylan sent me a DM saying, stop being a bitch. And I was like, I don't even care to respond to you. You're a wet fart. I don't want anything to do with you. Ah, yes. And so that was back in November of 2022, of course, the previous year. And, I thought that we were not going to talk about it. I thought it would just fizzle out. Unfortunately for me, I was approached about having Dylan Danis in studio on this here program. And, I thought to myself, I don't really want anything to do with this. I don't want to be contaminated by the wet fart of combat sports, the wet fart of MMA. And so my instincts were to actually say no. But I asked my good friends in the back and they said, you know what? Just have a laugh, end the year on a high note. Why not? And then I thought to myself, you know what? Maybe there'll be a nice sort of redemption arc here. Maybe I can actually have a proper conversation with the guy and show people that, hey, in 2023, he's going to come back and this is going to be the redemption story to end all redemption stories. And he's going to rejuvenate his whole career and he's going to go out there and he's going to knock out KSI and then he's going to do this and that. And maybe I can actually show the world that this guy is likable, despite all the annoying tweets, despite all the lies, all this stuff. Maybe I can actually turn this guy into a babyface. Well, right off the bat, as you may recall, he didn't want to shake my hands, and that's a bitch move. You walk into someone's house, you shake their hand. And that, to me, set the tone for the entire interview. I did, face-to-face, say this to him about the prospects of him fighting KSI and my belief that he would not fight KSI. Let's take a look. Frank, what's the line of this fight actually happening? What did GC say at the beginning of the show?
It's going to happen.
It's going to happen. Frank says yes.
I'll pay for the pay-per-view.
Thank
Wow.
you.
See?
So you could go to his
See,
house. You guys
we're
can have a
not
little,
all bad. No, GC, what did we say? Plus 10,000? I don't know if you could.
You said plus 10,000.
Yeah, I did say plus 10,000.
Who do you
Close
think's gonna
enough. I think it was 9.
Careful.
If the fight happens,
Yeah. No, if it doesn't happen, who's going to win?
well, I'm trying to
Obviously.
just put the caveat.
You keep saying that.
I
You're
think-
supposed to be fucking hyping up the fight. You're supposed to be a journalist. You're just like
No.
against me.
No, I'm not against you.
Yeah, you are.
I just have my doubts that this fight.
Why?
I was being kind. You didn't
Have I
show
ever
up to,
pulled out a fight?
have you my didn't show up doubts. to the press conference.
Yeah, because fuck them.
Didn't show up to the press You would conference. think that Didn't you'd show up want to sell the fight. Didn't show up to the press conference. Didn't show up to the fight. One more clip for good measure. Here's what else Dylan had to say in his much talked about interview, which he is so proud of, which he's gone on a media tour about to tell the world that it's the most watched interview of ours of 2022. And guess what? When he does all these other interviews, he can't even break 150K. Hey, Dylan, newsflash for you. The reason why it has 1 million is because of me, you fucking asshole, not because of you. Play the clip, please. Why are you fighting KSI?
Because I'm going to make a fucking bag to fight a YouTube.
Well, what's a bag? Tell us.
It's a lot. I told you. It's more. When I
7
I
figures?
Yeah. I would
No.
say so. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see. Plus sponsorships, everything at the end of the day.
Why are
I'm gonna
people saying you're not going to show up?
Why wouldn't I show up? This is the stupidest thing ever.
Who are you training with?
Right now? I just train around different gyms.
You don't have a home?
No, not right now.
You don't have like a main head coach?
No.
Who's going to be your
I
guy?
coach myself. I don't need fucking help for kids.
You're not going to have a corner?
I don't know. Maybe we'll see.
Come on.
The case
You
is not
can't
good.
be that disliked.
Yeah.
No one wants to train with you?
No, it's not that. I just don't trust nobody right now.
Yeah, and that should have been all she wrote. That should have been the smoking gun. Don't have a coach? Think that your pad work is impressive? Come on, man. Don't show up to the press conference? Don't have any training partners? Foolish. shame on DAZN, shame on Misfits, shame on everyone who thought that this was actually going to happen. Now, they announced a replacement. KSI is fighting January 14th. I'm assuming this replacement's going to show up. I'm not familiar with his work on YouTube, but God bless. Better chance of him showing up. Better chance of fucking Sally down the block showing up rather than Dylan Danis. Better chance than the guy who delivered my Uber Eats of showing up than Dylan Danis. I told you all. And after that interview, and the guys could attest to this, I was down. I felt dirty. I felt legit dirty. I felt like I had wasted your time. I felt like I had wasted my time. I sat in front of a man with fake teeth who was constantly lying, making up shit. And then he went on other shows and lied and lied and lied and lied and actually thought, my friends, that he got the better of me in that interview and actually thought that we were back in each other's good graces and actually sent me multiple DMs after the show, after the interview, to be like, yo, bro, that was good shit, right? You know what I did every time I saw him pop up? Delete. And then he would delete, and then I would just delete the conversation. And then he reached out to friends, and he's like, is Ariel mad? Again, you lie in front of me or behind my back or on other shows, and I have zero respect for you. Zero. And so he came on here, and I thought we were going to have a nice conversation, and I thought we were going to break bread, and I thought we were going to mend fences. And what did he do? He lied. He lied about the state of our relationship. He lied about the state of his relationship. He lied about his intentions. I didn't think in that moment, sitting there, leaving that show, that he was going to fight. I don't believe he believed that he was going to fight. And what's the excuse? The excuse that we're told from Mams of Misfits was that he is underprepared. He doesn't have a team. He doesn't have a coach. He just came to this realization on January 4th, 10 days before the fight, that he doesn't have a team. He told us this on December the freaking 20th or 21st, whatever that date was. He told us this. Oh, and what else? Oh, he wasn't happy about the rehydration clause. He said to Chael Sonnen that there was a rehydration clause. Guess what? They scrapped the rehydration clause. There was no rehydration clause. He could have showed up at 220 pounds if he wanted to. And he went running. He went MIA. Wet fart, fake, phony, liar, wasting everyone's time. And if you're wondering, why are you going in on Dylan so bad? It's the same reason I go in on Brendan. It's the same reason I go in on Dana. It's the same reason I go on all these people. It's because I hate fucking liars. I hate liars. I don't, people pull out of fights all the time. People don't show up all the time. People don't, make their dates all the time. I don't like liars. And I don't like people who live in this freaking fantasy world and they think that just by tweeting shit and staying in the news makes you famous, makes you relevant, makes you popular. It doesn't. All right? He's a liar, and whatever roasting he's getting today, it's all well-deserved. Now, I need to talk to GC and New York Rick and Frank as well, because I need to collect my money. I heard on that clip, you guys said it was going to happen.
Yeah, cash it, minus 9,000. I can't remember the initial wager.
Whatever. What do you want it to be? $5? What's minus?
All right, $5 paying out at minus 9,000.
Yeah, but also if it's minus 9,000, is it also like a plus 10,000, or does it not work that way?
Well, it was fight 2 happen was plus 10,000, even though that would be an inaccurate line. But yes, cash the minus 9,000 tickets. I'll have your nickel for you whenever you're ready.
Please.
It was a great call by you. It was a great call.
You really believed it was going to happen.
I thought I think my favorite part is that I am on tape believing in Dylan Danis to show up to a fight, but I'm also in that ridiculous American garb for the World Cup, just to really hammer down how dumb I look in that situation.
I also think, and I don't want to, I'm sorry for throwing you further under the bus. I believe you said you were going to place a bet on Dylan Danis as well to back him in the fight, not only just to make it.
Did you place the bet?
No. I was ready to place the bet after the pad work video.
I will
really
say,
just a bad look all around for me.
I thought he was going to fight. I thought this was the one.
You all thought. Both of you. And Frank did too.
I mean,
Frank
I will no longer be buying the pay-per-view.
Frankie was ready to buy the pay-per-view.
Here's the scenario, right? KSI is not a great boxer. Let's just call it what it is.
Yeah.
Not a great boxer. If we're comparing of all the YouTube boxers, he's not great. Jake Paul's a significantly better boxer. KSI is not a great boxer. Dylan Danis has been training in martial arts for his entire life. He doesn't need to be that prepared to show up for this fight.
Agreed.
He walks into the ring and just fights, he will be fine. Will he win? I don't know. Probably not. That pad work looked pretty awful, and his striking's never.
He thought it looked good. Did you notice that part where I was like, yo, you're trolling
trapped
us,
him.
right?
You trapped
And then he's like, yeah, I was trolling you. I was like, what? What are you talking about?
But you trapped him into having to pretend that it wasn't for real. But he had in his head, he had to know, oh shoot, that is for real, and I'm in rough shape. But he could have shown up and just collected the check and collected the bag. I thought that there was no way that he just forfeits this opportunity to get the money, and somehow he did it.
What is worse in both of yours opinion? Not showing up to fight KSI, right? Who, as you said, is
He's fine.
of the less. I mean, he's not Jake Paul, right? Is that fair? Jake Paul beats him.
Fair.
Okay, so not showing up and having this excuse, not even making up an injury, like make up a fucking injury, bro. Like, let's say you tore your bicep or some shit. I don't know, or you really
we haven't really heard from him, to be fair.
Yeah, okay, go
This
on.
is coming from KSI's side of the fence.
Trust me. It's the accurate side of the fence.
Yeah.
Don't need two sources on this one, Bubba. All right, okay. What's better or what's worse, that or getting knocked out by KSI? Honest question. I've been debating this all morning.
Not showing up because of the preponderance of how many times this has happened now. This continues to happen. It is becoming overwhelming to the point like he is now the guy that cannot be trusted. Which is,
and we'll never know what would have happened either. Like, I feel like if you show up, you at least showed up to fight, and you got knocked out. Just not being there, and like everyone, you are testament to it. Everyone's saying that he was never going to show up in the first place, and then he goes through with not showing up. I think is the much worse.
I truly believe in my heart of hearts. I mean this when I say this. No matter how compromised he is, and I know he's dealt with knee issues and things in the past. No matter how compromised he is, if he showed up on January, 14th? What was the date of it?
Yeah, I had it circled on the calendar.
He would have been fine. He would have been competitive with KSI in a boxing match. It wouldn't have been pretty. Neither of them is I'm not writing home about either of them, but it would have been fine. He would have been in there, and it would have been fine, and he would have gotten paid. I'm not sure what the mental hurdle that he needs to cross is, but there's something off.
I don't even think he would have gotten knocked out. By the way,
Yeah,
I think he
so.
probably
It
would
would've
have.
been fine.
I think chances are he loses via decision.
Yep.
Just because the other dude is in better shape and has actively fought over the past year. It would have been, he could have then said, oh yeah, fight me in MMA. That's a real fight. He was already doing that shtick with Chael, and it was so hard to concentrate on the video because his big freaking fake teeth are just like sticking out there.
I think, look,
it's crazy to me that he pulled out of this. Crazy for a pro fighter to pull out of this, for a quote unquote pro fighter.
he has written a very big check, right? This entire, from the moment he got linked up with Conor McGregor until now, he has been writing the same check. It's this one check that is, I'm the bad guy, I'm going to play this up, I'm the heel, and he just continues to escalate it and escalate it and escalate it and escalate it. I imagine in his mind, the worst case scenario is he shows up there, he's underprepared, and he gets knocked out, and now the avalanche is as bad as you could assume, and the question that you're asking is which is worse. So that could happen. So he'd rather avoid that possibility, say, okay, I'll get the next one, but I'm not sure that he's ever going to get another one. Like, if you're somebody, can you rely on Dylan Danis to show up to the fight?
Actually, Mam said that and I saw his interview with the Misfits channel, and he was like, "How do you book him again?" And by the way, Bellator did take some money. I wonder if they're going to pay the money back, or maybe it wasn't transferred yet. And what I was told was like Coker was essentially saying like, "Yo, like, give us a little something just to let him fight because he's been such a pain in the ass, just so we could recoup some of the investment that we had in this dude." All right. If you're Bellator, how are you booking this guy? If you're anyone, how are you booking this guy?
That's the thing. If
Well,
you're anyone.
If you're Bellator, unlike this event, right, these boxing events, he was the headliner. He was the card. If you're Bellator, you throw him on the prelim somewhere, hope he shows up. If he doesn't show up, you got a backup ready to go, and you move on with your life. So I think it has to be as low stakes as possible. But he can absolutely not be booked to headline a card anymore at this point, right? It's just not possible. How could you trust it?
I can't wait for the stupid tweet that he's going to think is witty, that maybe Doug Crosby will help him ghostwrite. Because that is a thing, by the way. I said that. Doug Crosby did help him write tweets about me early last year, which, I mean, just sit on that one for a second.
That's just a crazy story line.
I can't wait to see how he spins this. Just an embarrassment. And I swear, I'm not lying. I was deep down, as I said to him, I believe deep down there's a good young kid there.
Yeah.
And there was a part of me that actually was pulling for him.
He's not that guy. He's really not. He is not the character he's portrayed, but now he's backed himself into a corner where he worked himself into a shoot, and he is
exactly it.
He is the character now, and he has no separation from it. But he's really not that guy. I mean, I see, like, I've even seen it just like a moment ago. I saw somebody tweeting about, like, they were at Marcelo's when he was coming up, and they looked up to him, and he was the guy, and he's just not that guy. It was teaming up with Conor McGregor, thinking he needed to craft this villain persona, be the bad guy. And now he's backed himself into a corner that he can't get out of, and it's unfortunate.
Worked himself into a shoot. Very well said. In retrospect, the worst thing to happen to him was probably the Conor thing. Not because
Probably.
it was, I mean, I get why Conor did it, and it made sense. It's just that he then, like, freaking ingested all of this hype and then started to believe that he was Conor, as big as Conor and all this stuff. And it was like, oh, sort of wink, wink, nudge, nudge funny when he would say he was the highest paid guy in Bellator, but we didn't actually think that he was believing this shit. Now I just think, again, he's the puppy who lost his way. Like, he doesn't even know what to believe at this point. Yep. And it's a sad state of affairs when you have to have your head on a swivel, where you don't have a team, you don't have a coach, where you're like looking if people are coming after you. Like, who wants to live like that? No one wants to live like that. And it's all very avoidable, but he brings this upon himself. So,
yeah, and for what? Like, he has to live like that for what? I mean, there's nothing, like a few Twitter followers.
Right. I couldn't believe that he left that interview thinking that it was a good representation of him, and B, that he got the best of me. I couldn't believe it.
One look at the comments or tweets or anything, and you can.
People actually liked it. People were like, "Oh, this is great. They should make a Danis and Helwani show." I'm like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" What? Like, I have had to question the sanity of a lot of people online over the last week or so. I mean, that's another example.
But this is one of the problems related to Dillon Danis, which is everybody is in a rush to talk about how irrelevant Dillon Danis is, but they continue to talk about Dillon Danis. If he's truly irrelevant, don't say his name.
Okay, but then you can say that to me, right? Say that to me, at me, right? But here's the thing. I haven't talked about him. I only had to talk about him because this was... No, but it is. Because I am saying he's irrelevant. You are talking about me. I am saying he's irrelevant. And yet, here I am spending 20 minutes on him. But the reason I'm spending 20 minutes on him is because I had to fucking stare at him for an hour and a half, and he pissed me off with every single comment that he said. Like, really annoyed me.
Yeah. Fair enough. But first of all, you're not alone, right? There is an entire universe of people, the MMA community, which is like, oh boy, I'm not surprised. Oh boy, I don't want to see any more about Dillon Danis. But they are telling you they do want to see more about Dillon Danis. It's counterintuitive to their actual interests. Look, whatever Dillon Danis says next is going to be very crucial. I don't imagine it's going to be well crafted. If I'm being honest, he hasn't taken many good steps so far. But this is going to be very crucial, and then he might just go away. I don't see how somebody gives him an opportunity other than Bellator, who has him under contract, could do it low risk. You put him somewhere on a card. If he shows up, great. If he doesn't, great.
I highly doubt he's going to go away.
No, I think he might show up on another one of these like influencer things. Maybe he fights freaking Anthony Taylor. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. But when he told me he doesn't have a team, doesn't have a coach, I was like, all right, this guy's not taking this seriously, and as expected. All right, enough about Dillon Danis. They're fighting on January 14th. Stay right there because the last thing I want to talk about before we get to the awards, which I'm very much looking forward to, and I think the guys are as well. Everyone's looking forward to the awards. It's the most prestigious award show in sports. We have to talk about Dana White. And so I have to be honest with you guys. This one has been a bit of a struggle for me mentally. And if you recall, I said when the Paddy Pimblett, Dana White interview powwow thingy came out, I said on this show, boy, am I happy it came out on a Wednesday because I was able to respond to it right away. Truth be told, I was happy that we didn't have a show the following day after this came out or the following few hours because my feelings on how to talk about this, whether to talk about it, how to address it, continue to change. But I've landed on a spot, obviously, because I'm here and I'm going to talk about it. In case you don't know, in case you've been away or living under a rock, here are the actual facts. On Monday night, January 2nd, at 7:24 p.m. Pacific time, Eastern time, 4:24 Pacific time, TMZ posted an article with the headline, Dana White nightclub fight with wife on New Year's Eve. Dana says, quote, "There's no excuse." There's a minute or so video of an altercation, if you want to put it that way, between Dana White and his wife, and who has been largely in the shadows throughout his tenure as UFC president. Don't hear much from her, don't see her much, if at all, over the past 20 or so years. But in the video, you see them at a club and you see them talking very briefly. Then you see first his wife slap him. Then you see he retaliates and slaps her once. It's unclear what happens next. It looks like a second slap. It looks like some holding. But what we know for sure is there is 1,000% a slap from his wife, and then he slaps her back, and then there's like a little bit of a brouhaha, and then the clip ends. So we're not really quite sure what happens afterwards. But it's clear as day what happens before that. It's a shocking video, and it's a disturbing video, and it's quite frankly an embarrassing video, right? No one wants to be caught on camera doing anything anywhere near that. What was so interesting about the TMZ thing was it comes out Monday night. You know, we've talked about timing of stories coming out. The classic Friday night news drop. We talked about that with the Krause story. There's a massive football game about to be played. There's the Rose Bowl. Is that all? This happened New Year's Eve, they said, so it's a day and a half later. Is this all happening? Is this all getting dropped at this time so it gets buried? Who knows? But what was so interesting about it was, excuse me, you get the video, and usually how these things are, you get the video and maybe you say reach out for comment, but there's nothing really immediate. It's followed by just a few graphs down, an actual interview with Dana White. And that's followed by a statement from his wife. This is not common, but hey, they did their journalistic duty and they got this footage and they reached out for comment, and there's nothing actually wrong with that. And so then you watch the video and you read the statement, and it's still up, obviously. And if I'm being 100% honest, I actually think that if you scrap out all the questions and the back and forth, I actually think Dana handled it as best as he could. He didn't offer any excuses. He didn't blame X, Y, and Z. He said, "I'm going to have to deal with this. I'm going to have to deal with the comments. I've been one who has said in the past, this is a tough thing to come back from." I actually thought that he owned up to it. Now, most people don't get that benefit. They don't get the benefit of getting a chance to own up to it right away so that the headlines then become Dana White apologizes, as opposed to Dana White and wife get into fight. Dana White slaps wife after she slaps him. Anything of that sort, the headlines then became Dana White apologizes, which to me wasn't the news. The news was what happened in the clip. All right, fair enough. What was embarrassing about the interview, what was embarrassing about the interview was the way TMZ handled it. Now, we know TMZ and Dana White are in cahoots, and I've talked about TMZ on this show before, but Harvey and the other guy sitting there and being, "Oh, Dana, we hear that this is a place where alcohol flows. And Dana, do you even remember anything?" They were offering him softballs. They were offering him outs, and he actually wasn't taking them. So actually, I'd say kudos to him on that regard. Kudos to him for not taking the outs that they were offering. Their behavior in that interview, to me, was quite frankly embarrassing. They were trying to say, "Hey, Dana, we're going to put this out. We're going to give you a chance to respond. We're going to treat you very, 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 very nicely with kid gloves, and you're going to come out looking and smelling like roses." The truth is, in that interview, in that clip, he said what he had to say, and I think he did a good job of not making excuses and owning up to it. Those two guys, to me, were embarrassing. They were trying so hard to help him and to offer him these layups that they embarrassed themselves. All right, so he says that he does the interview, and then the story, is kind of sitting at a, I don't know, on a scale of 1 to 10, it's kind of sitting at a 3 or 4. It feels like it might be rising a little bit now. Obviously, what happened Monday night in the football game dominated the headlines. But now it feels like something's happening. And a lot of people have been asking me my thoughts on this. A lot of shows have been asking me to come on. And as I said, this has been a tough one for me. And I don't, even up until this very second, I'm not quite sure what I'm going to say, because I can't hide from the fact that my relationship with Dana White, or lack thereof, is extremely personal. And it's largely personal, I would argue, because of him. He has made it very personal. He has crossed the line multiple times. Now, I cover him, and I cover his business, and I cover his organization, but I've never talked about him the way he has talked about me. And I hope that you can now understand, people. I hope that you can now understand why it is so surreal for me, why it is so mind-blowing for me to hear a person like that, like him, talk about me the way in which he spoke about me in front of Patty Pimblett, with the words that he used, the insults that he used, the disrespect in the words, how insulting they were, how mind-blowing it is for someone like me who tries to live a good life, who tries to be a good person, who tries to be the best human being, husband, father, citizen that he could be, to hear someone like that speak about me the way in which he speaks about me. Do you know how fucking crazy that is? Do you know how fucking crazy it is to hear a person with his morals, with his ethics, talk about me like that? And what I said to some people after hearing that back in December was, it's actually reassuring. Because when you call someone a piece of shit, when you call someone a low-life scumbag, when you call someone those names, that means that you believe they are essentially the complete opposite of you. Right? Because no one thinks that they are a piece of shit, a low-life, a scumbag, all that stuff. No one thinks that of themselves, right? Usually, if you're a normal human being. When you call someone that, you say they are basically the opposite. They do things, they behave, they are the extreme opposite of me. And so if Dana White thinks that of me, I actually feel like I'm in a pretty good spot. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, like, 2 negatives equal a positive. You get what I'm trying to say? And so that is reassuring. He thinks that of me. That means I'm doing things right. And then you see this video, and then you see him striking a woman who is his wife, who is the mother of his children. And you start to think to yourself, like, how am I going to handle this? How am I going to talk about this? Because this is personal. He has made it personal. I've tried to repeatedly, take the high road and not make it personal. But I can't not talk about this. I can't not weigh in on this. Because if this was John Jones, if this was Conor McGregor, if this was Amanda Nunes, if this was Rose, if this was any fighter in MMA on the UFC roster, we would talk about it. Just as we've talked about John Jones and Conor McGregor and other people who have had ugly moments. We've talked about them. So why would we shy away from this one? I'll be honest. I even had my family members say, like, don't talk about it. Take the high road. Take a pass on this one. And then I thought to myself initially, yeah, maybe they're right. It's family business, right? It's family business. But then I thought to myself, this is not a private matter. This is a public matter because it happened in the public sphere, and it's on camera, and he spoke about it on camera in an interview on the record. And he's the most powerful and most famous person in the sport, and he is the face of the sport. And so I do have to talk about it, and I will talk about it. And so my thoughts on the video and the incident and the aftermath are as follows. First of all, I can't believe that there are people online that are actually defending Dana White's actions. I can't believe that there are fans, fighters, pundits, if you want to call that, defending Dana White. And guess what? If you don't see them, you're not looking hard enough, because they're there. Defending Dana White's actions and saying that because he was slapped first, it's all good. All's fair. Equal rights. Excuse me, where I come from, you get slapped by a woman 10 times, you walk away. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if that to you feels like I don't believe in equal rights, then fine. Because to me, equal rights is treating women fairly, treating women like we want to be treated. Women get paid the same, get the same opportunities. That's equal rights. You chauvinistic pigs, that's equal rights. Striking a woman, who, by the way, is not just any random woman, because you got struck first, no, that's not how this goes. And anyone who is saying that, shame on you. It is completely, absolutely embarrassing that anyone is defending this. And you know what's even more embarrassing about it all? He's not even defending it. He's not even defending his actions. He's not even offering excuses. But you have fighters rushing to Twitter, rushing to social media to defend striking a woman, to defend striking a woman, to defend striking your spouse. What? What kind of fucking crazy world are we living in? What kind of crazy fucking sport is this? In what universe is this okay? It's not okay. And guess who believes it's not okay? The guy that you are defending. The guy that you are defending. Dana White, there's a lot of material, and I could have done the whole song and dance where we offered receipts. I could have done that where I played the clips. I could have done the whole thing. I'm not going to do that because I do want to tread lightly here because this is somewhat personal. But here's the bottom line. 2014, Dana White is talking about a domestic violence situation involving Ray Rice, the former Baltimore Raven. He was asked how he would handle this situation. He said, quote, "We've been human beings and letting these guys, other guys, make up for what they've done and come back. There's one thing that you never bounce back from, and that's putting your hands on a woman. Been that way in the UFC since we started here. You don't bounce back from putting your hands on a woman." End quote. He said that. That's his quote. It's on camera. You can find it. And so my question to all of you is, why does he get to bounce back? Why does he get to bounce back? He said it himself. You don't bounce back from hitting a woman, from putting your hands on a woman. And let's be honest, they have let other people bounce back since then. Most notably, John Jones, who was involved in his own domestic violence situation in September of 2020. And now we're talking about him fighting in a big fight. And there are so many others. Abel Trujillo, the late Anthony Johnson, Luis Pena. Now, usually what happens in the UFC when it comes to these issues, depending on where you are in the pecking order, if you're below, a certain line, you will get released, you will be reprimanded. If you're at a certain level, you'll usually get, you'll get away with it, scot-free. If the UFC, if they do nothing here, and let me be clear, as I've said before, I am not a fan of cancel culture. I'm not a fan of, you make one mistake or something like that, whatever you want to call it, and you're done for life. You're erased from history. But I am a fan of accountability. I am a fan of, having to pay for your actions. Just because you're not a fan of cancel culture doesn't mean you're not a fan of accountability. Like, there has to be some repercussions. I'm a fan of that. What kind of message are you sending the fighters on your roster, the employees who work for you, if you can be caught on camera striking a woman, which again, I believe full stop, it doesn't matter if you got struck 10 times. You don't strike a woman. That's just the way I believe. That's the way I was brought up. Those are my values. What kind of message are you sending to your fighters, to your employees, if that goes unpunished? If that goes away without any repercussion? What kind of message is that? Because I can assure you it will happen. It happens in other sports. It's happened in boxing very, very recently. Look up Gervonta Davis. What happens then when the next guy does something or gal does something and now you are being faced with a situation where you have to punish them? What happens then? If you got away with it, how could you punish them? Now you're just a hypocrite if you don't do anything. All that being said, asking me right now, face to face, mano a mano, do I believe something's going to happen? The answer is no. I do not believe anything is going to happen. Endeavor has been silent. Reporters have asked the UFC for a comment on this. They have said, I shit you not, refer to the TMZ article. This is a major league sports organization telling reporters to refer to a TMZ article for further comment on the president of the company involved in something like this. Are you kidding me? I mean, you want another indication of where we sit, of who we are? Refer to a TMZ article? Really? That's the response? So no, I don't think that anything is going to happen. I would be shocked if something did happen. This is going to get, quietly swept under the rug, and it'll be business as usual. Now, I've seen some media people write about this. I would urge you to read the majority of them. I thought Jed Meshew of MMA Fighting put out a great article earlier this morning, an honest and fair article earlier this morning, and I would urge you to read that. I saw Kevin Ioli's article of Yahoo Sports. We know Kevin's relationship. We know who he is as a reporter. He suggested that Dana go away for a month. Let me ask you something. If Dana went away for a month, would anyone notice? Would anyone notice? No. No one would notice. What is that? That's a cop-out. That's you just saying, hey, everyone, here I am being this, real, tough guy. I'm going to stand up for what's right, but I'm really going to give my guy a pass. No. Either you're going to stand up for what's right or you're going to give him a pass. You can't do both. All right? You can't do both. If Dana White went away for a month, no one would notice. What? He wouldn't show up to the press conference in Brazil? Chances are he wasn't going to that fight anyway. He doesn't go to those who cares? That's the repercussion? No, you have to tell your employees, your fighters, that this type of stuff doesn't fly. And it's not just about being like, yo, mea culpa, I messed up. We were married for 30 years. It's all good in the hood. No, that to me isn't enough. That to me isn't enough. If you want to know, and I'll never, ever, 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 ever get over this. If you want to know what Dana White and the UFC truly think about domestic violence, look no further than January of 2019, the very first show on ESPN. Look no further than that show. Still to this day, I can't believe, and I bet there are new fans who don't even know that this happened. Greg Hardy, with his past, with his resume, with his rap sheet, with his history of domestic violence, Greg Hardy was put on the first ESPN card. That alone was shocking to me. Brooklyn, New York, Barclays Center, the big debut on ESPN Plus and ESPN National, massive. That alone was shocking to me, that they would put Greg Hardy, of all people, who had no business being in the UFC, let alone fighting on the first ESPN card in such a massive moment in the history of the sport. That alone was shocking. But you know what was even more freaking shocking? And you know what said it all about how they feel about these sorts of things, is that they put him on the same card as Rachel Ostovich, who some 3, 4, 5 weeks earlier, less than that, was involved in her own domestic violence situation. She was the victim. She was the victim of a domestic violence situation. And they put her, this poor young woman who had to overcome that, who I spoke to a couple of weeks later, who was dealing with a lot of trauma, on the same freaking card as Greg Hardy. That alone should tell you what they think of domestic violence and how tone deaf. And I used that same word on my one and only appearance on First Take in January of 2019. And I said, as an ESPN employee, knowing very well that this might cost me, I said this was a tone deaf decision by everyone involved. ESPN should have stepped in. UFC should have never made it happen. Some adult in the room should have said, you know what? Maybe we should put Greg Hardy on the card in 2 weeks. Maybe we should separate these two. Maybe we shouldn't put the guy with his rap sheet on the same card as the person who was just assaulted by a loved one a few weeks ago. Maybe that's not the best look for the cage fighting organization. And I said it, and I got blasted by Dana on TMZ, and I was told to keep my mouth shut, and I was told to take the high road. As I've said before, High Road Helwani, dead. Don't have to worry about that anymore. Thank the high heavens, because you can imagine what we would be doing now if it was me working over there during these times. Look at that. Look at the way it's been covered. Go look. And compare that, by the way, to the way other domestic violence situations have been covered. By the mainstream. By them. By people that I respect. But this is what they expect from us. This is what they expect from MMA, from cage fighting, from the UFC, from Dana White. We are not held to the same standard. You see, that's the thing. They talk about all these things about other owners, about boxing, about promoters, and they always hold the UFC and Dana White to a different standard because we're the fun thing on Saturday night that you do with your friends, that you bet and you gamble and you eat your pizza and your wings and you drink your beer and then you go to the real stuff on Sunday and then Monday and we're kind of like the Vice on the side. So we don't get, the same type of criticism because they don't actually think that highly of the sport and the particulars and the players in the sport. And so it's not going to dominate until it becomes a really, 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 really big thing. But just look at the coverage today because I saw the coverage today and it was all, kid gloves and this and that. I can guarantee you if this was someone in his position in any other sport, in any other league, and I hate the comparison to the commissioner because he ain't a commissioner, he's an owner. I can guarantee you if it was any other sports owner, any other executive, he would be raked over the coals. He would be, it would be completely different. You don't need me to tell you that. You don't need me to tell you that. But that's the way they view the sport. That's the way they view the organization. That's the way they view him. The outrage isn't going to be the same if it's expected. And when I say expected, I don't mean, we expect this guy to be someone who hits his wife. We just don't hold him in the same regard. We just don't hold him to that same high standard. He's the fight promoter guy. This is the crazy cage fighting sport. It's okay. Guess what? It's not okay because we treat this like a real sport. We treat this like they treat the NFL. We treat this like they treat the NBA, MLB. This is not okay. It's not. And it's not okay for the UFC to be silent about it, and it's not okay for Endeavor to be silent about it, and it's not okay for the fighters to be defending it. None of it is okay. This behavior is not okay. And it doesn't matter if it was someone who is fighting for 10 and 10 or an executive at the very top, because I could guarantee you if it was me, I'd be done. And I can guarantee you if it was me, the things that he would be saying about me would be a hell of a lot less diplomatic than what I'm saying about him right now. Because as I told you back in December, all the things that he says about me, times 10. Times 10. But I'll bite my tongue for a little longer. I hope you recognize just how tough it is to hear someone like that speak of me like that, the way in which he does, knowing that's who he is. And I'm reminded of the same quote that I used during the early days of the pandemic about the organization, about him, and I had to dance around it considering who I was working for. I'm reminded of the late, great Dennis Green, who once said about the Chicago Bears when he was the coach of the Arizona Cardinals, they are who we thought they were. He is who we thought he was. He is who I know who he is. I hope you understand now, because I said it back then and I'll say it again. He is who I know he is. Y'all can keep defending him. Y'all can keep defending him. You can keep defending the actions. You could keep defending the way that they treat fighters. You could keep doing that. And I'll still be here talking about the sport, and I love the sport, and I love the fighters. I can't believe that you are defending this. Shame on all of you who are defending this. Shame on every single one of you. Shame on every single fighter who's defending this. Shame on TBS if they're going to air that slap fighting league. And last I checked, you click on the link, it doesn't even go to anything anymore. So who the hell knows? Can you script it any worse? Shame on TBS if that's what you're going to do. Shame on TBS if you're going to air a slap fighting league, and shame on anyone who picks it up afterwards. After that, really? And they've stayed quiet as well. Shame on anyone who's covering that, honestly. Shame on all of you. That's not sport. Shame on Nevada for sanctioning that. Nevada, who doesn't sanction BKFC, they sanction that? You're kidding me? No defense? Shame on the fighters that have to take part in it. Shame on all of them. Alcohol flowed. Do you remember anything from that night? Shame on everyone. Shame on everyone for just letting this slide, because you wouldn't let it slide if it was someone else. And so I don't know what is going to happen. I'm not even advocating for anything. Again, there needs to be repercussions. There needs to be accountability. I don't think there will be. Prove me wrong. Color me surprised. I don't know. I don't know what is going to happen. But to me, if you want to know my stance on it, you don't touch a woman. You don't touch the mother of your kids. You don't touch your wife. You don't touch anyone. You walk away, and there's no excuse. Even though they tried to offer him excuses, there are absolutely no excuses. And as he said, you don't bounce back. And I agree. It's pretty freaking hard to bounce back. I remember Chris Albrecht, head of HBO, who didn't bounce back when he got into an altercation with his girlfriend, I believe it was, when they were in Las Vegas for a fight, and that actually wrecked the HBO UFC deal. He didn't bounce back from that. Didn't bounce back from that. I saw Dana White talking recently about John Skipper and how he got, blackmailed for his cocaine use. He lost his job. He had to walk away. There are repercussions. What are the repercussions here? What are the repercussions here? Where's the accountability? Why the silence? That's what I want to know. Why the silence? And so I'll say one last thing on all of this, and then we could put all of this to bed and we could get to the awards. As I said, it's been way too personal. And it has reached levels that I never thought in a million years that it would reach. And I've debated in my mind over the last few days if I go to a certain place, and I'm not going to go to a certain place. I'm not going to go to a certain place because this ultimately isn't about me, and I don't want it to be about me, but it needs to be about the sport. It needs to be about who is leading this sport and who is involved in this sport and the way in which people view the sport. And so I'm not going to go to a certain place. But I will say this. Of all the things that Dana White has said about me, all the lies, all the insults, all the bullshit, all the nonsense, all the mean, vitriolic, disgusting things that he has said about me, for what? Side note, for what? For breaking some news? For getting it right? For not kissing his ass? For not cupping his balls? For what? Of all the things that he has said, there has only been one. There has only been one that has stuck with me, that hurt me right here, that made me think a certain way, that was like a spear in the heart. There has only been one that has stayed with me, that I can hear it in my brain. And that was back in 2016. That was back after the UFC 199 incident. That was a couple days after the unbanning. And Dana was on UFC Filtered with Norton and Sarah, and he was talking about this whole thing, and he was saying that I was, throwing a pity party for myself, and they were making fun of me, and he was talking about how I was a scumbag and a this and a that, and making and perpetuating these lies. And in the interview, which I'm not going to play, he was making fun of the fact that when I spoke about it on this show in a different studio, I got very emotional. And this is the one thing that when I saw it and when I heard it, I was like, fucking hell, I can't believe he went there. I can't believe he went to this level. I can't believe he stooped so low. Because again, you don't like me as a journalist, you don't like me as a host, you don't like me as a newsbreaker, fine. But you don't go to a certain level. That's what I've always believed. And that's what I've always tried to hold on to, no matter what, even though so many others have tried to make it personal. And in the interview with those guys, if you want to call it an interview, they were talking about me crying, and he said something to the effect of like that I look like a wuss, and your kids are going to see that. Your kids are going to see that one day. And how embarrassed they would be by seeing their father cry, by seeing their father get emotional, after he was just, verbally assaulted, after other shit has happened, after he was told his career was over, after he was told that there was a bullet in his head, that he was done. Your kids are going to see that. And I could not believe that he would go to that level, that he would talk about my family. That has stuck with me since 2016. That has always remained with me. That's the kind of person that he is. You don't talk about people's families. You don't talk about people's kids. You don't talk about any of that. That has always stuck with me. What are your kids going to say about that? And I'll be honest with you, when he said it, I thought to myself, what are my kids going to say about this? And I know what my kids are going to say. I know what they're going to say. I know forever that they're going to say that, I stood up for myself and I told the truth and all that stuff. I have nothing to be ashamed of. I have nothing to hide. But I've never forgotten it. And so on this day, I'll raise the same freaking question that he raised about me back in 2016. What are your kids going to say about you? What are your kids going to say about your legacy, about the way you treat fighters, about the way you treat people, about your business practices? What are your kids going to say about that video? What are your kids going to say about the kind of person that you are? What are your kids going to say about you? Ask yourself that fucking question. What are your kids going to say about you? Awards coming up. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in a second. It's an incredible friendship that is now back. Look at this. Wow.
Wow.
Are my eyes deceiving
Look
me?
at this guy.
Look,
Wait a second.
we got to hug, brothers. Got to hug. Look at this.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. Look, dude, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't ever try to pick me up. That's enough, man.
I'm so happy. Look
That's
at
enough.
this. Daniel Corbin, everyone.
Hey, Ariel. Vida Vandridova.
Yo, dog. What's up?
What's up, dog?
You made me really nervous. Hello,
Hey.
Cassandra, as well. I'm getting hard outs. This is crazy. Look at this logo right here is DraftKings. You see that DraftKings logo?
That's where I'm going right now.
Yeah, they can
That's
wait.
where I'm going. No, they can't wait.
17 months. I can't believe.
I like the slow build. I've
can't-
always been a fan of the slow build.
I can't look at all the. I mean,
I just broke him.
look at.
Oh, I broke him.
You broke this. Look at all the mementos that I have in your honor here. Can I mean, if I'm being honest, there's one there.
I feel
There's
like you
one-
might
you
might value me as a friend.
What about the fact that over my shoulder for the past 17 months you have been there? There was a brief stretch.
Well, no,
where I
that
took
was
you
bad
down.
whenever you
I
knocked
took
you down.
Yeah. you
Well, that
weren't
was
here.
part of the reason I didn't come last year.
Yeah. Well,
I felt betrayed a little bit.
that's weird because I took it down because you didn't come.
No. It was before.
No,
No,
was
because
it?
when you
And
were
I put
buddying up to Pat McAfee,
Yeah, I know.
you were buddying up to McAfee, and you took me down because of McAfee, and then McAfee turned his back on you.
He did turn it. I haven't talked to him since I ripped.
And you pissed him off.
Yeah.
You can't do that to guys like
I
that.
can't believe, we never did a single show together.
Yeah, we did.
No, we didn't.
Dude, we did the first
The radio
show.
one, that's right,
We
I
did the
did that.
radio.
Yeah,
See,
yeah,
you're
I
always
see.
trying to
Yeah,
fucking,
yeah.
you're always trying to lie.
This is a big deal.
It's a big deal. For me, it means a ton to me.
Does it?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I haven't been here forever. I think the last time I came here was, I think this is the same studio.
It is the same studio.
Yeah, I came here with, was it when I fought in New York?
No, that was ESPN.
Oh,
When you were fighting
right,
Derek Lewis.
ESPN, yeah. That was
2018.
before that when I fought in Buffalo. I came down here.
Yes.
to,
Anthony
Sit
Johnson.
down with you. Yeah. See?
Wow.
I've always
I don't know
kind
what
of
to
been
say.
like the
I
guy.
don't even know what to say. A lot of people said this wouldn't happen. A lot
Why?
of people didn't believe that you would come. You're a very
course,
busy guy. You got a
come on.
lot of things going on.
Yeah,
see you on
I
first
tried.
take.
You saw my first take this morning?
First take, literally 5-minute walk from
Yeah,
here.
but then I had to drive back 45 minutes because I got another
told
job.
you not to do that. By the
Why
way,
had you?
congratulations.
You
Volume.
like that? The Volume Sports? Dog, boy, just secure in the
Wait,
bag.
We have so much to talk about. We'll talk about that as well. We don't have time. We basically have 5 minutes, I've just been told. I mean, this is crazy. But of course,
I'm just kind of like,
this feels
yeah,
comfortable.
It feels
Does
nice.
it feel good? Does
Oh,
it feels
pretty nice.
It feels
Yeah,
right.
Very nice.
Right?
Nice. Yeah, it feels nice.
Would be remiss if I don't wish you a National Fried Chicken Sandwich Day.
What?
Today? Could you believe that?
Where's my fried
Yes.
chicken sandwich?
It's funny that you should say that. Here's your fried chicken sandwich.
Wait,
GC up in this.
Let me see.
Yo.
Make sure this ain't Popeyes.
It is Popeyes.
Not eating it, bro.
You're not eating it because it's Derek Lewis?
I've written them off.
No, it's KFC.
I used to love. No, this ain't KFC.
No, it's Popeyes.
It's a Popeyes chicken. Look, I know my chicken sandwich.
You're not going to eat it. We got this for you on National Fried Chicken Sandwich Day. Not only that, DC, could you imagine this? You talk about a friendship is bigger than blood.
What is it?
National Louisiana Day today.
Today is?
Could you imagine? How is that possible?
I wish I knew this. If I just talked to
you just
Dustin
talked to, and you
Poirier.
didn't mention it.
God dang it! I'm not doing my research. You see, if I do my research, I would have known that.
National Vanilla Cupcake Day. Funny you should mention that. We have some vanilla cupcakes for you. Magnolia. They're not giving you this at DraftKings, Cassandra. Please take one. Enjoy yourself.
Oh my God, how much food?
I mean, just so much going on. British Pudding Day, Cambodia Independence Day.
Where's my Cambodian independence?
We're gonna please bring out the Cambodian.
Bring the entire Cambodia out here for my independence.
Oh my God, it's Chaos Never Dies Day, and I think that's actually
Chaos Never Dies Day.
Yeah, which means there's always a lot of chaos in our lives, but we need to take a step back and enjoy the peace and tranquility that our friends bring to each other.
You don't bring peace and tranquility to my life. Dude, stop trying to hug me over and over again. What are you doing? Like, we did it one time. It was years where I told you not to hug me.
I'm so happy.
And I let you hug me, and now you're like taking advantage of it. Like, this
You know
is
what
crazy.
this whole situation reminded me of?
What?
How big of a pain in the ass it is to book you on any show. I took for granted
Really?
when we were partners, you just showed up.
So you think it was hard to book me on shows when I was fighting? That was easy. I thought I was one of the easier guys.
This experience, worse than any time that you were a fighter.
BS.
The biggest pain. In fact, at one point, I even pulled the plug. I hope the audience recognizes this. I said, you know what? I'm done with this.
Because you were acting like Ariel.
No, it was I'm so busy. I got so many jobs.
This dude started acting. You started acting.
Listen, I think we're both doing each other a favor here, okay? So you're making it seem like you're doing me. I was like, come on. I mean, a little effort goes
I'm
on.
Ariel Hawani.
Yeah,
Right? Like, hey, I'm Kevin Durant. You know, I'm Kevin Durant.
It's a pain in the ass to book you. Even as of this morning, I wasn't sure if you were going to show up.
Bro, of course I was coming. I said I was coming. I'm a man of my word. I'm the best at that.
You are.
I never break my word.
You've never backed out. You've always made it a little dicey, but a couple times.
I've never backed
made me
out.
sweat. Today, I'm like out there promoting it. I made videos.
That was a nice one. The one where we were just kind of giggling. That was crazy.
Shit, right? We had some good times.
Yeah, we had some good times, dog.
By the way, you host a great show on ESPN called DCRC.
Yeah, bro, I like it. It's doing good.
I still maintain it should be RCDC.
He said, Ryan told me that. Ryan told me the same thing. He goes, you insisted that your initials go first, when in reality, RCDC,
Sounds better.
flows better and sounds better.
But
I'm that guy, right? Like even DC and Helwani, like it was dicey for a second because it was about to be Helwani.
No,
and DC.
I was the one who said to put you first.
Initially, like it was gonna be Helwani and DC,
That is such
and
a
I was
lie.
like, I don't know about that.
I pushed for you to be first because it flowed better. I just wanted to mention, I noticed a lot of mementos here of you, but I never noticed any sort of
I've got
mementos.
dude, I'm telling you, I've got a trophy case in my house.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
What, you can't?
You're not on my set. You'll never get on my set.
I can't just have something, a picture?
Never.
Nothing?
You know what happened the other day? I was at ESPN and there was like a hallway with all the shows. And there still was.
Don't say this. Don't say this.
I scratched it out.
Okay.
I actually went and like wiped it out. I was like.
I'm still up there, which makes me feel like they still love me.
Used to. I put like a sticker of my face over.
Marundi sent me the picture. He's like,
you're still up there for real?
Yeah.
I was just joking.
No, I'm still up there.
Well, you're not going to be up there as of next week. Because now that you put it on the radar, you're gone.
Do you miss me, though? How much you miss me? And that's no slight on
Can I be honest with you? No slight on anybody, but like, you and I talk still, but not as much.
You think not as much?
Not nearly as much.
Wow.
But the other day,
that
as I'm about to do this, you start calling me more. I know what you're doing.
What?
You're trying to make me say some stupid stuff.
No.
Or you'll say something dumb, and then I'll say something stupid, and then you'll bring it up whenever we're in front of people.
Wow.
See, that's what you do.
You're implying that I'm a snake.
To me before. Well, you've done that to me before.
It's all about the content, though.
What did you do to me?
Like there was one Beverly Hillbillies. I brought that up. The barbecue.
It was not that one. It was something else.
There was something else.
Oh, when I didn't know. You were like, he thinks it's real. You asked me about the tweet. With
That's right.
Yeah.
The Helvani tweet. You had mentioned it.
Stopped talking about it.
Yes.
You were like, oh my God, this guy thinks this is real.
It happened with Dahlia too. We were talking about bullies off air, and I was like, oh, stop. I'm going to bring up my bully on air. Yeah. It's funny that you mentioned that because I remember I was about to tell you that the tweet was fake. But I'm a content guy. That's the way I think. So I figured, and it created one of the great moments.
Now.
But you didn't really answer the question.
What question?
If you miss me,
dude, I said we don't talk as much as we used to. That's implying that I miss you.
I mean, there you were at WWE.
Did you see me out there?
It was unbelievable. The pants.
I hate the sweats. I hate the stripes.
You didn't think it looked good? Usually stripes are slimming.
No, they are not slimming. I look like the guy that works at Foot Locker.
Yeah.
It was bad. And then I don't know what happened. It's like my ass started pulling my pants up. It was like pulling my pants up, and then all of a sudden my pants going underneath my belly. I'm like, man, come on, man. Like, how could I possibly be looking out like so bad?
Was it incredible though?
Dude, I was standing in the middle of the ring,
Yeah.
and I saw Jordan Burroughs,
Oh, sick.
and I was like kind of smiling at him. And the person in my ear is like, all business, DC. So I'm like,
Oh, wow.
because, I was taking
scolded
it
you.
in. I'm
Yeah,
looking
yeah,
around like, yo, the fight pit's about to drop. Seth is there. Matt Riddle's there. I'm like, this is a dream come true for me. And they're like, dude, all business.
Lock in.
Lock it.
What was it like just my dream is to be backstage.
It was
Like,
cool.
I really wanted to be there.
It was cool,
You
dude.
didn't invite
Yeah,
me.
but you
It was
chose to go
weird.
watch the Bills play.
Yeah, it was weird.
They're trash too.
well-
Did you talk what happened to y'all last week? Y'all lost to the Jets.
I know. It was
That's bad.
Josh Allen.
That just kind of tells me that you guys aren't as good as you think you are, and there's a chance that you don't make the playoffs.
Yeah, right. Stop. Stop with that. Josh is hurt.
Oh, he's hurt bad.
Today, yeah.
Yeah, he's hurt bad. It's unfortunate.
But backstage and everything, was that cool? Were you like
dude,
a
the
kid in
whole
candy store?
process is so great. I'm in my locker room, hanging out with Bron Breakker and Jake Casper.
One of the worst names.
Brutus
of all
Creed.
time. Yeah.
I think Bron Breakker is a fantastic name. It's one of the most creative names I've heard in WWE.
He has a famous last name.
Yeah, but they don't want to do that. He wants to forge his own path.
So what? Should they have called her Charlotte Smith? No, she's Charlotte Flair. You get the rub.
I don't know about that. I think Bron Breakker is a great name.
Really?
Oh yeah, I think it's a great name. I love it. I love the kid too.
It sounds like Bunsen
But he's like
Beaker.
a real kid though. He's like 24 years old. And he's like,
He's a legit badass.
dude, he's a stud. He wrestled. He also wrestled.
Okay.
But this dude is in the back. We're talking about wrestling. I forget the end of the match. I have to go find Seth Rollins and Matt Riddle to get the end of the match, which has now changed a little bit.
Oh, really?
Dude, it was changing. It was constantly changing
Like
over the course of the
winner?
night. The winner stayed the same.
Okay.
But I'm talking about the build, how they get to the winner, all that. Dude, it changed. So then I go back into the locker room and they're like going through rehearsals again in their minds.
Wow.
They're writing stuff down now.
Wow.
I was like, so y'all just gonna leave me out of the planning of the thing? And then my role became bigger. It was
Wow.
awesome.
Oh my
But
god.
dude, then like WWE catering.
Oh yeah. I've
Have
heard
you
about
been?
it. No. I've never
Oh
been.
my goodness.
I've heard it's tremendous.
They're catering.
Like what? Like what?
I mean, that was steak.
Desserts galore.
That was
Steak.
that was steak. That was chicken.
Wow.
I ran up on Booker T.
Oh,
I
yeah, I
saw
saw
Booker
that.
T
That
up
was
in there,
good.
right?
Yeah,
Like, so
yeah.
I talked to Booker T. He
That was
was eating. You know, he was eating real
You
good.
guys squashed the beef. I almost got beat up on your behalf. I inserted myself in this beef. And this guy, I think he's still like,
You don't play around,
yeah.
man.
I even
don't know what you were doing.
I
dog.
DM'd him on the side, saw it, didn't respond. My friends, welcome to the most prestigious award show in sports. Welcome to the most comprehensive award show in sports. Tonight, my friends, we celebrate 10 years. 10 years of handing out hardware. 10 years of hosting this great award show, which I will admit has taken us to different places, and I will admit has grown in size, in length, and in stature. Tonight, my friends, we are here to celebrate the year that was in mixed martial arts, the sport we love so dearly, the sport we watch each and every weekend, the sport that we think and dream about almost every waking minute. What a year it was, 2022. We saw some incredible moments, heroic moments, comebacks, victories, emotional moments, moments that we never thought would ever materialize. We saw some of the greatest fights, knockouts, submissions, stories, performances, comebacks unfold. And today, on the 10th annual MMA Hour Award Show, we shall celebrate them all. 26 categories in total. 26. There is nothing like it in the world of MMA. There is nothing like it in the world of sports. 26 in total. We shall celebrate the year that was, the heroes, the highs, the lows, and everything in between today on the 10th annual MMA Hour Award Show. My friends, welcome to the greatest night in mixed martial arts. Welcome to the 10th annual MMA Hour Award Show, baby!
Live from the Vox Media Studios in New York, New York, MMA Fighting is honored to welcome you to the 10th annual The MMA Hour Award Show as we celebrate the spectacular moments that we saw in the sport of mixed martial arts in 2022. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Now, here is your host, Ariel Helwani.
Yeah, welcome, my friends. It has been quite the day, but now we get to have a little fun. The 10th annual MMA Hour Award Show. And yes, thank you very much to our good friend Mike Heck for that tremendous intro. Thank you to GC. Thank you to Joe. Thank you to the entire team for all the work that we have put into making this show what it is. I mean, just look at this set. It's an unbelievable display of happiness, of celebration, of gratitude, of joy, and of wonder, because we here are very excited about this show. I look forward to it each and every year. It's the one show that I don't have to book any guests for. That is tremendous. And it's the one show where we get to take a look back at the sport that we love so dearly. Now, historically, over the years, I used to do it by myself. Then New York Rick came along. Now we have a third member of the team who holds his weight better than all. We've got GC in the house as well. So what's going to happen is this: 26 categories total. Everything from fight, fighter, sub, poster, crowd, event, and story, and comeback, and all in between. We're going to go through them all. Myself, New York Rick, GC, we're going to debate, we're going to argue, we're going to hug, we're going to reminisce, we're going to have a laugh. We're even going to give you your awards too, people's awards. You guys have weighed in as well, and we appreciate that very much. We've talked a lot about a lot of things on today's show. It has been an emotional day. Excuse me. Let's have some fun, okay? Can we have some fun without further ado? Yes, let's have some fun. Let us welcome in my other hosts. Oh, yes, and a happy 2023 to you, fellas. Happy New Year. How do you guys feel about the new year? Yeah, is this the last day?
Yeah, if you're going by Larry David logic, yeah.
I agree. There's something that's bothering me right here. Just give me a minute. This is bothering me.
So.
Yeah. I kept trying to fix that pre-show. It's a huge hassle, those table runners.
Gentlemen, what a year it was, of course. Thank you for that. It was so great last year when GC, I have to say, some people, not us, not New York Rick and us, and I, thought that maybe you wouldn't be able to hold your weight. I think you did, and then some. This year, I'm actually worried that we won't be able to hold our weight because you're the one who's breaking down, LFA prelims. So
No, I disagree.
Yeah, you think that it's all
I think you guys actually thought that I wasn't going to be able to hold my weight as well. I think I surprised you coming into it.
I mean, there was a bit of a surprise. Yeah, it was a pleasant surprise.
Never.
No? All right.
I've got faith.
Are you guys excited?
Oh, I can't
Oh, yeah.
wait. I've been thinking about it all break.
This is my favorite show of the year, every year.
Have we set the line, by the way, at how many winners we will have in common?
The line has been set. It's -110 each way, over under 10.5. So there's 26 categories, but one is New York Rick's social media, 4 are my gambling. So that leaves us with 21 categories, and we have 10.5 is the over under. Rick says over.
Wow.
Over.
All right. Well, we'll see. I'm looking forward to this. I want to let everyone know that today's award show is presented by our good friends over at Athletic Greens. Yes, Athletic Greens. How about it? Thank you so much to Athletic Greens for their support. I had a chat with the good people at Athletic Greens recently. It's an amazing story. The owner is a fascinating guy. He's a very inspirational fellow, and I am so, honestly, I want them to know I am honored that they're a part of this program and of this award show. Really, I'm really honored that they're a part of it. I use Athletic Greens. I believe in them tremendously. It's a great thing if you're health conscious, if you're someone who believes in good health and in treating your body right. You need to know about Athletic Greens, and their AG1 mixture provides a special blend of ingredients that can support your gut health, nervous system, immune system, energy levels, recovery, focus, and more. One scoop in a smoothie is a great way to kick off your morning. Their formula is a lifestyle friendly, whether you eat keto, paleo, vegan, dairy-free, or gluten-free. It has less than 1 gram of sugar. How great is that? No GMOs, no nasty chemicals or artificial anything, and it still tastes good. And I have to say, I tried it. You feel good. It's a great way. You feel refreshed. You feel healthy. You feel great. I use it, and this is no cap right here, and I've used it before they joined the team. 1 scoop of Athletic Greens gives you 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, whole food sourced superfoods, probiotics, and adaptogens. So invest in your health with Athletic Greens because they invest with us, or they invest in us because your body deserves the best. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, then Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and a 5 free travel pack situation with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/MMA Hour. That's athleticgreens.com/MMA Hour to check it out. Again, 1-year supply of free vitamin D, very important, and 5 free travel packs. Right now, if you go to athleticgreens.com/MMA Hour, please support them because support us. It's an honor to be on their same team. All right, guys. So here we go. These are the 26 categories. Are you ready?
Hit us.
Are you excited? The 26 categories are as follows: Male Fighter of the Year, Female Fighter of the Year, Knockout of the Year, Fight of the Year, Round of the Year, Submission of the Year, Breakout Fighter of the Year, Most Improved Fighter of the Year, Comeback Fight of the Year, Comeback Fighter of the Year, Upset of the Year, Rivalry of the Year, Coach of the Year, Event of the Year, Crowd of the Year, Walkout of the Year, Promo of the Year, Poster of the Year, Photo of the Year, Feel Good Moment of the Year, and last but not least, Story of the Year. In addition to that, we have those are the ones that we're all weighing in on. Then we have some awards that just GC will be weighing in on. Bad Beat of the Year, Betting Underdog of the Year, Lock of the Year, Most Profitable Fighter of the Year. And then, of course, we have New York Rick also weighing in on Social Media User of the Year. Looking forward to all of that and more. Maybe a surprise or two will pop up. I am very excited, and so we will kick things off. Without further ado, any opening thoughts, anything that we should talk about, or should we get on with it?
I mean, we look great. That's one
We
thing
look
I wanna say.
fantastic.
I mean,
It's a great point.
How good. We just look fantastic. That's all I have to say.
New York Rick broke out the Tux shirt for those listening.
He didn't have it last year. He had just a black shirt last year when
did
I
I not?
rewatched
Wow.
it. Yeah.
Dropped it, botched it.
Honestly, I was watching last year. I mean, it was a much more subdued, scene. I mean, from your setups here, like your backdrops, what Rick was wearing, the set. I mean, a lot has changed, and I feel good. By the way, Nottingham Forest winning or what? How are we doing over there? Anyone
It kicked
got an
off. I
update?
think it's still 0-0.
Okay, great.
0-0. I'm sorry.
Go Forest. Yes. Okay. Yeah, we thought about rescheduling because of the great Southampton Forest match, but we are going on with the show. Okay, so I'm going to kick things off, and one time I'll kick things off, and then you kick, and then All right, let's start things off with a fun one. Ooh, nice. Is that from Mario Kart or something, Frank?
No, it's not from Mario Kart.
And by the way, Frank, feel free to weigh in You were very quiet on the the text thread for some reason. I know you were busy over the holidays, but if you ever want to weigh in on any of these,
Thanks. I was waiting for the tag.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I did start worrying about you. I also hate to break the fourth wall here, Frank. I can't hear the sound effects in my headphones.
Oh man,
You really could have just slacked that to me.
Yeah,
That's
you know,
cool. Yeah.
I had to put you out like that.
All right, cool.
Okay, it's been a great day for Frank here. I mean, we had the audio issue of earlier, but I think everyone can hear us. Yes.
Yes.
Let's hope so.
Okay, wonderful. Let's start with Knockout of the Year, my friends. Knockout of the Year, very fun one.
Fun.
Great one to start things off with, right?
Oh, yeah.
A lot of candidates here. It has been a great, great year as far as knockouts are concerned. And by the way, before we kick things off, I do want to give a special shout out to a couple of people. The great Kaposa on Twitter, because he puts together a great list each and every year that I will admit I look at, and it is a nice reminder. I want to thank everyone on my Substack who weighed in with their picks. I want to thank our good friend Louis, the moderator, for coming up with the form for the Substack picks. That was very important. And A-Dub, our good friend A-Dub, Alex Weber, who actually put together all the results and sent them to me. And so at the end of every award, I am going to tell you who the people chose, because we were able to put those together. I think that's a fun new wrinkle. Knockout of the Year, a lot of great ones, a lot to choose from. You had the Michael Chandler kick against Tony Ferguson, the front kick, that was tremendous. Of course, you had the Demetrius Johnson flying knee against Adriano Moraes. That was tremendous. Who can forget the great Mariusz Pudzianowski knockout of a few months ago? All tremendous. But to me, this was a rather easy one, and I can't wait to hear what you guys have to say about it as well. A rather easy one, because it was the one that transpired in August of 2022 in Salt Lake City, Utah. It was in the 5th round when our old friend Leon Rocky Edwards knocked out Kamaru Usman with the head kick, heard around the world. The emotion, the tears, the reaction, we'll never forget. It was an incredible knockout, considering the stakes, which I will repeat a lot. Stakes matter, timing matters, moment matters. This had them all. 5th round, down 3 rounds to 1. Beautiful technique, beautiful finish. But then the one that captures it all and beats the guy who was undefeated in the UFC, it's Leon Edwards against Kamaru Usman back in August of 2022. That's my pick. New York Rick, you weigh in.
Tremendous. As you said, there were a lot of contenders this year, but this one for me stands head and shoulders above the rest. Number one for me, Leon Edwards over Kamaru Usman. So we are in a complete agreement on that. In my opinion, could not be anything else this year. Could not be anything else.
Interesting. Okay. GC?
Yeah, there's nothing else. I said it to Rick before the show. I mean, if you guys had anything else, I would have argued with you. I mean, just everything you just said, the story surrounding it, how much he was down on the scorecards, everything that went into it. And then the knockout itself was just unbelievable. The head kick, it dropped him. It was a walk-off win. I mean, it was the moment of the year in MMA, in my perspective. It was unbelievable.
Wow. Moment of the year. That is big. All right. Some other ones that I want to give a special nod to. Like I said, Michael Chandler, Tony Ferguson, Marlon Vera against Dominic Cruz. Back in August, that was tremendous. The Molly McCann spinning back elbow. She had 2, of course. The one against Luana Carolina comes to mind. Zhang Wei Li against Ioana Jędrzejczyk. Jamal Hill versus Johnny Walker. Irene Aldana against Macy Chiasson. There were a lot, but I think we are all in agreement. Knockout of the year, and most people I've seen, knockout of the year goes to Leon Rocky Edwards against Kamaru Usman. I have a feeling that we will hear from Leon or about Leon throughout today's program. All right, not from Leon, but I mean like about him. Because he was. He only fought once, but he had a pretty big, damn fucking fight. All right, let's go to submission of the year. Submission of the year, number 2. Submission of the year, Frank. Yes, submission of the year. Did we have a clap there? It was very quiet.
There was.
I heard it that time. I did hear it though.
That's good. It was a subtle.
It was very subtle, maybe a little bit more. And by the way, knockout of the year, the people agree. Knockout of the year, UFC 278, Leon Edwards, Kamaru Usman.
It had to be him.
It had to be him. It just had to be Leon. GC, you go first. Submission of the year.
All right, so my submission of the year, just like with the knockout of the year, there were a lot of things to choose from. But for me, when you get the first variation of a submission in UFC history, and you do that to get a first round win in a main event of a UFC card, I can't ignore that. That's what I'm going to go with. I'm going to go with Jessica Andrade with the standing arm triangle win over Amanda Lemos at UFC Apex 52.
Wow. Okay. I saw a lot of people fighting for that one. I saw a lot of people saying that should be the one that it was somewhat forgotten, right? So that is a great one. Certainly a worthy one. New York Rick, do you agree?
I do not agree.
Wow.
I had that one third on my list. Jeez.
Wow. No, I like this. I like this. This is
I
nice.
had that one third on my list. For me, much like with the knockout, I think the stakes are important here. I think painting the picture of the two fighters who are involved in the fight is important here. And for me, the one with the highest stakes and the most impressive, it was the most impressive against this opponent was Islam Makhachev and Charles Oliveira.
Wow.
Being able to submit the most decorated submission artist in MMA, to me, puts you over the top and gives you this award. And to do it in a fight that so many people had eyes on and were looking forward to me, it was Islam Makhachev submitting Charles Oliveira.
Wow. A great one. And certainly the stakes couldn't be higher. I understand why both of you went in that direction. And I will say, second category, we all disagree because I disagree with both of you. To me, this was actually, there were a few that I, got right away. Knockout of the year, easy. Submission to me was easy because of the stakes, because of the moment, because of the way in which it happened, and because it had never happened before. Glover Teixeira had never been submitted before. Glover Teixeira was submitted by Yuri Prochazka in the final seconds of a title fight in which he was winning. He got submitted. He lost his belt in Singapore back in June. Yuri Prochazka, not known necessarily for the submissions. And I will admit, the technique was not highlight reel worthy. The technique wasn't something that you want to show someone on the highlight reel, so to speak. However, to submit a guy like Glover, being down, to win the belt for the first time, and he had never been submitted before, to me, it has to go to Glover getting submitted by Yuri Prochazka. There it was with just seconds remaining, an unbelievable moment, a shocking moment. Yuri Prochazka submitting Glover Teixeira. And guess what? The great people of our community agree because they too gave it to Yuri Prochazka submitting Glover Teixeira at UFC 275. So how about that? 3 great choices. We all disagree. Of course, mine usually the right one, but very nice to hear that the people agree with me as well.
Yeah, I think this is one of those categories where there were really a ton of great options that could win. I think it depends on where your sliding scale is, right? With GC, the technique, the uniqueness, that was high and that was important. For me, it was who the opponent was against. For you, it was somewhere in the middle of those two factors. But ultimately, I think no bad answers there. One that I have to mention that I've loved and will come up again later in the show, no doubt, Matt Schnell, the comeback submission against Sumer Darji. That was bonkers. So that one stood out in my mind immediately. It was the one that I instantly thought of first, but digging a little bit deeper, I ended at Charles and Islam. But so many great ones this year.
Yeah, I'm with y'all too here. I think these are 3 great choices. Nothing outlandish so far through 2 categories.
Claudio Puelles submitting Clay Guida with the knee bar. Paul Craig, Nikita Krylov. Zhang Weili and Carlos Esparza was an impressive one as well. A lot to like, a lot to be impressed by, and 3 great choices. But the people agree with me, so I feel good about that. All right, we'll move along now to Breakout Fighter of the Year. And this is one where, you could go in multiple different directions. I don't know if there's a wrong answer. I feel very, very good about mine. New York Rick, you go.
Yeah, I feel very good about mine as well. It's Alex Pereira. UFC debut last year. Then this year, locked up wins over Bruno Silva, Sean Strickland, and then, of course, Israel Adesanya. Going from where he was at the end of this, the way I always think about this award is where were they at the end of 2021 and where are they now at the end of 2022? For me, nobody made a bigger leap. Nobody was able to break through. Nobody was able to go from where they were to the furthest distance from where they were in 2021 to where they are in 2022 as the king of the middleweight division now. For me, it was Alex, and I feel very confident in that one.
GC?
I disagree. Mine, I felt like Alex Pereira already kind of had where he was in the MMA world. We knew that he was going to eventually try and make a run at that title against Israel Adesanya. The backstory, his kickboxing acumen. I went with someone that I felt like this time last year, not many people really knew his name, and now he's sort of blown up. People are hungry for his fight news. I went with Jack Della Maddalena. He gets 3 fights in 2022, 3 first-round knockouts. I mean, impressed, to say the least, by what he's been able to do. It's almost an expectation that he's going to go in there and get knockouts at this point. I think his star is going to continue to rise on this Perth card. Jack Della Maddalena, Breakout Fighter of the Year 2022 for me.
I love that one, and there were a lot to choose from as well. And I love, we all love Don Giacomo. I mean, what a legend he is.
All-time nickname too. I wish more people would, start recognizing that.
Yeah, JDM. There's a lot. Shavkat Rakhmanov, Sergey Pavlovich, Jalton Almeida, Mohamed Mokhaev, Bo Nickel. And I guess it just depends on, what you consider a true breakout year, where you viewed them last year, where you viewed them at the end of the year, what they accomplished, right? A lot of people did a lot of big things. Ultimately, I side with one New York Rick. I agree with New York Rick. Alex Pereira, going into 2022, was 1-0 in the UFC and had very minimal MMA fights on his record. He was a kickboxer who was coming to MMA because he saw an opportunity, but had to cross over a few bridges to get to that opportunity. And yes, of course, he was fast-tracked because of the history with Israel Adesanya, but he still had to get through those W's, and he did. He gets the win early in the year. He gets the win in July against Sean Strickland, and then he gets the win ultimately against one Israel Adesanya. Of course, you can make a very strong case for him being the male fighter of the year, and we will get to that towards the end of the show. But to me, no one broke through and had the impact that Alex Pereira had when you consider the fact that he started the year as a 1-0 UFC fighter. He ended the year as the middleweight champion of the UFC. That's as breakout as it gets, and somewhat unprecedented when you talk about number of fights in the promotion and getting the belt. Alex Pereira, my breakout fighter of the year. Thank you, Frank. I was waiting for that. Appreciate that very much. As far as the people are concerned, we're in lockstep. As usual, they agree. Alex Pereira, the people pick him as their breakout fighter of the year.
Yeah, let me just say, I see where GC is coming from, right? It's the unknown, right? Nobody had Jack Della on the radar, and then he comes through. But for me, I think it's about the distance traveled and the stakes. And for me, Alex got through and on the mountaintop. Some other ones, I feel like maybe we won't be on the same page with some of these other ones. For me, my second, and I usually have these ranked, Aljamain Sterling. End of 2021. The DQ win over Peter Yan. At that point, everybody was saying Aljamain Sterling was a paper champion, a belt placeholder. Comes back, wins the rematch. Comes back, beats TJ Dillashaw, 2-0 in 2022. To me, that's a big climb from where he was, and especially where his stock was at the end of 2021. Leon Edwards, the momentum seemed to kind of pitter out at the end of 2021. The Nate Diaz win, getting rocked in the final round, and then nothing until the rematch with Kamaru Usman. Larissa Pacheco, that one, an obvious kind of breakout star. Johnny Eblin wins over Salter and Masasi.
Yeah, Johnny Eblin, that's a good call. I didn't even think about that.
And then there's 3 that I grouped together that just deserve a shout out from being unknown, much like Jack Della Maddalena, and then coming into the big stage, Bo Nickel, Raul Rosas Jr., and Mohamed Mokhaev, who just rose to great heights this year. But for me, it had to be Alex.
I love this. I love that this is your thing. By the way, I don't believe in... I get why people do it. I don't love the Rookie of the Year award, because to me that's somewhat disrespectful to the other organizations. If you want to call it the UFC Rookie of the Year award, but usually tends to be like who broke on the scene and had the best quote unquote rookie year in the UFC. I like the Breakthrough Fighter of the Year better. Or do we call it Breakout?
It's Breakout.
Yeah, Breakout, Breakthrough. Yeah. But yes,
you make the category.
Kind of the same thing, right? I mean,
yeah, we're on the same.
Yeah. Because it could be anyone. It could be anyone in any organization. Like you could have made a case if Danny Sabatello won. Maybe you could make a case for Rafion Stotts, right?
That Johnny Eblin call
is a great one.
That's a good call.
Yeah.
I like that. The only 2 names that I considered were Jack Della Maddalena and Jalton Almeida.
And what about this 3-camera look? I mean,
do we look good or do we
this
look
is some
good?
kind of look here.
This is serious
Thank
stuff,
you, Frank.
Why the laugh track?
I don't know. I like it. It was good. It was apropos. All right. So I agree with the people. The people agree with me. Your Rick
now,
agrees
do you
with me.
release your picks? You're just like, all right, here's what I'm picking if you guys want to, side with me.
What do you mean? Do I release my picks?
You know, give them out to the
No,
people
it's-
that pay for the Substack.
No,
It's the
You wanna
it's the
sign-
reverse.
make me
None
look
of these
good.
picks are his own. He just siphons them
Yes.
from everybody
Yeah, there it
else.
is.
That's a
All
good
your
point.
picks are the ones
None of these
from the
picks
Substack.
are Ariel's.
No, it's just a big coincidence that you just always say.
Shout out to Kaposi.
Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing for you. I disagree with the people on most improved. In fact, I think most people are not going to give the most improved Fighter of the Year award to this guy, and I think that's freaking insane.
Whoa.
I think that's
Okay.
insane. I feel very strongly about this one. I feel very strongly that the by the way, I'll also say a lot of great choices here. You could go in a lot of different directions. In fact, I changed mine throughout, my process. My most improved fighter of the year is the great Brendan Loughnane of Manchester, because not only did he go 4-0, which is an incredible feat, right? 4-0 is an incredible feat. Not only did he win the PFL tournament and got the $1 million, as you see there, but he beat two guys who at the end of the year, and at the end of the day, people said he had no business beating. Remind me, underdog against Chris Wade?
Pretty big underdog, like plus 205.
Underdog against Bubba Jenkins?
No.
No.
Favorite against Bubba.
At that point, people started to believe. But remember, the knock on him was can't wrestle, can't stop a takedown, et cetera, et cetera. Beats Chris Wade, beats Bubba Jenkins, his two previous wins, goes undefeated in the year. What those PFL fighters have to go through in one calendar year, really in 8 months or 7 months, nothing short of amazing. Brendan Loughnane not only went 4-0, but also showed a new wrinkle in his game, showed that he could beat the wrestlers, showed that he was one of the best featherweights on the planet in the calendar year. And I don't know if a lot of people believe that going into 2022. He showed a lot. He proved a lot of people wrong. He's my most improved fighter of the year, Brendan Loughnane. New York Rick?
Yeah, I like the pick. I definitely agree with him. But for me, when I think about this category, I want to see the improvements happening in real time. I kind of want to be able to tangibly touch them. And the easiest way to do that is to look at somebody who's facing somebody they'd faced before and shown drastic improvements. And for me, it was Larissa Pacheco, who had been dominated by Kayla Harrison twice in past performances, and then in the third one showed not only was she better that night, but in the fifth round, in the deciding round, she showed that she was the one who wanted it more, which is a little bit of a cliche, but we actually saw that play out in a tie fight heading into the fifth round. She was the one who was hungrier, and she was the one who had improved the most. So to me, that was the one that I was able to visualize and see as most clearly. The other ones were a little bit harder, but I do have some names. I'll let GC go, and then we can circle back.
I like that both of y'all went to the PFL for this one. I'm actually going to stick in the UFC. I'm going to go with a man who just recently fought on the final card of 2022 to finish that year 3-0. I'm going to go with Drew Dober. So going into 2022, he goes 0-2 in 2021. He's just turned 33. You know, it's kind of like, where are we going with this career? And then he comes in fighting some great opponents. You know, he's getting Terrence McKinney's, the Bobby Greens, and he gets finishes in all three of them. He looks fantastic. His best asset, his chin, is on display in every single fight. I feel like we're really going places now with Drew Dober. Start getting some ranked fights in 2023. So I will say 2022 most improved fighter.
That's a great one.
Dober.
That's a great one. I like that one. And I will let you know that the people agree with you, GC.
Wow, he won the people's vote.
He won the
All right.
people's vote. He was number one. Number two was Marlon Vera. Sugar Sean O'Malley. Bilal Muhammad, I think, is a good one.
That was my number 2, and it was real close.
Yeah. Alex Pereira, another one. Zhang Wei Li, an interesting one, considering how her year went in 2021. Aljamain Sterling, which I think is an interesting one. Jamal Hill. And that's pretty much it.
I've got Cheeto Vera and Ryan Spann as well. I think for Cheeto, I think Cheeto's tremendous, and I think he's always been a very high-level fighter. But what I think we saw this year that we didn't see previous years was the ability to implement his style and get the results that he needed exactly when he needed them, and put himself on track to be in the title contention. So for me, Cheeto made a drastic leap, especially in how he was putting everything all together. And then Ryan Spann, I think, we just look at the fact that he's himself said he really never took training seriously. Now he is, and look at the results. That dude has definitely put in the work and put in the time. So those two outside of who you already mentioned. But man, Bilal Muhammad, he's
a nice call.
Breakout fighter of the year next year. There's a high potential for that one for me.
Oh, yeah.
Bilal's lining himself really nicely up for that one.
I considered going to the PFL, but going with Rob Wilkinson, 4-0 year, obviously winning their light heavyweight title, looking fantastic along the way. I considered him, but ultimately we went with Drew Dober.
A lot of great ones, and honestly, most improved is a tough one because it's like, how did you view them in the previous year, and how active were they, and all that stuff. So it is a tough one. But I like all the picks. I feel strongly about the Brendan Loughnane one. I like that one. I thought he had a tremendous year personally. All right, we roll along, and we now move along to Coach of the Year, which is always a tough one as well. Back in the day, GC, we used to have Coach of the Year and Gym of the Year, and sometimes it wouldn't be the same thing. But I think the sport has evolved enough to where like the gyms aren't as dominant as they once were. It used to be like AKA, ATT. It's a little bit different now. And so Coach of the Year is an interesting one because I don't know if there's like the one dominant coach, or at least like the 4 or 5 like there was back in the day. Why don't you go first, GC?
Well, I felt like last year this was one of those ones that was just automatic. You were going with Trevor Whitman to be the Coach of the Year going into 2022. This year I felt like it wasn't as clear, and it was actually sort of a former fighter combo. I feel like we're in agreement on this one. I went with Khabib Nurmagomedov and Javier Mendez combining in their efforts. Islam Makhachev obviously winning the title, coming to fruition in his destiny to get the belt. Most impressive thing that he did, but also all of the other fighters under him. It feels like he's always in the space these days, cage side, coaching, or just there for the fights. I went with Khabib Nurmagomedov, Coach of the Year 2022.
So, and by the way, to be clear, are you just going with Khabib, or are you going with Khabib and Javier?
Wow, putting me on the spot. I'm just going with Khabib.
Okay,
nope, I'm going with Khabib and Javier.
All right. I mean, wait, you're going with both?
Yeah, going with both. With both. Credit where credit is due.
All right, fair enough. New York Rick?
Yeah, let's make it 2 for 2. Although it's gonna be Khabib solo with a shout out to Javier, right? Let's make it that way. But Islam, Usman, Umar, Saeed, even Bilal Muhammad getting a little help from Coach Khabib at the end there. In a year where many of the mainstays are absent because their top fighters suffered losses, it seemed to happen quite a bit this year. The ones that we shout out regularly in this award, Khabib was the one who just kept on coming through, and his fighters kept on coming through. So for me, no brainer, Khabib Nurmagomedov.
Yeah. Interesting year because, like I said, there wasn't someone necessarily that jumped out. And even when you kind of settled on the winner, as we just saw with GC, it wasn't like a clean answer. But I agree with you, New York Rick. I believe that Khabib Nurmagomedov was the Coach of the Year. What he's done with his stable of fighters, the mantle that he has picked up from his father, the baton that he has, proudly taken and used to rally the troops and be there for the troops no matter where they are from Japan. I mean, he is there, right? He is not a figurehead. He is there. He is at all their fights, and he's making them better, and they all respect him. And that he is, the ultimate captain / coach, if you will. I'm just giving it to Khabib. And that is not a knock on Javier Mendez, but I do believe that there's only one time that I've given it to 2 people, and that was Mark Henry and Ricardo Almeida, and that was a few years ago when they were like truly in lockstep. I don't feel the same here. I feel like the majority of the success, with all due respect, is coming from Khabib's coaching and influence. There's always a head coach. There's always a 1A, so to speak, a chief corner, and then there's the other guys. And there's nothing wrong with that, but I think that Khabib is that guy. So to me, he is the Coach of the Year.
So we're going 1 Khabib and Javier, 1 Khabib honorable mention to Javier, and then 1 just Khabib.
Yeah.
So we're in lockstep. Also, just thank you, Frank. Just a quick update here, just a quick break in the action. Nottingham
Forest
up
yeah.
1-0.
Yeah, thank you. I was sitting on that.
Do this all.
Listen, it's a big fucking deal.
Well, no, not all show. We only have 1/2 left.
Listen, and by the way, it's a big fucking game. All right,
it's actually it is a monster game. This is our one opportunity to get out of the basement.
Yeah, sorry, it's not.
Yeah, we cut into the Oscars to bring you the score of the Pacers game.
Yeah, sorry,
we're trying to avoid relegation here. Thanks. Man.
Yeah. Sorry, it's not the Cavs fucking Pelicans. Okay, in December. All right,
Donovan Mitchell 71.
No one saw it. No one cares.
Remember the Knicks could have had that guy. Oh my god.
No one saw it. No one cared.
What a botch. Yeah, Khabib.
Khabib.
It's Khabib.
By the way, if you're wondering what the people voted, or who they voted for, Khabib. It was just Khabib. And by the way, these are write-in votes. Like I did not give them any nominees, so to speak.
Oh, it's not multiple choice.
No. 116 people said Khabib. Only 4 said Javier. That gives you some indication. 4 said Javier and Khabib combo.
Did anyone say anyone else?
Yes. Eugene Behrman was number 2. Eric Nixick, Dave Lavelle, Javier Mendez by himself, James Krause.
That seems a little crazy.
That's
Javi
a Joe
by
category.
himself.
Thanks.
I mean, Joe Lopez, Glover Teixeira, Saif Saud.
Glover Teixeira. That's nice. I like that. With Alex, yeah.
Saif Saud, Mike Brown.
By the way,
Ray Longo.
I'm keeping track of the agreement categories. This is counting. I'm counting.
What are we at?
We're at 2 so far.
Okay.
2 out of what do we got? 5 categories
That we agree on?
Overbetter's getting pretty nervous right now.
All right, so Coach of the Year, shout out to Khabib. And by the way, if someone would like to, Jedi, No Context, one of the great people online, if you would like to dig up the clip of me predicting that Khabib would win Coach of the Year back in the DC and Helwani days, I did predict this. Why are you rolling your eyes? I predicted this.
Like everybody on Earth predicted.
No, but I thought, but by the way, excuse me, I thought I hated Khabib. I thought I was anti-Khabib.
All right, fair enough.
Okay.
That's separate.
I was on that train before anyone. I was saying that he was going to be a Coach of the Year candidate for many years to come, and he could very well be that guy again.
It looks it.
At the end of next year. All right, let's go to Event of the Year. A very fun one. Couple tough, choices to make here. A couple good candidates. In the end, I'll go first. I went with the first UFC London card back in March. The emotion, the excitement, the crowd, the chanting. I mean, it's really and this award, in a weird way, gets easier as the years go by, or at least in the era that we're living in now, because there's so many Apex events. Those don't count for event and crowd, and the ones with the boisterous crowds tend to stick out. And so there it was. What a great card. Tom Aspinall, and we'll talk about Crowd of the Year as well. But the event was just great. It was just banger after banger. It felt fresh. It was exciting. Just loved everything about it. So that's my Event of the Year back in March at the O2, the first UFC London show. GC?
I'm actually going to disagree. As much as I liked that show, I mean, it was tough to decipher. That was definitely one of them. I am actually going to go with UFC 281, just recently happened here in New York City. I mean, first of all, you get 11 of 14 fights getting finished. You have all main card finishes. You get 2 and news in it with the redemption arc of Zhang Wei Li, the culmination of Alex Pereira. He gets his 3rd win over Israel Adesanya. Then you get the 2 superstars going at it in Poirier and Chandler. It was an unfortunate ending for Frankie Edgar, but it still meant a lot. The bounce back of Dan Hooker. Money Moicano promo from Hanato Moicano. Ryan Spann, he ruins the Dominic Reyes return. Aaron Blanchfield derailing, the hype train that was Molly McCann. I mean, it was just an unbelievable night of fights. Top it all off, you're at the world's most famous arena in Madison Square Garden. It was like I was coming off a high of it. It was fantastic. So I will go with UFC 281 as my event of the year.
Yeah. Me and GC are in agreement here. For me, it was UFC 281. I recognize how special that first London card felt. I recognize what was happening there. But when you just look at the paper, when you just look at what happened, the 2 titles changing hands, a fighter of the year contender, Poirier versus Chandler was special. It just had too much. There were too many great moments, too many knockouts. I would put this amongst some of the best cards ever. Like this to me, this pay-per-view stood out among the rest, and I have to agree with GC here. UFC 281.
Yeah, that was actually my second choice. It was between those 2. It was an incredible card. Obviously, I love Madison Square Garden, near and dear to my heart, and it was tough. Pay-per-view, the stakes, title fight. There's no title fight, right? There's no title fight on the London card. This one had multiple title fights, had the big title change, but man, that London card was so fun and fresh.
If you almost think of it like pound for pound, then London probably takes it, right? Like this is more of the it's a stacked deck because the other card is a pay-per-view with multiple title fights. If you think of it like which one pound for pound delivered more, it's probably London, it's probably that crowd, it's probably those moments, but it's hard to go up against UFC 281. I will shout out the PFL Championship. Every single one of those delivered.
Great
That
card.
was absolutely amazing. Bellator 277 when they ran back Pitbull and McKee, another really solid one. And then lastly, One put on a lot of good shows this year, but One X, I just respect and
Oh,
really
it was a
appreciate
good one.
what they were trying to do
was
with
a
that
great
card.
one.
And it delivered. And I mean, DJ versus Rod Tang, like, it doesn't get better than that. That was a lot of freaking fun. So yeah, shout out to all the other promotions. I thought each of them had a really strong, at least one really strong event this year that was worth talking about and writing home about. But for me, UFC 281 was the standout.
And the people agree with you guys.
It's UFC 281.
It's UFC 281 in a very close race. The people agree.
There were two others that I considered that were fight nights. It was UFC Austin and UFC Paris. I thought those were
Paris
two
was a great one,
fantastic
yeah.
fight nights. I mean, I think Austin we went 100% on finishes.
I thought about going UFC Vegas 56.
Oh, fuck off.
But
Who will forget?
Yes.
Who will forget that in the friendly confines of the
from the Apex, from the beautiful Apex.
UFC 275, another good one.
Yeah. Number 1 was 281. Number 2 was the March London card.
Yeah.
Number 3, Oliveira Makhachev in Abu Dhabi. Number 4, the Singapore 275 pay-per-view. 278 in August. Usman Edwards got a nod. Diaz Ferguson 279. Just because it was absolutely
now we're
bonkers.
Bonkers, yeah.
No? All right. We're scratching.
Yeah, we're digging too deep.
All right, I'm just telling you what the other ones were. Jesus. All right, we have to couple event of the year with crowd of the year, right? Because they somewhat go hand in hand. Easy one for me. Crowd of the year. I'll just go first very quickly. It had to be my friends over in the UK. And can I just say something very quickly about the UK crowd? I mean, I have no secret. I have fallen in love with Premier League, and wow, we hope that Forest holds on. But what about the darts over the last few days, guys? Have you watched the darts? You're correct. You're. Have you watched that clip of the 9-darter?
Okay, I will admit, I watched that and it was pretty.
Come on.
I will admit.
And by the way, first of all, the announcers where he's like, "I can't speak, I can't speak," which I guess is like a call from back in the day that I learned. But also that crowd, the Ali Pali crowd that I've learned so much about. I'll tell you guys right now, I'm heavily campaigning HBO to send me to that so I could do a real sports story on that culture. That is freaking amazing.
It reminds me a little bit of the bowling in the sense that like the crowd is right on top of these guys, and it's an individual sport, and you can see everything, and they can see the darts going to the board, and it's just so visceral, and it's so close, and so I will admit that clip got me.
That clip has 9 million views.
Okay, I also have to say the engagement on your dart tweets is out of this world. Like,
Out
I
of this
cannot believe-
world.
Like you're tweeting like, oh, the moment in sports is wrapped up. It's like 10,000 likes. I'm just like, what is going on? I mean, it looks fantastic. I'm looking to place a wager on a big darts match.
Is it
as soon
available?
as I
Like, can you do it on
possibly
DraftKings?
can. I don't think on DraftKings, but I know some people that'll.
Yo, it's coming to MSG in June.
You're kidding me.
No, they hit me up.
Level, the big level.
Big
that-
level. Not
Premier
the
Darts League, is that what it's called?
PDC.
PDC. I followed the account. I'm all in on it.
Yes.
I mean,
I think we might have to go. In June, they hit me up.
It's at MSG?
At MSG.
I'm there. You don't
There's
have to
another
sell
one
me
in
on it.
Jersey City in April.
That's right down the block
Yes.
from me. I'm there. You're kidding
Shout out to
me.
Dylan Wanagale who told me about this. He told me he set it up. Yes.
I'm gonna have to start doing some deep diving. Who are the premier guys?
Michael
Who are
Smith,
the
Bully
underdog
Boy.
Stories. Bully Boy.
Anyway, the reason why I bring this up is those crowds. Like this doesn't exist anywhere else. They're singing, and you know what was a song that I heard? It was a da 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 da. Now they weren't singing
they
for
did this at
Tommy.
the darts.
They did it at the darts. But of course, who can forget that scene outside the O2? Tommy Aspinall, Tommy Aspinall. You can't get it anywhere else. It had to be the good people in England at the O2. Oh my God, it just had to be them. So O2 March, crowd of the year.
But I will agree, it had to be them. It was
yes.
the first UFC London card. It had to be them.
You agree?
I agree. 2 for 2. I have a feeling GC like
3 for 3. Just go ahead and make it 3 for 3. It was inarguable. That's one of the reasons why it was such an incredible event. Not just the fun fights, but the crowd.
God, I
was
love
just
them.
unbelievable.
A lot of people making the push right now for me just going full UK. Like I should just move.
Just move.
Let's move the whole show.
You remember what I said
move it
about
over
the
to
Bills
London
at the
Bridge.
beginning of the show, where I said like I don't watch Titans Jets. I am legit watching Newcastle Arsenal. Like I'm choosing to watch random Premier League soccer games. Like I was watching
That was a great matchup, though.
Brentford against Chelsea on Monday on January 1st. I'm watching that. No, Brighton, excuse me, the Brighton Bees.
Yeah, I was going to say it was Brentford, Liverpool.
Right. I'm watching that over, I would watch that over Chiefs Bengals.
I still love the NFL, but I am really starting to fall in love with the Premier League.
And it's because of
Especially,
the crowd.
Yes, it's like I was starting to like it, and then the World Cup like upped my soccer attention. Sorry, my football attention, and now we're just picking right up with the Premier League. I mean, I'm all in.
Some other candidates, UFC Paris.
Yeah.
Remember they were singing Le Marseillaise in the middle of the main event. Yes.
Fantastic. The scenes of Cyril Gane and Taito Iwasa laughing together, fantastic.
It's really that. Another one that's worth considering, Bellator Dublin.
Yeah.
Those are always
yeah,
great.
I mean, those Dublin crowds always
I would say
show up.
Bellator London.
Bellator London was great. Dublin is always the best Bellator show, in my opinion.
It was a bad night for the Irish fighters on that one, if I recall, which kind of kills the vibe a little bit.
Yeah. UFC Austin, UFC Orlando, UFC San Diego. But yeah, nothing close to the London.
This was the one.
Everything you just listed, not even close.
All right. We move along now and we go to Walkout of the Year, which, in the past there have been ones that have stood out. And of course, the Rising card just happened and those were elaborate and AJ McKee and whatnot. So I'm very curious to hear what you guys have to say about this. New York Rick, why don't you go first?
Yeah, for me, you're right.
Oh, and sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but Crowd of the Year was also by the people London. Yeah, so they
Makes
agree.
sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
It had to be.
Mhm.
Usually, I am in agreement with you. I usually have one standout winner that I'm like, yes, I feel great about this. This is the one. And I'm not considering nearly anything else. I usually feel really, really, really good about it. This year, it was more of a level playing field. There were more contenders. But ultimately, what I did with this one was there was one that was great. I felt good about it, but it was more of a coronation. It was more of a rightful crowning of a king who hasn't gotten his crown yet, and it's time. It was Taito Iwasa at UFC 271 walking out to Girls Just Want to Have Fun.
Yeah.
You could pick any Taito Iwasa knockout. Any walkout. And I think last year I might have said that, but ultimately went a different direction. It's time. It's time to give the man his due. It's time to crown him. It's time to give the man his flowers. Consistently the best walkout in the sport. Taito Iwasa. Girls Just Want to Have Fun. Nailed it.
I'm a big fan of the walkout that invokes emotion, and I don't know if those invoke a different kind of emotion. One of my favorite walkouts of all time was in the early days of the pandemic when Darren Till walked out to no music. That was like powerful to me. So I just want to throw that out there. I like the ones that make you feel a certain thing, but I'll weigh in a moment. Let me go to GC here.
I am a sucker for showmanship. I love when there's effort put into it, when it really makes, big feels, big vibes. Last year I went with Brian Ortega walking out with the Purge masks on and the sirens started up. So this year was an easy choice for me. I mean, the most effort that was put into it, it was Israel Adesanya at UFC 276. I mean, just walking out, the purple lights going on. He's got the urn with Jared's name on it. He's got the hat, the Undertaker music going on. As someone who was a fan of the Undertaker growing up, I mean, it was just unbelievable stuff. I wish he had come out, got the finish. It would have made the walkout even better. But I mean, the walkout itself, standalone walkout, I mean, it was fantastic.
It was great. It was memorable. He put a lot of time and effort. It was somewhat surreal that Vince McMahon and Triple H and Stephanie McMahon were sitting there when it was all going down, and he didn't know that was going to happen. How the hell did that all go down like that? And I think a lot of people might think that I would pick that one. The people, by the way, agree with you, GC.
I mean, the effort there, effort there was just unbelievable. That's what I love. I love when there's showmanship and effort put into these things.
And I too, yes.
No, go ahead.
Oh wow, Frank decides to show
you
up.
told me.
I forgot he was here, honestly.
Wow.
Hi, Frank. How are you?
Great to hear.
What do you want to say?
AJ McKee. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, Jimmy Keith was great.
No
I actually thought
backpedaling.
Juan
Yeah.
Archuleta's was better.
Yeah, but here's the story on this one. Telling our own Mike Heck. 100 G's.
Yeah.
100 G's
That's
dropped
badass.
on the samurai armor.
Worth it?
Come on.
Worth it?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Also, who paid for that?
He
I don't know
did.
who footed the bill. I think he said.
If I'm
he did, but
Bellator,
who
I'd
knows?
pay for that.
We sized up his outfit when he came in studio, and it was a pretty hefty outfit.
Yeah.
He
had to
definitely
do
had
it
the drip
right.
on.
I'm thinking that was the.
It's nice.
was
And there were actually a couple on that card, not just the Bellator guys that were good, but in the end, I actually went with the same night as the Israel Adesanya walkout, of course, with the urn and whatnot. But I went, instead of with the main event, I went with the curtain jerker, and I went with our good friend, the one and only Frank's favorite fighter,
Frank's
Miss
favorite
Jessie
fight.
Jessica Rose Clark,
There you
who
go.
walked out to ew, I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. Sing it, Frank. I got the looks that'll drive the girls wild. She walked out to the Heartbreak Kids entrance song because of us, got immortalized. I do believe last year I didn't give the award to Virna Janjiroba, who also walked out.
Tough look.
And I got shit for it.
Yeah.
I mean, disrespect.
You know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me. No, didn't make the same mistake. It had to be JRC walking out to the Heartbreak
It
Kids.
had to be.
I respect it.
Frank, is
had
that
to.
singing going to set off the copyright infringement?
Hopefully not.
What do you think of that one, Frank? You have to agree with that
No,
one.
it was amazing.
Yeah,
Yes.
it was incredible.
All of mine have been mentioned. I had Ty, I had Israel, and I had AJ McKee. So
The people also gave a nod to Patty Pimblett. at
Oh
UFC
yes,
London.
that was a great one. I mean, the crowd was raucous. It was fantastic.
Alex Pereira walking out against Izzy. Nathan Diaz's walkout against Hamza Chimaev. Chris Barnett. Peter Queally, of
Chris
course.
Barnett's are fantastic.
Sean O'Malley. So there are a few. Matt Frivola walking out to the Mets
that was great.
guy,
He
right?
almost
Yeah,
to the
that was
Mets,
great.
yeah.
The whatever it is, the trumpet.
who would have guessed though that GC would have liked costumes and showmanship? I mean, that would have
Yeah,
been like, I would have
I feel like-
never.
Yeah,
Not
never
even-
DC
guessed.
picking the wrestling guy. Crazy.
Yeah.
Or
I
the
mean, I'm pumped for Royal Rumble. We're just a few weeks away, huh?
Oh yeah? Are we doing a pool? We got to
Yeah,
do the
we can
pool
figure
where
something
you know what the pool is, right?
Mm-mm.
You pick numbers, right?
Yeah, like we all pick a number. We should do everyone in the studio. So like you
Yeah.
get 18 and then if 18 wins, you win.
Yeah.
Okay. So you pretty much have to have 25 through 30 to get the winner.
No, I
Yeah.
feel like people win from the beginning, don't they?
There's been a couple like Ric Flair number 3 or whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe I think it was Flair 1 and Shawn Michaels 3. Anyway.
That's fun.
All right, we'll do that. Okay, so that's walkout of the year. Jessie Jess. Hopefully getting a fight in Australia. Is she coming back? I'm not sure. And she said that she's going to keep the song. So we'll see about that. That would be huge. Let's go now to promo of the year. Nice. I like how like the little trinket things pop up sometimes.
It felt like you paused for the trinket.
Yeah.
That's
That means that we're in
it's a thing called
lockstep.
rehearsal.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was going to say,
Important.
Frank and...
Okay, promo of the year. GC, why don't you go first?
Yeah, I mean, this one, there were quite a few good promos. You know, Michael Chandler after the knockout of Tony Ferguson. But it was really easy for me. I felt like a personality, a star was born just from this one. It was at my aforementioned event of the year, Hanato Moicano. Moicano wants money. I mean, he gets the first round finish over Brad Riddell. Then he grabs the mic with Joe. I mean, he looks so angry going into it. He is dead serious that he wants this money. He's talking about when he fought RDA, when he got the call, he was drinking beers and grilling hot dogs down in Brazil. I mean, from a guy that like I felt like didn't have a ton of personality beforehand, from my point of view, it just like erupted this personality. Now he's huge on Twitter. He's getting all these interviews. It feels like people want to see him fight. So promo of the year for me, Moicano wants money. UFC 281.
Incredible one. New York Rick?
Make that 2 for 2. I mean, and to GC's point, I wrote this exactly this way. It was because of the unexpectedness of it. It was because we didn't know that Moicano had this in him, and it has completely shifted his character since. This was the clear standout for me.
Well, I have to say, this was the last one that I changed, believe it or not. Like I had the list, I make the initial list, and I go back to it in a couple days. I think about it, blah, blah, blah. This was the last one that I changed. And for the longest time, until the very end, until the moment that I told you that I was done and I was locking it in, Danny Sabatello's first real big interview in Hawaii, where he was like, Lugo sucks, this guy, Higo sucks, all that. That to me was my winner. Because let's be honest, like, we didn't really know who Danny Sabatello was, right? I mean, like, and so the promo helped propel him on the stage. What I didn't love about that one was McCarthy doing like the 1, 2, 3 thing. I thought he took a little bit away. He tried to make it comedic when this guy was like, you know, spitting hot fire. And ultimately, I do think it propelled him, and I do think that it helped his 2022. But when you cut a promo like Moicano did at Madison Square Garden, and you have been in the game for that long, and you showed no signs of that personality up until that point, and now all of a sudden you're out like, and then you come on this show and you freaking, you know, double down on it, and we're like, where has this guy been? Where has this guy been? That has made it like, I can't wait for the next Moicano fight so that I could talk to him, so I could see what he does in the cage, what I see he does in the post fight. Moicano wants money.
And what's so great about it is there's a ton of people like us who are in that same boat who are like, I can't wait to see the next thing this guy does, and all it took was 2 minutes on the mic.
Yeah,
incredible.
Is the reason he came on the show because Moicano wants money?
100%.
Yeah.
I mean, if it was the performance, it was the performance. But by the way, the fact that something that he said in the interview has now become like a catchphrase speaks to how
T-shirts.
Yeah, has he sold?
I believe he's sold some T-shirts or merchandise at the least. Like his English is coming along very well.
He's hilarious. On social media, he's become hilarious. On Twitter, on Instagram, tremendous.
There is a point where you can overdo it. He's not there yet, but
he can't just keep banging that drum.
I had a few. Why don't you?
Well, I'll just say that the people agree with us, so they went with Moicano. Michael Chandler after the Tony KO
for sure
was a big one. Leon Edwards, look at me now, headshot, bang,
pound for pound, shot dead. I mean,
huge. Patty Pimblett's July post-fight interview talking about mental health obviously got a lot of love. Islam Makhachev saying, "Where's the little guy?" with Volkanovski, right? Bring the little guy in. A lot of, Helwani Pimblett, Helwani Shah, but I can't, who am I to say such a thing? So yeah, those were the other ones. What about you?
10-7's got to be on there. 10-7's got to be on there. One that I didn't imagine anybody would mention, but I personally loved Hamzat Chimaev after UFC 279. So what now? Say something. Screaming into the mic. Not a little bit of I don't even know if intentional nod to Darren Till, but also just fully embracing the villain in the middle of the cage with everybody raining down booze on him. That one really felt important at the moment for me. So that was one. But you mentioned the others. The brevity and the beauty of the Leon Edwards one, looking dead into the camera and saying what he said.
Tremendous. Plus, we've never seen that kind of emotion from him. We've never seen that.
Moicano and Leon, both a very similar kind of like, we didn't know that they had this, and then they had it.
Yeah. All right. Well, there's promo of the year, and I said the other ones. Was there anything else? Sabatello Stotts. I mean, they had a great year, those guys. They had a great year. But ultimately, well, what is that?
Whoops.
I think that was Rick's alarm. He's got to go.
I got to get out of here.
Are you done?
No.
Oh, okay.
It was my alarm. It's my
holiday alarm.
No, my daughter's school bus comes. I have it set to not go off Monday. In the Switch, didn't think of it. So my daughter's getting right now.
Let's stick with the promotional theme. Let's go to poster of the year. And I will say, usually an easier one. This one I felt like a tough one. I'll go first here. Very easy for me to just UFC puts on the most events. They also put out the worst posters. Let's just be honest. Like, they're very unimaginative.
Second worst. Bellator is
you're right.
The exact same poster every time.
You're 100% right. That is fair. That is actually fair.
But when you're down in the mud, like, none of them are, like, all of them stink.
Yeah, they're
all
very.
the posters stink.
Thank you, Frank. Yes, they're very unimaginative. They're very uncreative. Are those words? I don't know. But they're not good. They're really uninspired. Thank you. They're very bad. And so usually it's like, I could call this like the the Ryzen Poster of the 100%. Year award, right? Like, I'll go to Ryzen, I'll go to Invicta, I'll go to KSW, I'll go to those because they're the ones that always come up with like the fun ones. And I actually hate giving it to the last event of the year, but to me, it had to go to the last event of the year. The last notable event of the year, I should say. It was the December 31st Ryzen versus Bellator card. And no, I'm not counting the bullshit event that happened later on. The year ended with this. Notable. Yes, the year ended with this. I mean, how great is this? The Ryzen Samurai against the Bellator Gladiator.
So fantastic.
I will say that the event didn't really kind of live up to any sort of, I don't know what it was. It was a 5-0 sweep, but that's great shit.
5-0 sweep. Here's something I will say as a newer fan to the sport. Like, I used to watch strictly UFC. This working on the show has kind of opened my eyes to the things like Ryzen and stuff. Watching my first MMA event in the Saitama Super Arena.
Pretty huge, right?
Arena. I mean, incredible. I loved the banners with both the logos. So yeah, while the fights didn't really live up to the hype, getting to see a show and that was pretty cool.
It's also the Ryzen production though. It's like how big they make an event feel.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you guys enjoy your trip to Japan or?
Yeah. It's great.
We talked about it. We certainly talked about it, but it didn't come to fruition. Maybe next year.
That'd be sweet.
Mark Ramundi is there. He's enjoying his time over there. I know Frank very excited that Sasha Banks returned at Wrestle Kingdom yesterday.
Super excited. Can't beat that.
Big
Is that her name? I don't
Cannot
think that's her
beat
name anymore, though. It's something else.
No, it's something else.
That might have been the promo of the year.
Oh, wow. All right.
I mean, the reaction to,
Wait, what is going on
they're
here?
very
Are you healing off? Let's
Sasha
hear it.
Banks. Worst interview of my life. Her 1A, Tony Khan 1B.
Yeah.
And I don't get the infatuation. I don't. I'm sorry.
I've yet to watch the
interview?
Banks interview. I might do that this week.
You're not missing out on much.
Yeah, I was about to say don't. Sounds like don't.
That's what you guys told me about the Tony Khan. I thoroughly enjoyed that.
You watched it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have takes on that.
Okay.
Anyway,
Who's up?
the Rising Poster of the Year, right?
Yes, this is it. Ryzen Poster of the Year. It's the Bellator Ryzen 1. Do you guys agree? New York Rick.
I'll go. Okay, I'll go. That was my number 2. I dug a little bit deeper and I found one I liked more. It was the front runner for quite a bit, but then, unsurprisingly, a Ryzen poster, Ryzen 37. But and you know what I love about Ryzen and the Japanese MMA culture? They make like variants. They make different posters.
Yeah.
It's not just the one. Although I will say, and I picked last year one from the UFC's artist series. When they do those posters, those are good. When they involve outside artists and it's not just the creative team internally, those UFC artist series posters are good. I picked one last year. Anyway, returning to the point, Ryzen 37, a variant poster, one specific for the Atomweight Grand Prix. Look at that.
Yeah, it's sick.
Queens. Every single card is a queen. Just beautiful. Oh,
Yeah.
the
I love it.
The beautiful things.
I love it.
This is
That is a great one. I was looking at that one as well. I went through all of them. They were all great, honestly. Like they're 1 through 10 for me. What about you, GC?
Yeah, I mean, the Ryzen posters are fantastic, but I actually took the route that Rick took last year. I don't understand why the UFC, with how much money they make, they don't just hire these artists. And I know they do the artist series. I wish they would just make these the actual posters. For me, it was early on in the year. I went with the artist series poster for UFC 270, Francis Ngannou versus Cyril Gane. I just love the gold in it. I just think it's so clean for the main event. I think it's a fantastic looking one. I actually have a couple other shout outs. One is from the UFC artist series, UFC 275. They went with like an old school.
Wow, that's a great one.
Video game looking one. Like,
I love that one.
why they don't make this just the
Just make
official
that, yeah.
poster. It's so like I want to look back, and UFC 275, if I'm not mistaken, it was like that red and yellow, like very bland looking poster. Like, why this wasn't the main poster, I just don't understand. This one is incredible looking. And then it was another. And by the way, to shout out these artists, this one was Carlos Garcia O'Dowd, the 271. This was Jonathan Bartlett, and then one last one. This was an artist one as well, but it was for one championship. It was the first one on Prime Video, the DJ Marias. I think this one's fantastic.
Yeah.
Presinator and Mario.
And by the way, that's not the official one either, right?
I do not believe this is the official one. This was
so
like
good.
an artist rendition one. But
So
like,
good.
when you get these people that will pour their whole creativity into it, and it really means something to them to like get the honor to make these posters, they make them just so good. And I wish they would just make them the official posters, because these things are awesome.
They're sick.
That last one was amazing.
Amazing. I love it. All three of those. I
And I love, there's a lot of people who might say like, the poster, who gives a fuck? I love that shit.
Oh, I love it. Especially
love
if I'm going
that
to go to a
stuff.
show, I want to buy the poster and frame it and be like,
Yes.
yep, I was there. I had a great time with my friends. It was a fantastic time.
It tells
Yeah, I
the
got-
story
I got
of the
mixed
fight, the build-up. Yes, I think I've said this before. Like when I was in Syracuse and I was an intern at HBO, they let me on my last day go into the, utility closet. And I got to take like all these old boxing posters and put them in my apartment in Syracuse. And I loved them. Sugar Shane, Roy Jones. It was amazing. Like the posters are a part of the story of the fight. Historically, right? You look back on some of the great events, great boxing events, Rumble in the Jungle and Thrill in Manila. Like people love that shit. And the fight of the century, March 8th, 1971. And the fact that they just use this as like, rinse and repeat, same old is, I don't know, is disheartening.
Yeah, I think it's a huge part of the promotion.
Yeah.
Like, I get it. It's efficient. It's cost conscious and all these things, but it's uninspired.
Uninspired is the best word.
I mean, for a company that brings in as much money as they do, you would think that they can. I mean, they're getting the artist series one anyway. You might as well just make that the official poster.
But they're not alone. It's all the top.
You'd have to pay those guys. Do they pay them? By the way, the people disagreed with all of us.
Oh,
UFC 281. And then 280.
281?
Yeah.
281 one.
Yeah.
I have the picture of that one right here. This
see it.
to be the poster of the year. I don't know. The laser beams.
Where is it?
Wait, for real?
This is
Strongly disagree.
I mean,
280? 280 I thought was the poster of the year for the UFC. I thought the 280 one was
background when
great.
you're a kid.
Yeah,
When you're given so
What is
little, this kind of rises to the top.
This is so bad.
This came.
280, Rise and Bellator 3, 279. Catered Giga Chikadze was a bit of a different one. A lot of UFCs, not a lot of non-UFC.
Think outside the box, guys.
Yeah, a little bit. Is that the first time so far that none of us agree with the people?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be.
Let's go to photo of the year. This is a relatively new one. Last few years, we've included this one because, again, sort of like the poster, a photo can really tell a story and be remembered. And there's been some, combat sports photography, legendary, the Neil Lifers of the world. Of course, in MMA, we have the Esther Linds of the world. I mean, there's just been some iconic photos over the years. And there were a lot this year to choose from. New York Rick, why don't you go first?
Sure. Easy call for me on this one. Adrian Yanez, the king, flipping the double birds. The moment it happened, I was looking for the photo, and the photo is just perfect. It delivers in every way. What more? Look at it. I need say no more. There were a lot of good ones. My list is pretty deep, but for me, this one will be etched into my brain. I've got it saved in my phone, ready to reply to anybody on Twitter who needs it. Adrian Yanez with the double birds.
It is amazing, and also there's a story there, right?
Yeah, there was some heat with Tony there that manifested that.
GC?
Man, I went back and forth on this one. This was actually really tough. There was a lot to choose from. I really, for a minute, thought about doing the Usman being KO'd flat on the canvas. I felt like that was just, it was an iconic photo from the year. It told a story of one of the biggest moments. Mine is a little bit of a deeper cut, but it comes from UFC 280. It's Sean O'Malley versus Piotr Jan. Harrison Green is the one that captured this.
Wow.
And it's just like two warriors going at it. The look that O'Malley has on his face, the blood all over Jan's face. It's symbolic of what was an incredible fight. Despite what you think of the decision, it was a fantastic fight. But there were so many to choose from, and we can get into them after you tell us yours.
I like that one a lot, and there were some really amazing ones. Like there was Leon in the back, like the Kobe picture, right?
Yep.
Yuri subbing Glover is an incredible photo. One that I actually thought you were going to go with this one, GC. Darren Till on the cage with Hamza.
Fantastic one.
It's your header. Or was your header?
It was, yeah. No, I strongly considered that one as well. There were literally, this might have been my toughest category. There were that many to choose.
So many to choose from. But then I went back to the one, at least for me, that I remember when I saw it, I got chills. I remember I was in Nashville covering SummerSlam for BT, and I saw it on my phone. I got chills when I saw it, and I tweeted about it, and the reaction to it was incredible. And it was just, what a freaking photo. Also, Harrison Green of the UFC. I believe there's social media. I've never met the young man, but he takes some great stuff. Check out his Instagram. It's the photo of the face-off at the weigh-ins prior to the July 277 pay-per-view where Juliana Pena is facing off with Amanda Nunes, and Pena's daughter is right behind her, squaring up. There it is. What is better than that? What is better than that? I look at it right now and I get chills. Daughter having her mom's back before a massive title rematch. There's something about the color in the back. There's something about the depth, the angle in which it was shot.
Angle was great.
Just the whole thing. Like it's almost like you're looking at it in a weird way. It's almost like you're looking at it through her eyes, right? Because they look so big, and you see her, and she's like looking up, and she's freaking squaring up, and she's got her mom's back. It's breathtaking. Really, it's a breathtaking photo. It's one of my favorite photos of all time. It is wall worthy, so that is my pick.
I didn't have it on my list, and now I feel bad for not. It
Yeah.
feels like a huge oversight. What a photo that is.
Yeah, it was a great one.
Tremendous.
Really, really great. I love that photo. Man, it's one of my favorite photos of all time.
It's
The people, by the way, Chandler knocking out Ferguson. The crazy face one.
We have that one. That was one you had to be in consideration for it. It was really good stuff. The way that Tony's face is.
Yes, there it is.
looks. I mean, it's a brutal shot. It's just like the Usman one. It's brutal, but I mean, it tells a story of a huge moment in MMA this year.
Hans Gutnecht, I think is how you pronounce his name, of the LA Daily News. Chris Unger's photo of the Leon Edwards head kick, which we showed earlier. Usman getting knocked out. Josh Hedges, Matt Schnell submitting Sumaderji, Ed Mulholland. The Shemaev sitting on top of the cage one. Diaz flexing while submitting Tony Ferguson.
One Diaz one that I loved is the one of him and Tony bowing to each other after the fight. I mean, I thought this one was fantastic as well.
Oh, that is amazing.
That is a really good one.
That is a great one. I love that one. Leon in the back with the belt was my number 2. So the people wrote in their choices. One of my favorites, which actually 4 people wrote, was why all these difficult questions. Thank you. Frank.
4 people wrote that. I wonder if one person wrote it and then a few others
just kept
copied
going.
them.
Yeah. By the way, the people for photo of the year went with the Chandler one.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured.
That's
my number 2 one that I don't think anyone's mentioned was Charles Oliveira choking out Justin Gaethje, but the camera is turned in a way that it looks like this right here. It looks as if, like, I don't even know, Oliveira's like holding him up. Like, it looks like they're up against the wall rather than being down on the mat. I think it's an unbelievable picture. This was definitely one of the toughest categories of the year.
Banger.
Tough. Yeah, a lot of great ones. Hard to argue with any of them. Now we get to the portion of the show where the guys get to go solo for a bit. This is always very fun. One of the staples of the last few years, social media user of the year. And you have dedicated it to our good friend Kaposa. How many years have we been doing this? I think the first time we did it, you botched it badly, right?
No, we don't. Old era, like, let's just move.
What was it again? What was the botch?
No, there was none.
Was it like, no, remind me, was it like Henry?
I picked Henry.
And it was supposed to be...
It could have been anybody else, like Till or something.
Wait, who? You chose Henry Cejudo?
Yeah. Look, he had a good year on social media, but it wasn't the right answer.
Right, all right, fair enough.
This year, there will be no controversy. This year, there is an obvious choice for the Kaposa Social Media User of the Year, the Kaposa Award. In fact, so much so that I had a little conference at Kaposa, and it was a unanimous call that Paulo Costa
Borrachinha
is the Social Media User of the Year. Just a complete. We talked about Moicano, having a personality switch. This one on social media specifically was the all-time switch. Who he has now become the meme lord, Paulo Costa, Social Media User of the Year.
It's really incredible because I remember even writing last year that when Costa fought Strickland, or at least, no, I was saying Costa should fight Strickland and the winner, or maybe like both of them have to get off Twitter forever. Like they were both so insufferable. Because remember there was a time like there was a lot of uncomfortable, gross things being tweeted by Costa. And then somehow he took this like hard left turn into like a very enjoyable character, and we're going through some of his activity here. He's just become incredible.
He shifted more to the jokes. He wants more of the fun.
Yeah,
which is a good lane for him to be in. Keep the other stuff out of here and continue this.
Smart. So that's the pick. I like the pick.
Stop.
I do feel like Arnold Allen deserves some love. I feel like Arnold Allen deserves some love. Can he not get an honorable mention?
No, man.
Why?
He's fantastic on Twitter, but like he is rather dry.
But that's the beauty.
There's no, it's great. There's no
his last tweet,
category.
New Year's Eve.
What was it? I'm sure it was a banger.
PM. Oh fuck sticks. That's all it was. I mean,
he had the one yesterday about like if people come to your town. I don't know. It was good shit.
Yeah, thrilling. Look,
I think turkeys have had enough of my shit. I mean, it's just random stuff. Like,
I love it.
Podcast is putting out real life bangers.
Make me seem like I don't like Arnold Allen just by how over the top you go with the Arnold Allen. It's just not there. It's not there. Paulo Costa.
All right, fine. Anyone close?
No, I mean, this was a runaway category.
Can I tell you?
2022, it had to be Paulo.
It had
to be Paulo.
Yeah.
Can I tell you who I thought you were going to go with? No joke. Like when we were texting about this, you did tell me beforehand that you were going to go with Paulo when I tried to make the case. No joke. I thought you were going to go with GC.
I wouldn't have said. I would not have accepted as much as I.
I mean, what a year. We have to
passed
say,
it along.
what a year. I mean, it's just banger after banger.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that.
Would not
but,
accept.
I would not have accepted. I would have passed it along.
Frank, do you think he would have accepted it?
I don't think he would. I mean, that just goes to show his character, though. But you don't get to choose if you're going to take an award or not.
I mean, I almost went with Frank, if I'm being
Yeah,
honest.
that's who we really.
I almost
should have
went with
done
Frank.
that.
I would have gladly taken it.
But yeah, it had to be him.
All right. It had to be Paulo. Congratulations to him. Hopefully we get to see him fight again, right?
Please, I
And
pray
as,
we do.
As always, shout out to Kaposa.
Caposa.
Shout out to Kaposa, man.
What a legend. Now, our next 1, 2, 3, 4 awards are gambling related. And so with that in mind, before we get to those, a quick word. And by the way, this is the halfway point. 13
Wow.
coming up.
Moving quick.
Yeah, how about that?
My over's not looking so hot.
Yeah, what are we
Where
at?
right now?
We've only got 3.
Oh my gosh, over bettors are in shambles right now.
A quick word from our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. We love DraftKings, and what a night it was. On Saturday night, I went to bed, and GC's beloved Georgia Bulldogs were down.
38-14 at one point.
I woke up,
38-24, sorry.
and they won the whole thing. You were there.
Oh, I was there, man. It was unbelievable. One of the best sporting events I've ever seen live.
It was incredible. What a scene at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
Yes, one of the best stadiums I've ever been to. I mean, everything about it was just a special night.
Our very own Jen Michoud was also there. You guys meet up for some Chick-fil-A afterwards.
No, he ignored my text.
Wow.
There's a
Wow.
lot about it, guys.
All right. Well, congratulations to the Georgia Bulldogs and the TCU Hoghorns? Frog
Hog
ends.
Yep, hog hands. Yep.
No, I think
No,
it's
Horned Frogs.
Horned Frogs. There you
Texas
go.
Christian. We'll
It's-
see him on Monday.
We'll see him on where?
Los Angeles, SoFi Stadium.
Again with the SoFi. Everything's at SoFi.
Trying to go back to back.
Are you going?
Nah, I can't. It's a little out of my price range.
Anyway, when it comes to the national championship game, DraftKings is your go-to spot. They are one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps, and right now, new customers can bet just $5 on college football and get $200 in free bets if instantly, win or lose. Plus, everyone can combine multiple bets for a bigger payout with DraftKings same-game parlays. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use the code THEMMA Hour. Very important. Lets them know that we sent you. New customers can bet just $5 on college football and get $200 in free bets instantly. That's code THEMMA Hour. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook. 21 and older in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ohio. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Bonus issued as free bets. Eligibility and terms at sportsbook.com.draftkings.com/football terms. So please support our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. And also want to give a shout out to Whoop. How's the Whoop situation going for you, GC?
I mean, it's never been better. Throughout the holidays, eating unhealthy, not getting enough sleep, Whoop's keeping me on my stuff.
We appreciate Whoop very much, and today's episode is brought to you by our good friends over at Whoop, the 24/7 personalized fitness and health coach. I feel like I'm on a beach in Hawaii right now, Frank. This is great. Aloha, mahalo.
Aloha.
Whoop is a sleek, screenless fitness wearable that tracks your sleep and daily activity, creating a detailed breakdown of what's going on with your fitness and health. Lots of professional fighters are using Whoop to track their workouts, and I've been using one too. GC has been using one. Frank even getting on board with the Whoop. They let you focus on your health. They give you extra data, track your recoveries, your sleep, all that and more. It's a tremendous, tremendous tool, and I urge everyone to check them out. And they're good people, and we are very happy that they are on our team. So try Whoop for yourself by going to whoop.com. That's WHOOP.com. That's whoop.com, and use the code MMA to save 10% today. So there you have it. Thank you very much to Whoop, to DraftKings, and to Athletic Greens. We're just rolling in the sponsors right now. GC, bad beat of the year. And for the uninformed, can you let us know once again what you mean when you say bad beat?
Yeah, bad beat.
Thank you. What? I feel like we need to hear like, wow, Mario after that. Go ahead.
Yeah, very.
Hey, there it is. Wow. How did you have that?
I don't know.
Is it really a Mario?
No.
Oh, wow.
it can't be. I'm sorry.
Yeah, copyright infringement.
Amazing.
On that today. So bad beat. That's when a bet is looking like it's going to hit. It's looking very good. And then, from the jaws of defeat comes the opposite side of your bet, and your winner is now a loser. It's just... It hurts. When you get bad beat. You can feel it in your soul. It happened just a few weeks ago to me at UFC 282, Ponzinibbio Morono. I had the over 2.5. It ends 1 second early. That is the perfect example of a bad beat. I actually thought about making this segment about me, making me the highlight, because how is it possible that you have a Yuri Prochazka and a Magomed Ankalaev future ticket? They both go undefeated. They both fight for the belt. One of them has it around their waist at one point. Yet neither of them ends up cashing that ticket. That is another example of a bad beat. But the show isn't about me. It's about the people. It's about the year that was in MMA, especially MMA betting. So I went with a single bet. I went a little bit off the beaten track, and I don't know if anyone had this ticket, but it had to have hurt so bad if you did. I didn't go the typical over-under route. What I did is I looked at the UFC 275 main event. Yuri Prochazka, talk about coming back from the jaws of defeat. He does just that. But there were people out there that bet on Glover Teixeira, and there had to have been someone out there that bet on Glover Teixeira by decision. I don't know what would have made you do that, but it was a plus 900 ticket. And going into the fifth round, scorecards, he's up on 2 of the 3 scorecards going into the fifth round, and he's clearly winning the fifth round up until this point right here. I mean, with 1 minute and 40 seconds left, he is in full guard, just absolutely raining down shots on Yuri Prochazka. He's already leading, going into the fifth round. Can't get it done. And just a minute and 12 seconds later, 72 seconds later, what looks like about to be a cash ticket, Glover Teixeira by decision, is now a Yuri Prochazka win by submission. I mean, I don't know who had it. I hope someone did, but man, I don't know how I would have handled this. It would be a disgustingly bad beat to have something like this happen.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Can I just say, for what it's worth, the bad beat is your 2 future.
It is. I know it is. We all know it is. That is the bad beat of the year. But we had to do something else. I had to do an individual fight.
Fair enough. All right, so that's the bad beat of the year. It goes to anyone who had Glover Teixeira at plus 900 to win.
That was by decision, plus 900.
Yeah.
Glover Teixeira money line, also a bad beat.
I mean, you were literally seconds away from that, right? What about the betting underdog of the year? And this different, by the way, than the upset of the year, right? Because upset of the year could be something. This is strictly
odds.
Yeah.
Who did it? Who shocked the world? And that was Christian Eccles at Bellator 289 just a few weeks ago. He knocks out Pat Downey in the first round. Pat Downey closes at minus 2,400 on DraftKings Sportsbook. Christian Eccles coming back at 12-1 plus 1,200 odds. And if you took him by KO, TKO, plus 2,800. I mean, unbelievable stuff from him. It didn't even come close to this, honestly. I think the next closest odds was like plus 800 as an underdog. Christian Eccles was your betting underdog of the year, no question.
Wow, a deep cut there. That was shocking. Yeah, that was the last Bellator card, right? In December 10th or something, December 9th. The one headline by Sabatella and Stotts. All right, so that's the betting underdog of the year. Congratulations to him, and congratulations to anyone who had him. What about the lock of the year?
The lock of the year. This was easy. This was a man I was highly invested in from the jump every single time he fought. It is none other than Jailton Almeida. He goes 3-0 throughout 2022. Yes, I know he had inflated odds, but that's why he's the lock of the year. You know he's going to be able to anchor your parlays. 3 first-round finishes. And if you look at that, his 3 opponents combined to land 1 significant strike on this man. I mean, when you bet on him and when you watched his fights, it was never in doubt. It was over before he even got to the cage. The man is a specimen. I can't wait to see what he's got in store for 283 and the rest of 2023. But the lock of the year, the man you have the most trust in putting your money in, at least for me, was Jailton Almeida. I mean, there was one event where I had like 12, 13 units of exposure on him. And as he was making the walk, I was like, man, what if he just flubs for me here and just gets starched in the first round? Nope, first round finish made it look easy.
I love it. Jailton Almeida, he is a fan favorite. A lot of people are very much in his corner, very high on him. You probably at the top of the list.
Very much so. Very much so.
So no surprise there. All right, so that's the lock of the year. What about most profitable fighter of the year?
So the most profitable fighter, you're going into the window. It's just like this guy gets it done, and he gets it done at good odds. And shockingly, this guy did it in the final 6 months of the year. It only took him 6 months to get to that. We are sticking in the UFC, and it is none other than Roman Dolidze, 3-0 in the UFC, 3-0 in 2022, gets finishes in all of them, and is an underdog in all of those fights. Plus 215 versus Kyle Dawkins, plus 145 versus Phil Hawes, plus 175 versus Jack Hermanson. If you had bet $100 each time Roman Dolidze fought in 2022, you would have profited $535. Absolutely fantastic stuff from him. I actually have 2 shout-outs. You want to talk about getting deep? Let's get deep. Let's go to Invicta. I guess you can call this the female most profitable fighter of the year. Jillian DeCourcy. She goes 2-0. Both wins as an underdog, plus 185 and plus 325. 510 worth of profits on $100 bets on Jillian DeCourcy. And then last but not least, the PFL, the champ, Sadi Busai, 4-0, 3 wins as underdog, plus 120, plus 230, plus 100, minus 175, $507 worth of profit on $100 bets.
Wow. By the way, how do you keep track of all of this?
Oh, it takes some deep diving, but shout out to Best Fight Odds. They have a historical database. Shout out to Tapology. They're definitely helpful in this. Some people might be thinking Larissa Pacheco because of her huge underdog win against Kayla Harrison and going 4-0. But her first 3 fights, I mean, she was a massive favorite, never smaller than minus 450, sometimes over minus 1,000. So feel like you can go to the window and put $100 on her. You're kind of looking for playable lines when you're talking about most profitable fighter of the year. So shout out to them. Unbelievable years for them.
Most profitable fighter of the year. All right, that does it for our betting awards, of course, social media awards. To stick with the sort of one-person only awards, time now for a new award. Never done this one before.
Yes,
it's a new category. I'm very excited about it. It's our very first Mysterious Fighter of the Year award. Of course, none other than Mysterious Frank gets to take this one because he is the mysterious one. Frank, take it away.
Yeah, you didn't tell me that this was happening.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You're joking, right?
I mean, but
No, go ahead.
So you're really admitting to not reading the group chat.
We had this in the group chat. You said okay to it. You gave us the
sunglasses emoji was the okay.
That was like confirmation that you were you liked it. You were like, oh, excited. We have it.
Time doing that.
Eric has his own.
you know what? I do have a take on this. Though.
No, but you really. Well, first of all, we have to address. You really.
I honestly don't remember. Wow.
You don't remember, or you didn't read it?
I mean,
if I gave you a sunglasses emoji, then I definitely.
It seems kind of crazy that everyone came prepared, everyone was ready, and
I had my tux on.
You had the tux on. I mean, everyone can see it. It looks great.
Thanks.
And I created a category for you.
I really appreciate you doing that.
The 27th category.
And you're so you've
wait, we're on 27 already?
You've unplugged yourself from the group chat, which you've admitted, by the way, that you've muted, which I think is a little bit rude if I'm being honest. And perhaps because of the muting,
I missed out on a great opportunity.
You missed out on your own award.
That's too bad.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm disappointed.
I mean, I'm hurt. I will admit.
Yeah.
Hurt.
I wanted to know who the Mysterious Fighter of the Year was.
I thought this was going to be a great opportunity for you to showcase your knowledge.
Blurred trophy, I have to say.
That is a nice touch. Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you. Took a lot of time, Frank. Had to do that.
I really appreciate that.
Yeah,
I'm going to frantically search for the receipts.
Yeah. I mean,
a lot of messages you're gonna have to go through.
All joking aside.
No, please. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. If you're not ready, you're not ready.
I am ready.
No, I don't want a half-ass award. I mean, we care about this. We do the whole year. I mean, we're spending our vacation. What are you doing? I mean, you're just ignoring our text.
I just got the text. Frank has retired from the Mysterious.
Oh, okay.
I just got
He retires from his own category.
Wow.
It's like when the Slack popped up late earlier, this just came through.
Oh, yeah. The late Slack.
He retired.
Classic.
Well, maybe next year you'll be ready, or at least, read the text.
I feel that you're not giving me the opportunity to say something profound here.
Okay.
Wow, you feel robbed right now.
Yes.
You feel
I'm the
robbed.
victim here.
You are the victim. Wow. Wow, you are the victim.
If I was prepared, I would have the same answer.
I don't know, but do you guys believe that?
I do.
You believe
What is
that?
That
the
I do
answer?
believe. I think Frank is a man of conviction.
Thanks, Rick.
I don't know.
appreciate
I don't
that.
know. Yeah, I don't know if I want to hear it. I don't.
He's disrespected us,
You
but I
could
believe
you could have
he did
just
it
sold this. You
with
don't even
conviction.
know the fighter. That's how mysterious it is.
That would have been good. I just feel a little bit disrespected. Like, this is a big deal. It's the most prestigious award
I
show in
have never
sports.
been so itching to pull my phone up and
I-
find
I-
out what
I've-
you're
To
talking
me,
about.
this shows that the sunglasses emojis
Yeah.
really just mean nothing. I
It's
always thought they were
hollow.
an affirmation of what was going on in the group chat. It was a supportive, crutch for me to lean on. Now they seem meaningless.
It's what's going on behind the glasses. That's the concerning part.
I mean, we made the lower
Or is it
third.
joy? What is it?
We made the lower third. We had the whole studio dressed up. Everyone worked so hard. We're here so early to dress it up. I feel like, should we ask Andy? Should we let him say it, or what do you think, Andy? I mean, you've known Frank the longest on the team.
He got kicked out
Hmm.
of the
Oh,
Parlay
yeah.
Pals already.
Yeah.
So let's
Retired.
get
Let's factually change
the
that.
spirit-
Retired. These
Yeah,
narratives
Retired.
change so
Retired.
quickly.
Yeah, that is true.
But in the spirit of a new year and right? Nice things
Yeah,
or
we
whatever.
forgive and forget, right?
Let's
Yeah.
let Frank
He's
say what
frantically
he's-
scrolling through the messages.
Clearly
There's
not
too many
practiced.
to find it.
Well, that's very kind of you, but I'm not so kind. So we'll move along now and go to the comeback fight of the year. Comeback fight of the year is a great. And by the way, Frank,
What's up?
we made that up. That
Yeah,
was a
and
Yeah.
I'm still looking
Okay.
for the last.
yeah, we made that up. Is that come on? You got to. That was a go on. Go on. Go on.
You
Go
definitely
on.
had me sweating a little bit.
still-
Come on, Frankie, get in. We made that up. I mean, it was pretty good. Don't you think it was pretty good?
I do.
I mean, he was
well
sweating because he
played.
knows there was hundreds of
Joe's
messages
looking at me
going into that
mouthing
chat.
like, "What happened? Are you okay?" Like, I'm
I
sitting
just
here
really wanted to
as
hear
someone
what you
who
were gonna
has
pick up.
extreme anxiety. That was well played because I'm like, did I black out?
That was amazing. Okay, now I'm actually curious who you were going to say.
We love you,
Honestly,
Frank.
I was gonna say Kayla Harrison.
Really?
I mean, I know it's like I
I
was
feel like
so
she was
upset.
the most upfront one.
It just
Yeah.
the way that she handled the loss.
Was mysterious.
Yeah, what
Frank,
was
there was a-
serious about that?
I'll tell you
This
something.
isn't the
there was a
mysterious
time I
Frank
tried
fighter.
that.
There
It
weren't
didn't
any-
work so hot.
Yeah, what are you
Let me give you some advice.
Yeah, what are you talking about? There's nothing mysterious about what she did
It's
in
not the
2022.
mysterious Frank
super
fighter of the year. It's
Yes.
the mysterious fighter of the year.
What are you talking about, Frank?
Well, there are no. Okay, we're just gonna move on.
Yeah, 2024, we picked this one up. I'm looking
Yeah.
forward to it.
Let's let Frank breathe for a second.
Okay, wow. We have now potentially found a rival for the Ronda Rousey.
I was about to say I tried that track.
Yeah.
I tried the how you handled the loss. Didn't go so hot. So let me dissuade you.
And what a great transition, because we get to the comeback portion of the award show. Not comeback fighter just yet, but comeback fight, meaning, so we do both here. We do comeback fight and fighter. We do the fight in which we saw a great comeback, and then a fighter who came back. Now that could mean you could give it to the guy who came back, but I look at it differently. I look at it as someone who came back from maybe a rough year or a rough stretch, whatever it is. So my pick for comeback fight of the year, is everything all right?
I mean, we were just noticing your accessories. you
Yeah.
know?
What happened?
Your
You
cufflinks.
have a
Yeah.
pencil in your sleeve?
Oh, I do.
I thought that was on purpose.
Yeah, no, it's actually
Yeah.
pretty sweet.
That's the move right there.
That's
sweet?
I didn't even remember that was there. That's how locked in I am. Comeback fight to me came down to two. Actually, sorry, there were three in total. Then I whittled it down to two. I think you could have went with Pereira with the win over Izzy.
Yeah.
I think you could have went obviously with Yuri Prochaska with the win over Glover Teixeira. But in the end, I give it to Leon Edwards. I mean, digging down deep with seconds remaining, knocking out one Kamaru Usman, winning the title, headshot, bang, pound for pound, number one. Look at me now. Incredible moment, one of the greatest moments in the history of the sport. Comeback fight of the year. It is what we saw right there. Leon Edwards with the win over Kamaru Usman. GC?
I mean, it's tough to argue that. I mean, it is very tough to argue that. But I guess that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Wow.
I am not going to go there just because it was like it wasn't like a. It was just like such a flash comeback. Like it just like completely flipped the script. I am going to go with Matt Schnell coming back versus Sumadarji. I mean, I think that he lost the first round of that fight. Then he comes out in the second. He gets dropped, gets hurt bad. I was there in attendance. The UBS Arena was going crazy. I mean, it looked like he was dead in the water. It looked like they were going to call the fight at any moment. I mean, he just couldn't stay standing. And then to get the triangle choke from guard, I mean, incredibly impressive stuff. He completely flipped the script. One of the photos of the year too. I mean, we didn't. I don't know if we mentioned that one, but insane fight up there. Could be mentioned later in some other categories, but I will go with Matt Schnell coming back against Sumadarji.
Yeah. Stakes for me.
I've mentioned that fight.
I feel
twice
y'all with the
already.
stakes. It makes sense.
I mentioned that Schnell fight twice already. I will mention it multiple times later, but it can't be. It is Leon Edwards.
Yeah.
That is one of the greatest comebacks in sports history. Period.
It was the equivalent of like a Hail Mary from the 1 yard line.
It was a Hail Mary from the 1 yard line.
That scored 30 points.
Against the undefeated pound for pound. Like, that is the one. That is the one.
Now, do you agree that Glover Teixeira and Yuri getting the win and Alex? Yeah.
Yeah, my top three, Yuri, Alex. Then underneath that, I had Schnell, number 4. Some other great ones. Chris Barnett.
That was a great one.
Jake
That was
Collier.
unbelievable.
From the same vein of the Schnell one, right? Like, just like could
Looked
not
like he was
believe
done. Yeah, it looked like he was done. Like, should have called the fight.
And then not a comeback fight, but a person, Drew Dober, just like
Yes.
in the Bobby Green fight.
Wait, but that's the next one. Oh, I mean,
I'm saying those
I get
fights,
it. Yeah.
he is the embodiment of the comeback fight.
Dober especially over McKinney. I mean, he got dropped in like the first 10 seconds of that fight. Nate Landwehr over David Onama. I mean, he was dead in the water in that fight and then came back and won in a big way. That one was super impressive. He won by decision too. That's what
Remember
made that
when I
one.
did the underdog parlay, and I think the first one was McKinney and Dober, and McKinney was almost gonna win.
Yeah.
I did like that parlay of 4 or 5, all like the underdog fights. Yeah.
Which is what
Remember how wanting dog of the week?
Yeah, that was good.
all the bettors
Found a way
out
to
there, you
mention
want to
that.
parlay a bunch of underdogs. That's the
Yeah. No, not great. The apex, so to speak, pardon the pun, of the dog of the week was April 30th when I had Marlon over Rob and Katie over Amanda.
That was all time. That was all time
all-time.
stuff. People will be talking about that forever.
Forever. Comeback fight of the year. The people went with Leon Edwards over Usman. Number 2, Matt Schnell.
I had the
Nice.
Yeah.
I had the fourth agreement penciled in. I had this written out.
Yeah, I thought so too. Pereira, 3 over Izzy. Yuri over Glover. Dober over McKinney. Francis over Gan. Remember that?
Yeah.
He was down 2 rounds. I mean,
Come on.
what? He was down 2 rounds to none with an injured knee.
Yeah.
Wonderboy Holland, Cyril Gane versus Ty. And yeah, that's about it. I was going to say there's Sergio Pettis versus Horiguchi, but that wasn't last year, guys. Come on. All right, that's comeback fight. Let's go to comeback fighter. New York Rick.
I mean, why not start with me, right? Like this is
This is it. I mean, this is
the
yours.
category.
Yes.
This is the I had a few. There were 2 that were really tugging at me, and I could have gone either way. And we'll see where this ends up. So I'll tell you the one I almost went with first.
Okay.
I almost went with Tyson Pedro.
Love it.
Who, 3 years out, over 3 years out. It was actually like 3.5-ish. Lost. Here's the important part. Lost 3 of his last 4 in the UFC before that. Now against top competition. Tyson Pedro was a contender before getting injured. Comes back, 2 KOs in 2022. I mean, that's a magical story. Just like it's hard to go against it. For me, there's a little more in this one. There's a little. It's not the same level, but there's a little more in this one. It was John Hathaway for me. It was the fact that he was out for so long. Who knew? Like, I don't think he was even thought about or an afterthought for most people. The fact that he was even fighting again was probably news to most people. Last fight in 2014, went out tough, comes back, gets the win. It was John Hathaway, but man, I feel bad that it can't be Tyson Pedro, but for me, it was John Hathaway, but just both of those dudes.
So I'll jump in here and say I legit thought that I'd be the only one to go with John Hathaway.
It's a great call, and I didn't think of it.
John Hathaway coming back and, I mean, everything you just said and getting the win. Obviously, wasn't on the biggest stage. Obviously, it was just one fight. But holy shit, man. I mean,
Did we ever think this guy would
no, he was an afterthought.
He was gone. He
Yes.
was gone from our minds. I mean, it's incredible.
And also, the fact that he still was getting drug tested by USADA while he's having surgery on, his intestines and everything is just an unbelievable thing. And he's just such a lovely guy, and he got the win. And I mean, how could it not be freaking John Hathaway, in my opinion? So there were a lot of other ones that I'll mention after GC weighs in, but to me, this was an easy one. John Hathaway coming back from everything he came back from, comeback fight of the year for me.
Yeah, you guys are
Oh, I don't hear you.
You guys are right. You guys are right here.
You're changing your pick?
Yeah, so what I originally had was Zhang Wei Li, the way that she went 0-2 in 2021. Obviously losing both times to Rose Namajunas, the head kick, getting booed in front of the crowd, and then to come back, flip the script, 2-0, beat Joanna, get the belt back against Carla Esparza. Just like the way that she flipped from going into 2022 to going into 2023, it feels like a lot of people view her as just like far and away the best strawweight in the world. I thought that was a huge comeback, but John Hathaway, I think that's the one. I mean, just the story, the interview that he had on here, and it was truly incredible.
Love
the
it.
fact that he came back and won.
A late audible.
I respect the heck out of just making it right.
Yeah, no, I love it.
That gets another tick for the over.
The people did not agree and didn't show the same kind of love.
I'm gonna guess they picked a UFC fighter.
Yeah, they picked Leon Edwards.
What?
Yeah, they picked Leon Edwards, which is a weird one because the guy's been on obviously he gets the big win, but
And I'm criticized?
yeah,
What is
I mean,
this?
not as bad as someone just showing up as a
Here,
corpse.
Let me just throw something out there for you. Let me just lob something out there for you.
By the way, didn't you give it to Nick Diaz last year? Which was,
No, I did not.
I think you thought about it.
He was on the list.
Yeah.
Let me throw something else out there. I would have picked John Hathaway if he lost too. Let me give you that. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Different.
Put that
Different.
in your pipe and smoke it.
By the way,
I would've
very
given it to
different.
John Hathaway
She showed
too.
up like a corpse.
Nah, too bad.
She showed
I
up
don't
like a
care.
corpse.
I don't care.
A
what
year later
everybody's
after getting
opinion
knocked
of
out.
Is how she handled the interviews and whatnot. She
This
was
dude,
overcoming
you're
some
comparing
real
a loss to a guy getting his intestines removed and like getting kicked in the body.
all
He's
the
got a
pressure
bag.
in the world. He disappeared for a while and then he came back. She was in the spotlight.
It will
I
forever.
don't want to turn this into this.
Sure,
but
again,
I would have picked him. I would have picked him.
It
if he
feels
lost.
like, this is only my second annual, but it feels like it's an annual tradition for the Rousey pick to come
Yeah, it has to come
and
up.
get this.
annual. I'd say it's like 10 times a year at least we talk about it.
Leon, Drew Dober, Aljamain Sterling. Initially, by the way, before I remember the Hathaway, Zhang Wei Li was
Zhang, yeah.
a strong consideration because of how she, lost the belt and didn't win in 21. She's on there. Nathan Diaz, interesting.
Some of these are, I don't know.
Amanda Nunes, Yuri Prochaska, Chris Curtis, Sergey Pavlovich, and on it goes.
Of all the top ones, Zhang is
Curtis.
is the one that makes the most sense. One that GC mentioned earlier that I think is a real important one in here is Rob Wilkinson. Just like 2 fights. He had 2 fights after his UFC run, which was not good at the end. He had a fight in 2019 and a fight in 2021. But he was very inactive after his UFC run. Comes back undefeated in the PFL to become their champion at the end. He deserves a nod for sure for what he did. But if we're going like the cream of the crop, who really bounced back at the top level, it was Zhang Wei Li for sure.
I agree. Upset of the year. So this is different than underdog of the year. This is just a big upset. I'll go first. You mentioned her, Larissa Pacheco. To me, this was the biggest upset. Odds aside, it was crazy, by the way, speaking of odds, to see the odds just like dramatically start. That was a cool thing that they did on the broadcast. Like they just started to get closer and closer and closer. Upset of the year, Larissa Pacheco for her win over Kayla Harrison, Black Friday, MSG Hulu Theater. I don't think anyone thought that she was going to win. She had already lost twice to Kayla, comes back, and there was no controversy whatsoever. Massive, massive win for her, life-changing win. She gets not only the victory, the belt, but the $1 million as well. That, to me, was the biggest upset of the year. What do you think, New York Rick?
Make that 2. Make it a double. Easy call. There are some other ones out there I can touch on after we go through, but for me, 2 for 2, Larissa Pacheco.
Yeah, I mean, make it 3. The way that she got beaten the first 2 times against Kayla Harrison, like I don't think she won a single round in the first 10 rounds. Like she just got dominated. To come back and then win by decision, I thought the only way she would have won is by knocking her out. She had 3 first-round knockouts prior to that in 2022. For her to win by decision was just spoke volumes. It was an unbelievable effort from her, and she did it at like, you mentioned the odds. She was like plus 500 going into that one. It was crazy.
Yeah, she was. I mean, did anyone pick her?
I'm sure there were a few people that bet her out there just based off of value, but I did not. Frank, did you pick her?
I did not.
And guess what, guys?
Sore subject.
Guess what? The people did not agree with us. How about that?
They picked a UFC fight.
Yeah. So what are you trying to get at here?
I mean, their palates are a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, but this was a pretty big one, no?
It's great. I'm sure it's Leon Edwards. It's fantastic.
It's Edwards, yeah.
It ain't the right answer.
By the way, credit to them. She was second. Pacheco over Harrison was second. Edwards over Usman was by far number one. Number 3, Pena. No, what? This is 2021. Yes. Why am I even reading that? O'Malley over Jan. Pereira over Izzy.
Okay, so here's one that I don't think a lot of people are going to mention.
Yeah.
Sterling over Jan.
100%.
Second fight.
100%.
Huge.
Yeah.
Huge. As I
no
said
one gave
earlier,
Aljo a shot.
Yeah, he was walking dead. He was the paper champ. He was holding the belt for Jan. He was warming it up, and he comes out there and gets it done as a plus 300-ish at closing underdog. That was a massive upset.
All right, let's move along now and talk about the rivalry of the year. And if I'm being honest, guys, didn't think it was a great year for rivalries.
Agreed.
No.
Didn't think it was a great year for rivalries. Great fights, and there's some that come to mind. Figueiredo Moreno still unfolding, but we had the fight in January, and then nothing really throughout the year. Cyril Gane and Ngannou culminated in January as well.
Yeah.
Colby and Masvidal, a potential one because not only did it have the fight in March, and then there was the incident afterwards, but felt like, although that footage resurfaced, but I don't know if that's rivalry. So, not a lot of great ones, not like years past where we had, the Cormier and Jones or Dustin Connor Diaz. To me, the rivalry of the year is one that has to span a good portion of the year and one that's on our radar and that we're talking about for a very long time. And it was a pretty easy one to come up with. It was Israel Adesanya versus Alex Pereira, or Izzy and Alex Pereira, because this is one that we were talking about November of last year, right? Like, we all knew that there was a singular goal here. There was a singular reason as to why Alex Pereira was being brought in. The history with Izzy, the 2 wins in kickboxing, he gets to win in November, and then every step was leading towards him, and Izzy had to answer questions about him, and Eugene Behrman had to answer questions about Alex Pereira, and then it culminates in November, end of the year. That to me kind of spans the entire year, and of course we're thinking that they're going to do the rematch. Obviously they have a history. They're not the best of friends. Pereira, Izzy, rivalry of the year. GC?
Yeah, I mean, I can't argue with that at all. I somewhat considered Covington Masvidal, but I mean, this was an easy choice to me. Just the build up to the fight, the history, all of the videos that I watched leading up, just breaking down the history between the two. And plus, something that cannot go not mentioned is Alex Pereira's troll job of Israel Adesanya leading up to the fight. I mean, the way that he was on social, not speaking much English at all, the way that he was able to reach all those followers, I mean, it was fantastic. So I agree with you here. I think this was the rivalry of the year, no question.
Huge. Yes,
I
go
like
ahead.
that a lot. That's a really good shout about how he built the fight without really having access to the kind of promotional tools that everybody else had.
Yeah.
He leaned on his 2 wins and made it happen. I really like that shout, GC. Funny enough, we all kind of arrived here, even though we admitted it's almost by default. I also had Alex and Izzy. I had some other rivalries listed, but there weren't really great ones, to your point. I think the most significant one about this one that I think pushes it over the top is it was 2 of the best in the world in their absolute prime, and we actually got the payoff. We got the fight. Some of these rivalries peter out. Some of them are not great fights, right? Colby, Covington, and Masvidal, the fight on the street was probably better than the fight in the cage. So, sometimes they don't deliver. And this one delivered as a fight and delivered as a rivalry. So I ended up here as well.
And even bigger than that rivalry, even bigger than Izzy versus Alex, is the rivalry between Southampton and Nottingham Forest. And we do have breaking news, Frank. We're out of the bottom 3. We're out of the bottom 3. I mean, that's a huge result, New York Rick. You must be absolutely buzzing right now.
Buzzing.
Out of the bottom 3, up to 15th. First away goal since August. First away win of the season. I mean,
no, that can't be understated how huge that was. I mean, we've been talking about it all week, how massive this game was against Southampton. Big opportunity for Forest, for the Tricky Trees. Now we find ourselves a few points cleared of having to go down 15th. I mean, plus 240 going into that one as well. Like, we get disrespected week after week, and we just continue to find ways to pull it off. I mean,
what a story! One of the great
tough day to be an Everton fan. I'll say that much down at 19th.
By the way, this story that is unfolding here between our previous favorite team and you can't script this, guys. You can't script this. What a day it has been, right? The awards, Nottingham. What more?
Can't wait to get home and watch the highlights.
Oh yes, me
and by
too.
highlights, I mean the full 90-minute match.
Of course, match of the day. All right, there we go. The people, by the way. Let me just pull it up real quick. I kind of lost myself. They agree.
Yeah.
They agree. Izzy, Alex, 2, Covington, Masvidal. By the way, a very strong 3, Helwani Pimblett. I mean, what can I say?
Pimblett.
Yeah. I'm sure they got a lot of votes.
I'd almost say Pimblett versus everybody, right? Taporia, Gordon, MMA fans,
Yeah.
Helwani, like Pimblett's got a few.
Dentists.
What about Rafion Stotts and Danny Sabatello? That was a good one for
that was
Bellator.
a decent
That was a
one.
good
That was a decent one.
Poirier Chandler?
That was my sneaky one. Third on my list, Poirier Chandler. Not just the fight itself, which ended up being magical as well, but the underlying tension. It was kind of like a low simmer one. I really liked that one. Conor McGregor versus Artem Lobov, like late contender.
Yeah.
Here's 2
Song of the year. Artem is a rat.
Here's 2 that lost some steam that I was really excited about early in the year and then kind of lost some steam. Jake Paul versus MMA.
Yeah.
I feel like that really took a
Big
huge
time.
hit. And Francis Ngannou versus the UFC. Francis Ngannou's rivalry with the UFC.
Nate versus UFC too.
Yeah, but that one, like, now it's over, right? There was a separation, and the Francis story is still yet to be fully told. But it had a lot of momentum in the beginning of the year, and now it's an afterthought.
6 categories to go. What are we at on the?
We have 6. So
Wow.
I need
Wow, you're
some
gonna have to
help.
go 5 of 6.
5 out of these last 6.
All right, here we go. Story of the year. As an old school media guy, I love the story of the year. This is the story that sort of spanned the entire year. In my opinion, the one that dominated, the one that we were thinking about, the one that we were talking about. And there were a lot, right? Francis, you mentioned, will John Jones come back? Will he, won't he? That's always been a story that we were talking about throughout the year. But to me, there was nothing bigger throughout the year. I'll go first. Nothing bigger throughout the year than not only the saga that was Nathan Diaz versus the UFC, because as you recall, I was talking about that being one of the stories going into the year. And then it's like, is he going to get a fight? Is he going to fight in January? Is he going to fight in February? He keeps asking for the fight. Then finally, we have our big rendezvous in Las Vegas, right? Which leads to him coming on the show, an all-time appearance. Shout out to Machiavelli and the team photo, right? Which leads to that special appearance, which leads to him getting the Khamzat fight just days later, which leads to the Khamzat fight falling through on 24 hours notice in one of the craziest weekends in the history of the sport, probably number 2 behind the crazy one in Brooklyn a few years back, which then leads to him getting the win over Tony Ferguson and actually coming out on top when so few do in these cases versus the UFC brass, which leads to him having that moment, which leads to his promo, by the way, which we should have mentioned in promo of the year when he talked about at the weigh-ins, I come from California, real gangsters, whatever. Remember that promo at the weigh-ins, which Stephanie McMahon gave him props for when they had their little meeting at the Triple G Canelo fight. Anyway, to me, Nate Diaz versus UFC, and not just Nate Diaz versus UFC, but Nate Diaz versus UFC and Nate actually coming out on top. The good guy winning here, the house not winning, was my story of the year.
Can I interrupt with some breaking news, please?
Is it Nottingham Forest related?
Yes, it is.
What? I don't believe this.
10 minutes ago, tweet from Dylan Danis.
Oh, here we go.
Man of the hour.
Oh, Jesus.
Fake news, crying, laughing emoji. So he's
refuting
out there that it is fake news.
That's all he got?
That's all he's got right now. For now.
8 hours later, that's the best he could come up with?
So
where's Crosby when he needs him most?
Moving on.
Thank you, Frank.
Nice. That was great. That was pretty good time. Frank's comedic timing still has it. Okay. Story of the year. I want to preface this by saying, like, when I think of story of the year, it's devoid of value, positivity, negativity. It is what is the most significant story for me. Some of these are downers, quite frankly. Some of these are just not fortunate situations to be talking about, but things that we have to address as stories. For me, it was the James Krause UFC betting scandal thing. That was the most significant story. A lot of the other stories, Nate Diaz free agency, lots of other ones that I had on my list are specific to mostly one person, maybe a little bit of an impact on others. But this one, I think, is going to have the largest tentacles, going to be the story that was the most significant this year. And possibly for many years to come, there is going to be fallout from this that is significant in our sport. So to me, that was the one that stood above the rest that I will remember from this year.
It's not a bad one. Still unfolding, right? No resolution. We'll see.
Plenty more to see.
There's other people that are being affected by this, it seems. So let's see. What do you got, GC?
Yeah, I'm actually with Rick here. I know it didn't span the full course of the year, but I mean, just the brevity of it, how big and how significant this story is. I mean, it's affecting people in Canada. They can't even bet anymore because of it. Now, we're getting fighters removed from the UFC pool. Who knows what it's going to extend to from here? I know it's still unfolding, but I mean, just like the fact that you can pinpoint it back to like a specific fight and know that something very shady was happening at that point and everything that's happened since. Yeah, I mean, it can't be understated how big of a deal it is. It's insane. Federal prison, as they say.
Yeah.
Federal effing prison. There were some huge stories this year, though. I mean, I had Nate's free agency third. Obviously, the Cain Velasquez arrest.
Yeah, Cain.
A major shocking story from this year. Francis Ngannou's free agency. No Conor, you touched on this one.
Yeah.
No Conor McGregor, no John Jones. Like where some of the UFC stars been. The UFC title turnover. Like the fact that all these title belts switched hands. Light heavyweight mess. Pereira, Edwards, Makhachev, Figueiredo, Zhang. Unfortunate news, but rest in peace to Rumble, Bonnar, Elias Theodoro, and so many others. Like a rough year for the sport in terms of that. And yeah, just it felt like a very significant year. There was a lot that happened this year. Good, bad, and indifferent. But yeah, big year.
The people went with the betting scandal. So you guys are on the same page. That was number one. Number two was Leon winning the belt. Huge, massive. Pereira hunting for the middleweight championship. Diaz versus the UFC. Helwani Paddy and Ngannou UFC. MMA judging.
Yeah.
Open scoring.
That one.
Open scoring and everything at the end of the year.
Is it bad that I'm pessimistic that it really doesn't amount to anything? Maybe that's why I didn't think of it.
Yeah, you always go with the it's not going to amount, but it still was a big story.
No, it's huge.
Yeah.
I'm saying why I overlooked it, but it's absolutely significant.
Yeah. So there you go. That's story of the year, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the big stories are going to be in 2023. Jedi posted a clip of us talking about story of the year, I think going into 2018 this morning, which was fun to look back on.
What do we have?
I said it was going to be the TV deal. Were they going to go with ESPN? Were they going to go with Amazon? Were they going to go with, and ended up being a pretty big one.
That was a big story.
Helwani going to ESPN. Who would have thought? All right, let's go to Feel Good Moment. This is one of my favorites, aka the Mensch moment of the year. So many to choose from. You could go in a million different directions. Very hard to. I think it's very hard to agree on these because it's like sort of photo, right? Like it could go in a million different ways, and it could speak to you in a million different ways. I'll go first. For me, the Feel Good Moment of the year. It's a few rolled into one, but it goes back to Salt Lake City. It's Leon getting over. It's Leon getting his moment. It's Leon winning. It's the emotion, but then it's also the aftermath and like the way people reacted to it and like doing the post show and the calls that we got and the emotion that we felt, and then remembering that scene of him in the car talking to his mom on FaceTime after the Bilal fight. And then seeing him talk to his mom, it gives me chills just like talking to his mom again and saying like, we did it. No, there we go. I mean, what's better than this?
Yeah.
Crying. I mean, just incredible. One of the greatest moments in the history of the sport, and the high that I was on. And I remember I was home, and it was the only time ever that my family wasn't home. They were in Montreal, and so I was just yelling. Like, it's 1 a.m., and it's me with Macho, just in the house, and I could never yell like that. And, it was just amazing to be able to witness that. So that's my feel-good moment of the year. Leon winning, the aftermath, all the emotion, the reaction, everything involved. Just incredible stuff. GC.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned earlier that I thought it was the moment of the year in MMA, period, the moment that he knocked Kamaru Usman out. I mean, just the reaction from fans all over the world was just incredible. So I'm agreeing with you here. I mean, not only the knockout, him becoming champion, the calls with mom, him coming on this show and having a cry on this show, just everything surrounding it. It was just such an incredible story to know where he's come from to get to this point. Yeah, it's hard not to feel good seeing something like that happen.
Huge. Mr. New York Rick.
Yeah, that is one that's hard to argue with. I have a different answer.
Wow. Can't wait to hear this.
It's Chris Barnett's UFC 279 win.
Yeah.
And it's because this one requires the context. It requires the backstory. He fought before that. The last time he had fought was in April. His wife was sick during that time. In May, she dies. She passes away.
Mm-hmm.
Chris comes into that fight, obviously heavy-hearted, having to figure out his life situation. Misses weight, is down really bad against Jake Collier, and comes back and wins. It was in just a super condensed amount of time. You learned a lot about that guy, and the story really touched me. I don't think a lot of people, even at the time, necessarily knew all the backstory that was happening there. But at the end of it, just Chris Barnett, just a very lovable character in the sport, but also somebody who overcame a lot to be in that moment and to get that win that meant the world to him. It got me choked up. Gotta admit, like shout out to Chris Barnett. That was it was
incredible. What a soul that guy is.
Just
I mean,
salt of the earth,
yeah.
right? Like you want to root for that man.
Yep.
And the same could be said for Leon. Like I don't think it's different in that regard. Like an incredible moment for a guy who got it through the mud, who did it the hard way, and now is sitting at the top of the welterweight mountain. Shout out to Leon Edwards as well.
Edwards winning, by far the biggest, the number one pick by the people. Edwards winning, Nate winning his last fight and beating the house.
Yeah,
number two. Patty's mental health speech at 02 in a rare back-to-back. Patty's mental health, and then Patty getting 10-7 back-to-back. I mean, who would have thought?
That was really back-to-back.
Yeah.
That was a feel-good.
The 10-7, I guess, was feel-good. Islam winning, Glover jumping into the cage, and the other dude stumbling was a nice moment. Tommy Aspinall.
I was going to say that Blade's going to have a pint with him after all.
Love that, Frank.
Yeah,
Frank.
Oh, there, Frank. Love
That's a great one.
Yeah, I feel good.
Any love for our boy Brendan Loughnane? How about that one?
Brendan.
Nobody's got.
No, that's true.
That was a massive one. The guy who was a cast off. Dana White didn't want to sign him.
Yeah,
and he gets it done.
Call.
One that is like not as sentimental, I would say, but also felt extremely good. Anderson Silva and Chael Sonnen chopping it up on the stage.
That was nice. That was nice.
That one, as an old school.
That was nice.
Still going to Brazil joke.
Here.
That was fantastic.
That was great. Khalil Rountree's speech in the cage was a great one as well. So a lot of great moments. The sport is filled with great characters, great souls, great personalities, a lot of great moments. But to me, nothing like brought the emotion out quite like Leon winning and then calling his mom. We're down to the final four, friends. The final four. How about that? Thought we'd get a little bit of a clap there. Nothing? Thank you. The audience has been great. The crowd has been great. We appreciate everyone who's watching us live right now on the MMA Fighting YouTube. It's been a wonderful day. It's been a day filled with many, many highs. Let's go to round of the year. To me, round of the year is always a very tough one, because it's not the fight, it's a slice of the fight. GC, why don't you lead off?
Yeah, so I've already mentioned this fight a couple of times. I was in attendance for it, UBS Arena, UFC Long Island. It was that Matt Schnell, Sumadarji, the second round, just the back and forth. The crowd was going absolutely crazy. You thought the fight was going to get called for Sumadarji at one point, and then you think it's going to get called for Schnell. It's just this back and forth, just an insane affair that ends with Matt Schnell getting the submission victory. Just tough to top, especially being at my first UFC event and getting to see something like that live, and the way that the crowd just fed into it and reacted and just pumped the guys up even more. Insane performance by both guys. So I will go Schnell Sumadarji round 2 as my round of the year for 2022.
Thought about that one very much so. New York Rick?
Same one.
Yeah.
That is the one. It had to be that.
It had to be that. I don't agree.
You're wrong.
No.
Under's definitely cashing.
I do not agree.
Under already cashed.
It was my second choice, but my top choice, my winner for round of the year was the first round between Dustin Poirier and Michael Chandler at Madison Square Garden. I mean, it was look at that.
I want to
jingle for us, Frank.
Thank you, Frank. I appreciate that.
I want to be mad. I really do.
It was incredible
because it's not the right answer, but I can't be mad because it's so good.
Again, for me, stakes matter, and I was just way more invested in this fight. And finally, they get in there, and to me, it was the people's main event, and the back and forth was just nuts,
insane. It felt like we were going to get a finish.
I can't go against
round.
it. It's such a good round.
Are you changing your pick?
No,
okay.
Because we have the right answer.
Yeah, we have the right
It's
answer.
a really
Again, stakes matter, all that stuff. It was incredible.
It's the round of the year.
Matter than it's
Not
the
the fight
top
of the
tier
year.
pay-per-view cards. We like getting deep here.
Yep. Luckily for me, the people agree with me. They gave it to Chandler Poirier. Wait, you're going back to this now? I mean, they haven't agreed with me for a while.
No, not that they agree with you that their palate is so unrefined.
Oh, I get it.
Casuals.
Schnell Sumaderji got the second pick. Dober McKinney.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what I almost went with. I mean,
that was
Terrence
my number
McKinney comes out and drops him in like 15 seconds, and somehow Dober survives it and then ends up getting the finish in the same round. Insane.
Oliveira Gaethje round 1.
That was a good one.
Could be in there, yeah.
That was a good one, man.
Prochaska Teixeira. Shemaev Burns round 2.
You could pick a round from Shemaev Burns or Prochaska.
Yeah, that whole
Teixeira,
fight
and
was
it's
unbelievable.
It's great. You could pick any round.
By the way, you could even go Chandler Poirier round 2.
No. Yeah, I think you're thinking of.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chandler Poirier.
Wasn't that the wrestling round?
No, but it was high drama. O'Malley Yan round 2.
Yeah.
That one was crazy.
Onama Landwehr
Which one?
Yeah.
round 2.
Round 1.
That was
round
a crazy
2.
fight.
Gan Tuivasa. Remember when he got rocked?
Oh yeah, gone to Ivasa. Yeah.
You
was a great round, though.
You think he faked it?
He faked it.
You think it was Robodope?
It was 100%. But it was a great
Robodope
round.
against the cage when he dropped against the cage.
No. In the
middle.
Caught in the
Yeah.
middle when he did the wobble.
Oh yeah.
It did lead to one of the great
Brains wasn't trying to remember all these
promos, like Instagram, ads of all time. The one and only, your boy. When he's doing the pics outside the Eiffel Tower in Paris when he's all beat up. All right, well, the people agree with me. So there's round of the year, and most award shows they like to start high and then they go. We're obviously ending with the big ones here. The final 3: fight of the year, female fighter of the year, Frank, and male fighter of the year. Fight of the year is a huge one, right? I mean, what a great honor. It takes 2 to tango. You need to have an epic clash. A lot of them this year, a lot of big ones. New York Rick, why don't you go first?
Yeah, maybe I'll start with a little backstory here.
Oh.
I vote on the MMA fighting awards as well.
Oh.
I initially did not have this
Drum roll
fight
might have been
as my
premature.
fight of the year,
Wow.
and it was an epic botch.
Wow.
I went back and not prompted, but I decided, you know what, let me give this one more look. I went back and I ended up picking Yuri Prochazka and Glover Teixeira. But initially, I did not have it as my number 1.
What did you have?
See, this comes into play.
Oh.
I had Dustin and Michael Chandler, which I don't think anybody else even had in their top 5. But to me, the stakes in that one were incredible.
That's
High
a
drama.
solid pick.
It wasn't
Solid.
the best, though.
Yeah,
it
not
was
the
not the
best.
best.
Not
I
the
mean,
best.
I watched it again, and I just could not believe that was real. Like, I could not believe that we witnessed that, especially in the light heavyweight division. Yuri Prochazka versus Glover Teixeira. It's the cream of the crop. It's the cream of the crop.
GC?
100% agree. I mean, you talk about cream of the crop. You talk about fights you want to show to your friends that aren't into MMA. It's that one right there. The fact that it was just so much back and forth, so much damage dealt out by each guy. Prochazka shows his grappling chops against the guy like Glover Teixeira, finishes it with the submission, from the jaws of defeat. It was the fact that a title was on the line too, and 2 guys that never go the distance. I want to say it was like minus 500 to not go the distance, and they go for 24 and a half minutes, and it's just insane the whole way. Gotta be Prochazka Teixeira.
Yeah, because again, it's the stakes, it's the back and forth, it's the finish, right?
Yeah.
It's Glover, the history, Glover getting submitted, all that and more. That was my pick as well. Fight of the year, Glover Teixeira, Yuri Prochazka, UFC 275, and the people agree with us, guys. A clean sweep. The people agree. That's number 1. Number 2, by the way, Poirier Chandler. So yeah, not that far off.
Okay.
Number 3, Shemaev Burns.
Yeah, that was my number 2. Shemaev Burns was fantastic.
I thought I was going a little crazy with Poirier.
Thompson Holland. Number 4, back in early December, Jan O'Malley, Gan Tuivasa, Schnell, Sumaderji.
I'll tell you.
Costa Rockhold.
Oh, that's actually a fun one. There's one that never gets mentioned, and I don't understand why. Alex and Izzy. Nobody votes for it. Nobody talks about it. That was a hell of a fight. And it wasn't just the end where Alex was dangerous. Alex was dangerous in those later rounds. I didn't think that it was, Izzy was in cruise control at that point. I loved that fight, but I haven't seen a lot of love for it out there lately, but that was a hell of a fight.
So it was the fight back in June that gets the fight of the year, and we were hoping to get the rematch in December. We're not getting the rematch in December. We didn't get the rematch, and we're not getting the rematch anytime soon because we're getting Jamal Hill versus Glover Teixeira in the first pay-per-view. That's January the 21st in Brazil. Jamal Hill wins. That messes everything up, maybe forever. Glover wins. Maybe we do get the rematch later on this year. All right, now down to the final 2, and without a doubt, the biggest ones, right? I mean, what's bigger than female fighter of the year, male fighter of the year, female fighter of the year, and male fighter of the year? I'm going to go out on a limb and say these will not be unanimous. I think we'll agree on female. I don't think we'll agree on male. And I'll start. Female fighter of the year, to me, was someone that I was thinking about for comeback fighter of the year. I didn't give it to her, but I'm giving her the bigger award, female fighter of the year award. I'm giving it to Zhang Weili for the 2 wins. 1, Joanna back in June. 2, Carla Esparza back in November. Not only could you have given her the female fighter of the year, the comeback fighter of the year, you also could have given her possibly the most improved fighter of the year because she has leveled up, especially against Carla. To see her level up on the ground, the way in which she has leveled up, nothing short of amazing. She is an incredible talent that she has come a long way. And I don't think anyone thought that she would turn into the talent that she has turned into when we first met her. And I don't know if a lot of people thought that she would touch, taste, even be anywhere near the vicinity of gold, because I think a lot of people thought that Rose Namajunas would hold on to the belt for a while and she wasn't getting another crack at her. And here she goes and beats Joanna in her retirement fight, at least for now. Who knows? Maybe Joanna comes back, very likely. She seems to be kind of hinting at it more and more. But then you go in there against Carla, who looked, pretty tough against Rose, but has a very, very tough skill set. And she comes in there and bang, what does she do? Just blows her out of the water. Incredible performance, 2 wins. Usually you like to give it to someone who gets 3 or more fights under the belt. Doesn't often happen with the female fighters. It's 2 wins for Zhang Weili, my female fighter of the year. New York Rick, you go ahead.
Easy call, Zhang Weili. Yeah, as you said, the end of 2021, it looked like it was over for her title chances. She comes back, puts on 2 incredible performances, and is now the champion again. Very easy call for me. Nobody else in the running in my book.
Everything you guys just said.
Yeah.
She was my comeback fighter of the year. Unbelievable stuff. Gets on the show. She's speaking incredible English.
Oh, yes.
I mean, she is really on the come up. I mean, I don't know who's going to take the strap from her because she has looked incredibly impressive in 2022.
Yeah. Curious who her first defense is going to be against. Other names, Manon Fiorot, Alexa Grasso, Erin Blanchfield, Vanessa Demopoulos, Larissa Pacheco. Any of the...
I feel Larissa Pacheco is the only one that even has a claim at taking it.
Yeah. No, I mean, you can make a strong case for her, honestly, with the big win, but...
the big win, but also
the activity, right?
She's
yeah.
4-0.
Right.
Exactly. That's
double
the part
fights.
that pushes her into
3
the combo.
first-round knockouts, too.
But level of competition,
right.
Zhang Weili just aced it.
The people, by the way, they agree with us.
Yeah.
Zhang Weili, number 1. Number 2, Valentina Shevchenko.
Nope.
I mean,
can't see why that would be a
she
thing.
arguably lost that fight. Yeah.
Also 1-0.
Right. 3, Nunes. 4, Pacheco, Blanchfield, Demopoulos, Tyler Santos, Molly McCann.
3-0.
Liz Carmouche deserves a nod.
That's actually a really good one.
Yeah. She had a big year. And there was 1 vote for Katie Taylor, by the way. Wrong sport, but I appreciate it. All right, Frank, here's the big one. Male fighter of the year, guys. We have reached the end. By the way, what time did we start?
2:25.
All right, so
2.5 hours.
Yeah, not bad.
Light work.
10th annual, big
Daniel, big.
male fighter of the year.
Male fighter of the year.
26 and a half categories.
So you don't think we're going to agree on this one?
Mysterious was the half, by the way. By the way, you could have gotten us with that one, Frank, because at the beginning of the show, I ran through all the categories. I didn't mention Mysterious. And when I was doing that, I was like, ah, shit.
And it wasn't on the list.
It wasn't on the list.
Yeah.
You
But
could have
I
said-
gave you guys the benefit of the doubt. I was like, you know what? I've been wrong before.
Yeah.
Frank,
Maybe
clear
I'm
something
wrong
up for
again.
me. Did you look at the Excel spreadsheets with our picks?
Yes.
Ah, damn.
The
Yeah,
one-
we
I was under the impression you weren't going to do that.
We were
No,
debating
I
that, by the
sent my
way.
email. Wow. You
Yeah.
guys, I'll have you know, and I have the receipt. You guys are the third favorite. I only have 3 favorites on my phone, and you guys are the third one.
Well, we're
glad
muted.
Glad we're in last.
Well, everyone's muted.
Frank, who's your male fighter of the year?
My male fighter of the year, Leon Edwards.
Okay, nice. I mean, just one fight, but what a big win it was. GC, why don't you go first?
Yeah, sure. I mean, for me, this one is as clear as the Zhang Wei Li female fighter of the year. For me, I will be going with who you guys had as the breakout fighter of the year. It is Alex Pereira. I mean, to go 3-0 in 2022 against tough competition, Bruno Silva, Sean Strickland. A lot of people thought that Sean Strickland was going to be able to easily handle Alex Pereira. He comes in there, gets the first round knockout, and then to be the champion at the end of the year. Like you mentioned earlier, 1-0 in the UFC entering this year. He goes 3-0 and becomes the middleweight champion. Unbelievable stuff. For me, this was a no-brainer to make him the fighter of the year.
I love it. It's a great choice. Hard to argue. 3-0, the win at the end of the year. I love it. I'm very happy that you went with Alex Pereira. Very deserving. New York Rick, agree or disagree?
Agree. Easy call. Alex.
Love it. Love it. He goes with Alex Pereira, and we end the show not in unison, not on the same page, and I feel so good about it. There was only one champion in the UFC who did not lose a round. There was only one champion who swept away the competition. There was only one champion who showed up against a late replacement, skunked them, came on this program, cooked some techie tacos for us or whatever it was, chicken wings.
Taki
tacos. It was tremendous. Had the hat, was an absolute mensch, comes back and beats his rival for the third time, skunks him, and was fantastic. And I know what you're saying. Ariel, are you talking about Alex the Great Volkanovski? Yes, I'm talking about Alex the Great Volkanovski. And I know what you're saying. Ariel, is Alex the Great Volkanovski your male fighter of the year? Look into my eyes. He is. Alex the Great Volkanovski. 2 title defenses. Skunks the competition. No one comes close to the guy. Number 1 pound for pound. Moves to that slot. But I know what you will say. He was 2-0. Alex Pereira was 3-0. Alex Pereira wins the belt against Izzy in Massacre Garden. Guys, this is the big difference. Yes, he was 2-0. Yes, Alex was 3. This man put aside his ego. This man put aside everything, went to freaking Abu Dhabi, cut weight to be standby fighter at 155. That's a fighter right there. After injuring his hand, after having surgery, come on. Alex Volkanovski is the fighter of the year as far as the male divisions are concerned. And if I'm being honest, I don't even think it's close.
Wow.
I don't
Not
even think it's
close.
close. Guys,
That's crazy.
This is an all-time terrible take.
this
Say
is
it's
not.
close. is
Guys,
wild.
All-time terrible.
Guys, I don't know if it's close. You have to consider what he did against in the Abu Dhabi situation.
Do you have to consider the first fight being an absolutely abysmal mismatch or
Guys,
not?
Giant mismatch. Didn't Islam Makhachev not lose a round either?
Guys, no, the only champion who came into the year and then left
came
the
into the
year.
year. Okay.
By the way, who did Alex
Asterisk.
Pereira fight
Loaded stat.
first?
Bruno Silva.
Yeah, and what was that?
Sean Strickland and Izzy is better wins than
No.
Chan Sung Jung and Max Holloway.
Wow.
Bruno Silva is a
Bruno
tough
Silva's
out, man.
a body.
Izzy had never
and-
lost at middleweight before in MMA.
And by the way, did he win that fight clean? The Bruno Silva
I'll
fight?
tell you what, he won Sean Strickland and Israel Adesanya.
He
pretty
did,
good.
but did he win?
decision.
Did he win but was it a clean win? Was it a dominant clean win? Was it a win that you were like, wow? No, remember the talk afterwards was
It
like,
was a close. It was a close fight.
Yeah.
That makes it
then-
all the more impressive.
And then he went out and
continued on.
starched 2 legit top-ranked fighters.
listen,
The win over Chan Sung Jung is irrelevant, completely irrelevant.
We
I
knew
love
what was going to
Alex
happen going into that.
Volkanovski.
The Holloway
It is-
one was
it is-
more.
It is not significant. In fact, I'll go so far as to say I have 3 people ahead of him.
wow.
I have
Alex-
Islam ahead of him.
Alex Pereira,
Mm-hmm.
Zhang Weili.
Well, no, we're going male.
I'm just saying, if I'm ranking fighters,
Oh.
Zhang Weili had a better year.
Yeah. How can you say that? They both have the same amount of wins.
Yeah. Joanna Jędrzejczyk and Carla Esparza are two top-level wins.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Chan Sung Jung is not.
Mm-hmm.
I love the Korean Zombie. That ain't it. And
That's very revisionist history right there by you.
what?
Very revisionist history. People weren't saying that, but going into the fight,
Am I taking crazy?
they weren't saying that. They weren't saying that.
I'm
After
sure he was
the
like a
fight.
minus like 500. It was,
Okay,
it was
whatever.
a done.
Everybody was saying
Typical.
that. It was
All
a
right.
nothing fight,
All right.
which he dominated. To be fair to your point, which he dominated.
And not only
Minus
that,
700, I'm
showed
sorry.
remorse.
Minus 700.
Minus
Showed
700.
remorse in the fight. I mean, just like mensch of the year as well.
Here's the name that
Mention of
now-
the year, he could very
Yeah,
well be
he's up
leading
there.
this category.
I'm gonna throw one
Absolutely,
out that will also be controversial back, so you can
Please,
return
please.
it to me.
Can't wait.
Aljamain Sterling was better than Alexander Volkanovski this year,
He had a great year. I mean,
and put some damn respect on his name.
I actually
People
liked
don't.
your monologue. You lost me when you said it's not even close.
Okay, fine. Maybe I got a little overzealous there. But here's the thing: if you're going to dismiss Zombie, you're going to accept the Dillashaw fight.
I'll take Jan equal to Holloway. I'll take a Jan equal to a
The
Holloway.
history
He's got 2 wins.
again
Over
I feel like
Holloway.
the Holloway.
He's got 2
Holloway,
wins.
arguably the greatest featherweight champion of all time.
Well, I mean that's out the window.
You used history for the Holloway
how is he-
as
he
if
can't be better
Aljamain
than
and
Volk
Jan do
now.
not have history.
Is Max Holloway a better champion than Volk, the guy who beat him 3 times?
Is Max Holloway a bet? No, but I'm saying the win. The
He had
2
2
fights were
over him.
super close, and arguably lost the second one. Comes back, rights the wrong, and doesn't just right the wrong. I mean, we've never seen Max Holloway get beat up like that.
Yeah, that's true. It was
I am a big
unbelievably
Alexander
impressive.
Volkanovski fan. Big.
One of my favorite fighters.
Come on, Alex, back me
It
here.
ain't it. It ain't it.
Wow.
Alex.
The first
I mean,
win
Alex
was
Volkanovski,
meaningless.
wherever he may be.
Oh, I thought you were talking to corporate Alex. You were looking for an Alex. to
No.
back
I mean,
the
if he
Alex.
wants to back me, he can. I feel very strongly about this. And can I just say this? If he would have ended 2-0, maybe don't go in that direction. But the fact that he was willing, after surgery, go through training camp and cut the weight and be on standby as the #1 pound-for-pound fighter, to me means something. That to me, he is
in the
quintessential
mention
fighter.
of the year. Yeah, in the mention of the year, that definitely means a lot.
Now, can I also say something? And now we're getting into the minutia, but I think it's a fun debate to end the year. Here's the thing. If Alex Pereira doesn't have the history with Izzy, is he even given that title shot after beating Bruno Silva?
No.
So he's somewhat a product.
Well, no, he beat Sean Strickland.
No, be Silva and Strickland. Even after beating Sean Strickland, do you get a title shot? No.
Yeah.
You do not get a title shot after beating Sean Strickland. He is a product of the promotion.
But he still did it.
Oh,
he still
He
has
did
the gold.
it. He did it. He absolutely did
Still
it.
has the gold.
By the way, early stoppage. You know,
False?
You're making me talk down on Volkanovski.
I know, it's-
like,
it's
as
brutal.
As if I have anything
give me
against
the
him. One of
Jordan
my
security guard.
favorite-
Give me
one of my
the-
favorite
know what? You got that.
fighters.
Give me the Jordan security guard.
Your bend on that is pretty
Go on.
accurate. Okay, let me counter with something here. Great. Point made. Chan Sung Jung, what did he do to get this title shot?
Well, I said he was late replacement. I wasn't.
And
hiding.
then that win is supposed to be significant in my eyes. I'm supposed to rank that highly.
It wasn't a win. It was 10-7 rounds.
You're picking apart Bruno Silva and Sean Strickland and saying, "Oh, does he deserve a title shot after that?" How
The
about Chan
zombie
Sung
win
Jung?
was a clean sweep. Bruno Silva wasn't a clean sweep.
Sean Strickland was a clean sweep.
Yeah.
They swept him off the cage
Yeah.
after it was over.
Guess who was? And by the way, you're making me talk down on Alex. He had an incredible year.
Fighter of
You're
the
making
year.
us talk down on Alex.
No.
Alex Volkanovski.
The other Alex. This Alex. The Alex.
It's a very
this
Seinfeld
Alex.
moment right here. We're both talking about
It
Alex.
was, by the way, it actually was a clean sweep. Alex Pereira, 30-27 across all 3 judges' scorecards.
I know, but it
was
was like
controversial.
it was
I
close.
will
It was-
grant him that.
come
It
on.
was
close.
controversial.
Yeah. By the way, so was Sabatel over Stotts, 50-45, clean sweep.
All 3 judges, though.
Yeah. Listen,
Come on, man.
Fighter of the year, Alex
he's a
Pereira.
product of the promotion. Sorry.
This is such nonsense. This is such nonsense.
Also, was losing that fight against Izzy and then gets the early stoppage
Won-
gift from
won
Goddard.
the fight.
so you
Won the
heap
fight.
accolades on Leon Edwards all show, and now
I'm
who
just
was
saying,
getting beat
these
way worse.
were the things that I was deciding. These were the factors that came into play when ultimately I
Look
went
at
with
this. We were
Volk.
happy to accept your pick of Alex Volkanovski, and then you come at us for our pick of
No,
Pereira, and
come-
now we're having to go to war.
And by the way, can I just say something? Can we look at the circumstances? Fights in April, comes back in July, sweeps Holloway, breaks his hand, goes through the surgery, goes through the rehab, ready to go in October, standby. I mean, it's
he's a legit
gigantic.
he's a legit legend, a legit pound for pound king.
Legend.
Everything that you were saying about him, he deserves that and more. He did not have the best resume this year. Not honestly, not even the top 2. Not even the top 2.
Pereira 30-27, Silva in March, comes back in July, knocks out Strickland, gets the middleweight strap in November.
Man.
Male Fighter of the Year.
He's great. Next year, look, if he kicks off, how about we talk about this? If he kicks off next year with a win over Islam Makhachev,
Well, then the category's over just like that.
oof, I don't care
my
what he
God.
does. I don't care what he does after that.
Frank, who do you agree with here?
I think you can all have your own fighter of the year. There's no
Wow.
reason to.
No, I know. Of course. And that's the beauty here. Like, we've disagreed on
I think
a lot
Volk
of the
having the
picks.
hand and then being ready in October, like that speaks volumes. If you
Just fighter of the year, you know, like
What?
the guy, he just encompasses everything that,
That's great.
you know.
What does your beloved Substack say that you've been leaning on this whole time?
Yes. Thank you for asking.
This will be telling because I'm
I
expecting
can
them
tell
to
by
agree
the
with you. Which
smirk on
means
his face.
That's in line.
I
with
am
all
so
their other
happy.
Wrong.
I am so happy that you asked. Far and away, the number one choice is the pride of Australia,
Of course.
one Alex.
All right, so
The
that
great
makes me
Volkanovski.
feel a lot better. That
That's
makes me feel
serious.
a lot
You're
better.
serious.
I
I mean,
swear
none
to
of us
God.
can see this computer.
154.
You see, you've heard their other picks.
I mean,
this
that's-
is exactly in line. This is
154
makes a lot
votes?
of sense.
154 for Volkanovski, 117 for Pereira at number 2, and then it went down to Leon and Islam.
You've been previewing your picks on other networks, huh? That's what it is.
What does that mean?
Dropping picks, hints at who you're going to choose. That's why they're all riding with you.
No, I didn't preview anything. I swear.
You see, you're on the right side of history. Just let it rest.
Actually, it's 164 because they misspelled his name, and that got 20 votes too. So it was 160. Well, sorry, 174. 174. Alex Volkanovski got 20, so that's 154 plus 20. Other ones that got nods: Brendan Loughnane, Aljamain Sterling, Sergey Pavlovich got a nod as well. Khamzat Chimaev, Drew Dober.
All right.
Yeah, Drew Dober,
So it's-
Usman Nurmagomedov, Rafian Stotts. So,
Wow, we're this deep in no Islam. I mean,
no, I meant. Did I not mention Islam?
You did, yeah. That was
Yeah,
You did?
four or
fourth.
five,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
I tuned it out.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
bad. Islam had a good year.
He did have a good year, and it's usually the guy. Usually, by the way, this is another amazing thing about what Alex did. Usually, it's the guys who fight early in the year. They can get 3 or 4 in. Alex, Islam fighting in February, huge. But that's the beauty of what Alex did last year. Fought in April, comes back in July.
Or did get 3 in. That's the beauty
Yeah,
of that
yeah,
too.
yeah.
He got 3 in and won. them.
Controversial one.
And then
Early stoppage. Clean one against a guy who just kind of he was like, here, let me give you the title shot. My name is,
Wow.
no, I mean, like he even said it himself. The game plan was not ideal.
that's actually fair. What was Korean Zombie's game plan?
I mean, he fought his heart out, and what a scene it was in that final stanza, right? When he was like, "Hey, man, do you still want to keep going or what?" You remember that?
Yeah, that was
I
incredible.
remember that. That's the win that you're giving a lot of.
I loved it.
respect to.
I loved it. Wow, a lot of people on Twitter agreeing with me here. This is great. I feel a lot better about this pick.
I have a feeling that's not true.
And I love the fact that I like the fact that we didn't agree on the last one. That
Yeah,
would
do we want the final tally on the agreements
Yes.
versus disagreements?
Yes.
Well, how many did we have? Sans our individuals 21.
Yeah.
So 21 total categories. The line that GC had set was 10.5. I took the over. The final tally on categories that we unanimously agreed with, only 8.
Wow.
Under.
And does that include the fans or just us 3?
Just us 3.
Yeah.
I was only keeping
So
track.
8. Wow. I was expecting more, by the way.
Me too. There were some where it was like 2 of us were on it. Like I took Chris Barnett.
Yeah,
you guys
yeah.
took Leon. I could have gone Leon.
Did you do any where we all disagreed?
I think the photo, like the ones you would think.
Yeah,
yeah. There were a
most
couple
of the
that we
ones
did.
we had some pretty strong agreement on a lot of categories this year.
That's fun.
It was a good.
I thought it would be like 11, 12, 13.
Yeah, me too.
I took the over.
That's good.
I was the
all
only
right.
one who stuck my neck out though. Said it.
I mean, Volkanovski,
Nah, come
takes balls. Takes balls.
Yeah, definitely. Took a lot of balls on the boat.
So there we have it, guys. 10th annual in the books. Fun one. What are you most looking forward to as we turn the page finally? I'm happy to turn the page on 2022. It's time to look ahead. There's a lot of things to be excited about. Of course, the big KSI pay-per-view next weekend. No UFC this weekend, right? We get one more week off. There's a Gervonta Davis boxing match, which I'm a little surprised is actually happening still.
That's what I was thinking.
If I'm being honest, crazy shit, but all right. And then we return with the, the Nasruddin Imavov, Kelvin Gastelum card at the Apex. By the way, we were off for 2 weeks. I tried to stay off Twitter as much as possible. I was livid when I saw that Marlon Vera and Corey Sandhagen are fighting at the Apex. Like I was actually, I wasn't being hyperbolic. I was actually offended by that. My New Year, I have one New Year's resolution really for MMA. I mean, of course I could go with like Fighter Pay and Union. I just please no more Apex. That's like the easy one.
You know what? I can go along with you on that. I'm fine with that. Let's get out of the Apex. That'd be great.
Please.
But I also am like, if it's not, all right, we're fine. Everything.
What are you most looking forward to as the year commences?
I have every single year, I say my story or what I want to see most or blah, 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 blah. It's always John Jones. I just want to see John Jones, goddammit. Like, fight John Jones. That is what I want. And I pick it every single year, and he never fights. And I just want to see John Jones back. I'm dying to see how he looks at heavyweight. If it's against Francis Ngannou, I mean, even better. Fantastic. I love it. If it's not, I don't really care. I just want to see John Jones fight. And sub-bullet to that, I wouldn't mind seeing the Conor McGregor fight as well. So I'm looking forward to the return of John Jones and Conor McGregor if the fortunes
they come
are
back
in my favor. Yeah.
Oh, man. Conor, that would be huge. I mean, the UFC could have a big year, but they need some of those A-listers back because they don't have Nate, right? Izzy loses the belt. I was looking forward to a stadium show. Edwards, Usman. They still haven't announced that fight, by the way, which is somewhat interesting.
Hand thing too.
Haven't announced March 4th, right? They haven't announced March 4th, and that's the the potential Ngannou Jones, but not a lot of movement there just yet. So there's a lot of things to look forward to. GC, what are you looking forward to?
This man right here, middleweight, welterweight, don't care. Title shot, 2023.
Who's that? Oh, Hamza.
Yeah. Some point at this year, I want to see him fight for a belt. John Jones, too. Conor McGregor. I think that would also be great, but I want to see Hamza fight for a belt.
Can I tell you what I'm most looking forward to? Like right this moment, if you ask me in combat, like what
a booked fight?
Not a booked fight.
Amanda Serrano, too.
Go.
That is it.
There it is. Bingo. Croke Park.
Yeah, that is it.
I mean,
that's a good fight. I ain't mad at it.
I know this is an MMA show, but like if you're asking me like what's a singular event that I'm like, oh my God, I hope this happens. February 4th, Frank, Amanda Serrano at Hulu Theater, your gal. You
Super
going?
Exciting. Of course.
Yeah, that's the one to get us to the Katie Taylor rematch. By the way, imagine a scenario, it might be tough. Katie, Amanda fight a Croak. Amanda pulls off the upset. You'd have to think she'll be the underdog in this one, right?
Yep.
And then they run back the third one back at MSG.
Let's do it. Sign me up.
That would be sick. I mean,
the first one,
the most money that they can make is against each other. Why wouldn't they consider that? But as far as MMA is concerned, I mean, obviously, very curious to see what happens with Nate, right?
I was about to ask, can you make a Nostradamus prediction here? What do you think Nate's going to do this year?
I think Nate is going to box.
That's what I was going to say. Is it even MMA? I feel like he's
but it's still an MMA story.
No, but you were talking about in MMA. I assume he's boxing. No.
Yeah. All signs point to that. But I'll say, what happens with Nate? What happens with Francis? Right. That's looking good as far as the UFC return is concerned. So those things. But on a wider scale, there's two things that I'm really looking forward to or curious about. Number one, does PFL really take that next step as the number two? Do they build off of the momentum? I think they are. I think they are going to take a big step. So let's see what happens. Also, what becomes of Bellator? There are whispers that I'll just say that they're on the market. They're on the market. And what becomes of them? What is their future? Where are they going to end up? Can they get back on track? They've got the CBS show on February 4th. So we'll see what happens there. and then one's American debut.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Colorado, May.
Yeah, May. One's American debut is a big one, and their future on Amazon Prime. So I think those are all very interesting ones. And, does anything happen on the fighter pay front? And, the other two big ones I think to follow this year are James Krause gambling story, massive. Sure. And as we discussed at the beginning of the day, Dana White.
Yeah.
Right? Dana White's future.
If anything happens, yeah.
What do you guys think happens? I didn't go to you when I talked about this, but could be a good way to...
I lean with you. I feel like nothing is going to end up happening to him.
You're correct?
I mean, everybody wants something to happen immediately, right? That's the instinct, right? They want something to happen. As somebody who did public relations for 8 years, I think you have to look to somebody like Vince McMahon, right? Vince McMahon, involved in his own scandals for WWE, they made minimal actions, continued to make minimal actions until it built up to the point where they had to make a major action, and he stepped away. For the moment, I imagine that the UFC Endeavor will not make a major action unless they are forced into it. There will have to be something that forces their hand, whether it be something new to come out, whether it be a financial interest, right? Like, let's say there's a sponsor who says we can't deal with this, and now all of a sudden those things start to steamroll. That is what will push
the stock dropping.
If the stock drops, if fan viewership is down, and there are people who are voting with their dollars and saying we won't support the UFC product because XYZ thing has happened, that is when the snowball will start to roll. That is when action will start to be taken. If everything doesn't change, they will assume the position that this will blow over, and that's a very standard thing in the public relations world. They tried to be proactive with the TMZ interview. That was their proactive step, which as somebody from the outside objectively, I think that was a smart maneuver in this scenario. But they will make minimal changes. They will try to see if this will blow over and then move from there. But if all of a sudden TBS says we are not taking Power Slap because of the negative press, and all of a sudden sponsors start getting into the equation, or all of a sudden something else comes out, that's when I think action will be taken. So for now, I think it's too early to tell what the fallout from this will be, but we need to see what the next dominoes to potentially fall are going to be, if at all. And that is
what do you lean towards? Do you think any dominoes fall, or?
I don't know. I mean, it's bad. It's really bad.
These people saying, like, have them sit out 2 events. Like,
yeah, what does that
crazy.
mean?
I mean, that's ludicrous for that.
Like I said, you wouldn't even notice.
But even that would be...
it would make zero difference.
Even that would be significant, right? Some kind of punitive measure against Dana White would be something notable, would be something for them that everybody would go, wow, they actually did something in this scenario, as opposed to taking a sit back and see position. Ultimately, I don't know how much is going to change. I don't foresee a major move.
It does feel like it was kind of swept under the rug initially. Curious to see what happens. One thing that I didn't mention at the top when I was saying that I don't think that anything is going to happen, only because I don't have faith in the people that are in charge here, the adults in the room, so to speak. Let's not forget the parent company of the UFC is Endeavor. Endeavor are his agents. Endeavor, Ari Emanuel and Patrick Whitesell, those are the guys who ultimately would make this call, and they love him, and they're programmed to protect him. They have been representing him for a long time. They kept him on. It was part of the deal when they bought the UFC in 2016. He had to stick around because they believed that, he was an important part. He was the figurehead. He was the face. Ari Emanuel has been vocal about controversial things over the past year. He's been vocal about Kanye West. He's been vocal about Saudi Arabia. He's been silent about domestic violence.
Yeah. To your point, they're incentivized, right? Dana White is one of the UFC's biggest stars. Like, put him against anybody on the roster.
Yeah.
He's one of the UFC's biggest stars. It would be the equivalent of, is the treatment of John Jones the same as the treatment of a fighter who's got 3 fights in the UFC, or even a debutant, or whatever that is? His importance to the company, his importance to the value of the company is significant. And Dana White is up there amongst anybody. He might be the biggest at the moment with Conor McGregor stepped aside. So, they are incentivized to protect him in that way and not make a drastic movement.
I also believe that Endeavor and ESPN to a degree. Now, ESPN in these situations, they're going to say like, oh, we don't produce the UFC. Like they do everything.
They wash their hands of it.
They wash their hands of it, but they've got the pay-per-view deal and they reap the benefits and all that stuff. It is true that they don't produce, but I mean, like, come on. They're actually more in bed with UFC than any of the other league because they actually make money off of the pay-per-views and the plus subscriptions and all that stuff. They believe, I think, that he is an important part of the future. He needs to be a part. And I would strongly argue otherwise. And that's me, believe me or not, I am being as unbiased as possible when I say this. Look at the facts. Look at the I've talked about this dating back to when I did that promo for 217. Remember when he walked up there before GSP Bisping? He's like, who's got the first question? The job of a promoter, and this is why I go back to Eddie Hearn, who talks with passion and with like fire when he talks about his fights from the top of the card to the bottom of the card, right? Like he talks about the opening fight. He could tell you all about them. You found this guy in here, blah, blah, blah. He's from this place. Dana doesn't do any of that. He does he does interviews with select media who never challenge him, who just, kisses behind. He'll go to TMZ for moments like this and then kind of disappear. Doesn't promote the fighters, does a video here or there where he's reading off a script. Now great.
Hashtag now you know.
Yeah, like what there's no promotion being done here. If Dana White isn't at the Rio pay-per-view, does a single buy, do they lose out on a single buy? No. International Fight Week, he wasn't there.
I feel like a lot of people ask questions why he wasn't there, though. I feel like his absence is noticed.
He wasn't at International Fight Week. Yeah. That's their biggest card of the year. That's their biggest weekend of the year. Did anything get affected by that?
I don't think
he wasn't at some pay-per-view press conferences towards the end of the year. Did anything get affected? Now, if he's up there and he's telling you, like, you need to watch this fight because this is that and this is going on here and that's happening here, yes, that's the job of the promoter, and that's what he used to be.
I think he shifted from that.
Dating back to the sale, you win. Like I said, you win the race, you get paid, your buddies are gone, you've got everything you could have ever dreamed of and more. It is natural. I understand it. By the way, the same has happened to Scott Coker. The same has happened to Scott Coker when he got the big payday, right? It is impossible to have that same. It's Marvin Hagler. It's impossible to have that same passion and fire when you just got a boatload of money.
Yeah,
doesn't have it.
You mentioned it earlier. It's the Vince, and I alluded to Vince McMahon. You mentioned Vince McMahon earlier. Everybody thought, right, if he steps aside, what's going to happen? He can't. It's so vital to the company.
It's been better.
And now he did, and everything is fine. Or to your point, I can't personally, I don't
better.
know, but better. So I think we're in a similar situation here. The one thing I'll say, though, is I don't know if Dana White's role has been promoter for a long time, to your point. I don't think that's the case, but he's still one of their stars, right? It's still called Dana White's Contender Series. It's going to be, if it continues, Dana White Slap League. Now, that's not a UFC property, but adjacent, and Dana White is involved with it. UFC has tweets promoting it and other things like that. So he's still a star for them, a revenue generator. But I agree with you. The days of Dana White being the come into the tent carnival barker promoter, those have been long gone. And he's not valuable to them in that regard anymore.
And as I've also said, behind the scenes, when it comes to negotiations, when it comes to all the big deals, he is not involved with them anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, he is the definition of a figurehead at this point. It's Hunter Campbell leading the charge. And so I don't think they miss a beat. Now, they will miss the face at times to do some of these other interviews. But again, I don't like, you see the interviews, you watch them, you listen to them. Talk about uninspired. It's like, yeah, tell us about Alex Pereira. Like, he'll kind of just like look over, read, look up at the rankings, tell you about it. Like, he doesn't know.
The show will go on without him. I agree with you there.
It will not only go on, it will thrive. It will not suffer one iota. There's not a single person who's not buying, who's not learning about the UFC. Kudos to all of them. The ship has been built and it's now on autopilot. It can now drive itself. Kudos to all of them. But this idea that it has to continue with him or that they suffer without him is a complete lie. It is a complete lie. It is not true at all. That all being said, prove me wrong. I don't believe anything is going to happen. And at the very least, Endeavor not making any kind of statement about this, someone in his position, at the very least, like that is the least you could do. You know, that is the least you could do. But what you are doing is setting a very, very dangerous precedent. You are telling every single fighter on that roster filled with alpha males that, hey, if a woman hits you, it's fair game. That's what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
If you do nothing, that is what you're doing. That is what you're telling your roster. That is what you're telling your fan base. That is what you're telling everyone who believes in the sport and wants to be a fan of the UFC and wants to be a fan. If you are hit, it's all good. Just hit back.
I just don't understand how a statement hasn't been made. I mean, in any other entity with a guy of his stature, you would see something made. I mean, like you have to think, even like maybe like at ESPN, a Sports Center anchor like was on film doing this. Like they would address it.
Right.
Like it doesn't even have to be the president of the entire company.
Right.
But like I can guarantee, if Jimmy Pitaro was on film doing this, they would make a statement from ESPN. I just can't.
Worse than that, he'd probably lose his job again. Chris Albrecht was the head of HBO.
I would guarantee they would lose his
Yes.
job, especially under the Disney umbrella.
Disney,
Yeah,
yes.
The fact that they haven't addressed it is.
And finally, the first takes of the world are talking about it, but they're doing it in, just not. I'll say they ain't doing it the way that they would do it in any other sport or for any other person. They're not.
1,000%.
They're not. And
there are agendas.
Yeah. But so that is a story. That is a story to follow, right? What happens? And it's a story that's going to unfold, maybe quickly, maybe not. We'll see how this whole thing goes down. But I'm looking forward to doing this again around this time next year to talk about it all.
Same.
Sounds good, man.
Are we done?
Frank, any last words?
No.
That's great. That's the perfect way to end a passionate day.
Very passionate.
Yes. We're back to our regular show on Monday, guys. Potential things in the works. Looking forward to that. For now, though, we're out of time. And it is time. Wow, I got a lot of use out of this tuxedo. Same one I wore at the MMA Awards.
Nice.
In December. So usually I don't really get to wear it.
Looks really good.
Yeah, it looks good. It's not fitting as well, Frank. The problem is because of like all these gains.
Oh, right. Are
know
you
what I
wearing the
mean?
same cufflinks that you had?
Yeah. Actually, no.
Okay.
Different ones.
Yeah.
Why? Why do you ask?
I was just curious.
But I feel good about what we accomplished today, Frank. I feel like we really recap. I mean, who else recaps the year that was in MMA quite like the MMA Hour Awards? 26 and a half total categories. We talked about them all. We said it all. We did it all. We recapped it all. And now it's finally time to turn the page. And again, it's fitting. No more Happy New Year's. We now look ahead to what is going to be a very big year, I believe, for all of us. Hopefully a great year. You know, it's really depressing when you watch like the early 2020 stuff and everyone's like, it's going to be a great year. And you're like, womp, womp. So I try not to get too hyped about the beginning of the year. But hopefully, it's a healthy year, right? It's a great year. It's a drama-free year. It's an exciting year. It's a prosperous year. It's a successful year. All those great things. I'm looking forward to that very, very much. Want to thank everyone who tuned in, everyone who is tuning in live and after the fact, everyone who listens to us on all the podcast platforms. Thank you to everyone who voted. Appreciate you all very much. Thank you to everyone in the back for all their hard work. It was a great day, but now it's time to go. Back on Monday, same time and place. Until then, I say peace. Congrats to all the winners.